Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Get this off the table. How's everybody doing? Do we take out that Kamani guy while I was sleeping? I think we did. Looks like people in Iran are happy. Once again, they're celebrating. And then the left are going to protest, even though, and support for the people in that country. Meanwhile, the people in that country are happy and celebrating. All right. Looks like Rachel had a debate with a feminist tonight, and it only went for 20 minutes. What did they? I think they stopped it because the camera's not working or something. Let's watch this. It's short. It's kind of funny, though. The person shows up without a camera. Let us see. What's up, Pinocchio helicopter? Is this on members only? It's public, right? Public, yeah, cool. Okay. Let's watch this. It's short. It's like 18-minute. Like less than, looks like the other person drops off after 10 minutes. What the heck is this? Oh, snap. Can you guys see my stream key? There it is. Oh, did they take it down? Hopefully they didn't take it down.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating feminism on trial, and we are starting right now with RFH's opening statement. RFH, the floor is all yours.
Hi, yes, I guess I'm here to debate Rachel about feminism, because that's her favorite thing ever, is to demand people debate her.
This is just demand people debate her. I think this girl challenged Rachel on X. And Rachel was like, okay. And now she's acting dumb like she doesn't know what's going on. She wouldn't cam up.
Very combative and masculine personality who enjoys this. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I think I think this whole debate is going to be pretty interesting, because Rachel is probably one of the biggest benefactors of feminism in many ways. I mean, she's here tonight debating someone, and her job is to basically debate people online and to be a podcaster, something that would have never been available to her.
I don't think that's her job. That's Andrew's job. And her job is writing books and occasionally doing debates and going on shows.
Without it. And in fact, you know, Rachel is also divorced like myself and had children in their first marriage, and it didn't work out. And
thank
God she had feminism, because she was actually able to work and then support her child and not starve. So thank God she had that option.
Nobody's starving in
Rachel
America.
is a great benefactor of feminism, and it's really worked out well in her favor. So I argue that Rachel is already a feminist. She already lives as a feminist.
Oh, you spoiled it, Auntie.
And it's just funny to me that I guess there's a tendency for people to do this. They don't understand the privileges that they have and have been granted to them, and they don't understand the lives of the people who lived before them. They imagine a Disney World view of what patriarchy looked like, of what women's lives looked like, and yeah, they don't know what they have, even though that they're living in it right now, even though they're benefiting from it right now at this very moment. So I think it'll be yeah, interesting to talk to Rachel about this. Is really we're just two feminists talking, debating each other about feminism. Rachel just doesn't know it yet.
With that, we'll kick it over to Rachel for her opening as
Those are
well.
great
The floor
arguments.
is all yours, Rachel.
Well, this is a disappointment. First of all, Radfem Hitler over here didn't cam up, didn't tell James
Radfem Hitler.
or I that she was going to refuse to cam up, which is
Never on camera.
That's my opening. I didn't interrupt your opening. Didn't say she was going to do that, sprung it on us at the last minute, so James just went for it anyway, which is fine. She said that she'd watched my Joe Rogan episode. Can't possibly be true because her whole opening was addressed in the podcast episode. This absurd accusation that I am a feminist benefiting from feminism because
I didn't think she was gonna start crying and get. I didn't think she was gonna start crying. I just thought she was gonna rage quit or something. If they already said that the camera thing's not an issue, why does she rage quit or get booted? Don't answer that. You already said it.
I can write books or do podcasts or do debates is silly. I explained on the Joe Rogan podcast that anti-suffragists and suffragists were doing public debates in the middle 1800s. It was never illegal for women to speak publicly. They were never banned from doing so. Mary Wollstonecraft was supporting herself as a single mother, an unmarried single mother, with her writing and her speaking in the 1700s. So this largely what my book is about and what the Joe Rogan podcast was about was debunking these feminist lies and the false framing that they use. She said, I'm the one who doesn't understand what life was like under the patriarchy. I'm the one that wrote a whole book on it, which by the way is now in the top 30 on Amazon in books in general right now. So thank you to everybody who watched the episode and went out and bought the book. You guys are awesome.
I think Crowder probably had a lot to do with that too, because he was on his show holding it up, talking about it.
But yeah, the whole book is about debunking this fake lies and propaganda spread by feminists like RFH, which, you know, she wanted to talk about me being divorced. The reason that happened was not because of anything I did. I didn't pick up in the lead.
All right, hold on,
don't
RFH. All right, you've interrupted twice during Rachel's opening. You refuse to use your camera. Turn on your camera so we know that you're not cheating. You've already interrupted
I'm
twice.
not cheating, and you're not going to longhouse me into doing whatever.
Turn on your
if you
camera.
don't want to have this,
Listen,
no.
you've already interrupted
if you don't
twice.
want to have this debate,
Listen,
I don't.
You've already interrupted twice, and you won't turn on your camera. This debate is over unless you turn on your camera.
Then I guess it's over. I'm not turning it on. I've already explained this. I'm very pregnant right now. I don't want to invite the world in on my life in that way.
This was a cheap ploy to get out of debating me. She didn't want to debate me. It's not a cheap ploy.
I'm never on.
She has no idea what she's talking about. I'm far better at this. I'm way more informed. No, you're not, Rachel.
You don't even understand basic fucking economics.
Hold on. I've already explained. This is basic. I've already explained. Turn your camera on. You've already interrupted Rachel twice. So we already know you're cheating in that way. If you're going
I'm cheating because I...
All right, I'm just going to keep you muted because now you're admitting to cheating. If you're not going to have your camera on,
can you hear?
You're not cheating, then this is done.
I'm not cheating because I said I never said that.
You just said did I need the internet? No, I didn't. Blah, blah, blah.
Can you fucking hear? Can either of you hear?
Listen, if you're turn on your camera or I'm booting you.
Then boot me. I'm not doing this.
Okay.
Well, that was anticlimactic.
One second. I accidentally booted Rachel too. That's embarrassing. Okay. So 2 seconds. I will bring Rachel back on, but folks, sorry. RFH was interrupting during Rachel's opening, and 2, RFH refused to use a camera so that we couldn't confirm that she was not cheating. So I am going to welcome just really quick because I don't want Rachel to, I didn't mean to boot Rachel like that, is I am going to.
I wonder what constitutes cheating, because I know they let people like look stuff up during the debate on Modern Day Debate. How cool? Like what? How are you going to cheat? I don't get it.
Send Rachel the. I'm going to send Rachel the Zoom link just so I can apologize because I did not mean to boot Rachel. So I'm sorry about that, Rachel, but I would say a couple of things is one, when a person interrupts during a person's opening, that's another thing, but it is true that now we also have the issue of people potentially cheating
Using Grok
with their, what's the word I'm looking for? Just emailed the link, Rachel. So yeah, I am sorry. I do want to apologize, Rachel. I did not mean to boot you. But we have the added concern that people can basically just type in whatever their opponent says with ChatGPT
and then get a
and tell
response.
ChatGPT that, hey, debate me on this subject, and then they can basically just. So
You
I'm
don't
not
even have to
saying
type.
that. What's her name?
You don't even have to type. You can just say, just record them speaking, and then read the answer.
Although I will say she did interrupt twice during the opening, and so that was something where I'm like, okay, I just like
What's up,
very clearly
Credo?
we're not going to go along with this just because she wasn't going to use her cam. So I'm just gonna, I think we're gonna wrap up. We're not gonna actually have this debate. I'm gonna welcome Rachel back on because I am sorry.
I mean, I think Rachel could easily beat Grok. Like AIs are not that great debaters, and AIs will often, if you keep pushing, they'll just concede on any point. They'll be like, "Oh, you're actually, I'll have to take that into consideration." Wow, thank you.
Sorry about that, Rachel. Rachel, sorry for booting you as well. That was just like
That's okay.
You can find Rachel's link in the description box below. And sorry, folks, we were hoping for an actual debate, but like I said, it is becoming an issue where if people are going to potentially tell ChatGPT, like, hey, debate with me, I'm gonna, and then they just type in whatever Rachel says and just
Read the answer.
do that. Is like, we're not gonna, I just feel like it's not a
Yeah.
genuine debate. We want people to defend their actual beliefs.
I don't think this is not surprising to me. I told Andrew, I said, I highly doubt she's going to really do this because she wasn't answering to either of us on social media. And that she just kind of said, yeah. And, you're giving her the prompt, you're asking her questions, and she's just kind of like phoning it and going, yep, yep, yep. So I think she showed up not on cam on purpose, was as combative as possible on purpose to get out of this because everybody online was saying, you can't back out now. You said you would do it. You said you would. And so I think that was her cheap way of getting out of having to do an actual debate, because even her pathetic opening are all criticisms that I addressed right on the Rogan podcast and have addressed multiple other times. So if she wants to cam up and come back, she's saying it's an invasion of privacy. It's like, how is showing yourself from here up? You don't have to show us your pregnant belly. You don't have to show us your house. Even, some of my other opponents who maybe are not beauty models or something were like totally willing to come on and cam up. There's no reason she can't do that, even if she's pregnant. So we'll see. I think she's just running.
I've just sent a DM to RFH and I just said, are you willing to use a camera and come back on? Earlier today, so basically, I had asked her, I'm just gonna let me just see what she says here. This is a good opportunity as well. If anybody wants to debate Rachel, please email me at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. It's very difficult, to be honest, to find opponents for the Wilsons. It just drives me crazy that so many people will talk smack and things like this, and then they won't come on and debate. So long story short, folks, if you are up for debating Rachel Wilson, please email me at moderndaydebate@gmail.com. I'll put that moderndaydebate@gmail.com, and I look forward to, hopefully there are some people that are willing to debate Rachel Wilson as well as Andrew Wilson. These people are some of the hardest for me to find an opponent for. People just aren't up for it, which is disappointing because a lot of people are like, they jab on Twitter and then they don't actually want to debate. Or if they like, they're not willing to do it in a way that we can't have better evidence they're not using ChatGPT. So
Gupta.
you can find Rachel at the link in the description box.
All right. Well, looks like that's that.
As well as her recent episode on the Joe Rogan Experience. And yeah,
what's the point of our...
This might be a good opportunity for me to throw down the gauntlet to Destiny, because he had a lot to say about my Joe Rogan Experience. Namely, he said, we have to get away from these people, referring to me and as probably Andrew, or we'll never get back to, we'll never have normalcy again, or something like that, inferring that I was somehow the abnormal one and he was the normal one. So I want to ask Destiny formally if he would like to debate me on feminism or on any of the points that I made on the Joe Rogan podcast, because he seemed very upset and didn't like the episode. So if he wants to debate, I am here.
Where's
I'll
that
reach out to him and see what we can do. That would be an epic debate. Yeah, I want to say, folks, thanks for tuning in. I'm going to let Rachel go. I'll talk about upcoming debates. But you can find Rachel at the link in the description box. 1 second, I'm going to just check really quick RHF if she logged in.
Yeah, I didn't think about the AI thing, but I mean, but I've seen modern day debates where they're just both going back and forth, typing stuff in and looking stuff up. And so maybe that's agreed. If that's agreed on beforehand, that, hey, we're going to be like going through files, and I'm going to send you all of these sources. You're going to send me all these sources, but we may need to look into other things while we're doing this. We may branch off, and if you agree on it beforehand that it's going to be a Google party, then some people would be okay with that. But yeah, man, this ChatGPT stuff, you don't even have to type anything in. You just hit record as soon as they start their opening statement, and you have the volume off on your phone. And then once they're finished talking, you stop the recording, and then ChatGPT spits out an answer, and you just read it off your phone. But yeah, I don't think that's a smart thing to do, because there's many videos of people debating AIs, and the AI is not aggressive. It doesn't get pushy. It'll just kind of concede. It'll be like, wow, I haven't taken that into consideration. Thank you. I'll have to look into that more. Or I'll make sure to consider this next time. It's like the AI will just like change itself to fit you.
RFH now stands for Run for the Hills. That's her new name, everyone.
So it says that she's typing, but it said that for like a few minutes. So like, I don't know if she's
writing a book.
Like, it looked like she's
writing you a strongly worded letter, James. She's writing a strongly worded letter to modern day debates.
But yeah, want to say, folks, we are looking for opponents for the Wilsons. Hope you guys, with that, I think we'll wrap up, as I don't think RFH is actually going to respond. It just, oh, here it is. She says, I'm not.
Well, that's a hard one to stop the chat. Like, I know a lot of people who just get their arguments from the chat. And it's hard to not look at the chat, like, and nobody knows if you have it on the screen or not. I usually have my chat on the screen when I debate, but I rarely look at it. Occasionally I'll look over at it, and it usually just pisses me off. So, so I just ignore it.
I'm not going on camera. Okay. But yeah, this is YouTube though. I mean, it is true that I don't think we've had anybody for like years that doesn't use a camera because it's not talk radio. This is YouTube. So with that, we can let Rachel go. But yes,
It's because they're used to X spaces now. They go on the X spaces and they never cam up.
Rachel has issued a formal challenge to Destiny, and I'll see if Destiny's willing to come on and do that debate. So
I wonder if I can find that.
thank you, Rachel, and I apologize for this not being what you expected it would be.
Thanks, James. Not your fault. Not your fault. Feminist trickery was afoot. You can't be blamed. So thanks anyway.
My pleasure. Thank you for coming on, and check out Rachel's episode on the Joe Rogan Experience, and check out her link in the description box. And then I'll thanks, Rachel, for coming by. But yeah, we are probably going to have to make a formal policy in terms of making sure that people are using their camera, because it is true. We do want to make sure that people aren't up to some, like if they are flipping around on tabs using ChatGPT. But thanks, guys. I am sorry about that. I was thinking we were going to have a debate, but 2 interruptions of the intro, I was just like, this person doesn't seem like they're good faith. And then the camera thing, when I'm just, so anyway. But thank you guys for tuning in. If you haven't yet, here's what we're planning on for the future. So we do have a lot of debates coming up. I'm going to read off some of these and let you know about what is coming up. So next on the docket.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to find that one. I don't know if I've ever seen this one. This is Andrew and Rachel versus Destiny and some other guy on Politically Provoked. I don't know if I ever watched that one. How can he just sit and watch Joe Rogan on his stream? I've tried to play Joe Rogan stuff before, and the stream goes down so quick. 3 weeks ago, he reacted to Andrew. Where is he reacting to Rachel? Massive X-Cope meltdown. That's Jake talking about it.
Go to the hospital. They just sit there at their homes and die of diabetes. Oh my God. We'll go through this Andrew Wilson, Joe Rogan one a little bit. I don't think, people said that this was really boring, so I might skip around a bit. I don't know.
You didn't, how are you going to know where the good parts are? You didn't have somebody send you timestamps or something?
Now that's an all-you-can-eat buffet for a coyote.
I already watched this. I want to see.
Look at this person. Why the would Rogan have on Andrew Wilson on his show? Why the could Rogan have on Rachel Wilson on his show? Let me just comment on this. So let's get into the fallout, guys. Let's get into the crash out. The post-Wilson-Rogan crash out. Now, we knew this was going to happen, okay? Obviously, Andrew goes on there a few weeks ago. Let's just say he made a good impression. Clearly, he made a good impression because the wife went on after that. I think they went and hung out at the comedy club after that. Rach was there too. She got to know them a little bit. She was speaking to Rogan. Rogan was like, I need to get this woman on my podcast. She really knows her shit about feminism. Because at the end of the day, Rachel is probably the foremost anti-feminist in the world. In terms of the research that she's done, the book that she wrote, the debates that she's done, nobody will step to her. I try and find feminists to debate her. It doesn't work. They just won't do it. So Rachel has been instrumental in the downfall of feminism, especially in internet circles. Anybody who knows anything about feminist debates will know that she's basically the feminist destroyer at this stage because she's done the academic work, the research. She's She's highly intelligent, very good debater, trained in philosophy, and just absolutely takes them out whenever they try and cross her. Now, none of them can step to her. It's not even possible. So, Rogan knows a knowledgeable person when he sees one. He talks to these people all the time and says, I need to get this woman on my podcast.
Buttermilk biscuits.
And he gets her on.
Is that a song? Buttermilk biscuits. I got some buttermilk biscuits. I just ate a slice of pizza. It was pretty dang good. Even though it was left over from last night.
And from all reports, guys, it went really well. And from all reports, Rogan was loving the conversation and she did really well. But look, guys, you can go watch it in your own time. Like I said, we're not going to watch it here today. We might check out a clip or two. But what's even more entertaining is the fallout on the internet. Can you believe it? Don't you just love to see it? Owen Benjamin. Like, if one of my mortal enemies got invited on Joe Rogan.
Whatever happened to that debate going down? That was supposed to happen the day Charlie Kirk got killed. And then so they canceled because of that, which made sense. I would too. But it never happened after that.
Rogan. And then his wife got invited on as well, showing that they are really absolutely just completely ascending while you're nosediving, right? Well, no one really cares about you or watches your content anymore. Once upon a time, you were popular, but now nobody cares about you. It's like literally just like a psycho like babbling away on.
Would you send it to me on Facebook?
You about to get a hatch in this dumpy? What are you doing, Jay? You about to get a hatch in this dumpy? What are you doing, Jay? You about to get a hatch.
What the heck? A hatch and a dumpy.
On your plot of land somewhere, scam.
The other line's not urban enough. He doesn't know about the dome piece. I said hatchet in his dome piece.
Your audience and stuff. So if that happened to my mortal enemies, I would probably shut up about it. Like, I'd probably just ignore it and act like it didn't happen. Try and compartmentalize and put it in on a shelf somewhere in my brain and never think about it again. That's what I'd do. But Owen Benjamin decides to crash out. He says the Joe Rogan Experience is now gossiping with a boring and hygienic alley-challenged woman of ill repute. What? How does an institution like his podcast nosedive this hard? It's funny because the guest before was Terrence Crawford. And I was like, oh, damn.
Gossiping with a boring and hygienic ally-challenged woman of ill repute. I think he means unhygienic, but he says and hygienic, which is a compliment. That means you're clean. And then he says ally challenged. Ally challenged. What does that mean? Like you don't have a lot of friends?
Terrence Crawford, you know? I was thinking, shit, Terrence Crawford, that's mad. One of the greatest boxers of all time. Just retired, you know, undefeated, one of the absolute GOATs. And then I was like, damn, that's going to be a tough act to follow, you know? And Andrew went just after Matt Damon and Ben Affleck and stuff. But, oh, gosh, yeah, the Joe Rogan Experience really going downhill. But this, like, why would you do this if you were Owen? Why would you go in there and start making posts about it? Like, it's so obvious with your 16,000
because it gets him
impressions.
attention.
It's like, it's so obvious that the jealousy is oozing from you. It's actually like seeping out of your pores and your skin. Let's see the cope in the comments. How far is this really?
Gotta stay relevant somehow.
Because I'm okay with it. Whatever. Boring. I used to watch every episode. Haven't seen one that even slightly interested me in weeks. I don't know much about this lady except that she's an enthusiastic Candace basher, which immediately sets off red flags. Oh dear. And God Rules came in and said, I like this guy actually, he's got a good YouTube channel. Said, you're already having another meltdown after you did when Andrew went on. Give it a rest, bro. Yeah, give it a rest. Seriously. I like that comment. This person, the Candace red flags, this person literally has a profile called Candace for Life. Get a life. Like, what is going on? Who makes a Twitter profile and starts giving the Candace for Life take on everyone's? Get a life. Anyways.
A Candace bot.
So that's Owen Benjamin crashing out. There are a few more quick little crash outs before we get into any clips. Look at this person. Why?
Did you see there was like a Mockingbird media campaign where they sent out, and I seen, first it was suspected that this was like a campaign, but then somebody released the email, and they sent out an email to all these things that said, right-wing content creators, post this verbatim or very similar to this. Use words like demon and da-da-da to basically attack Candace before her documentary comes out. But the problem is people are saying that it's actually part of like Candace's team doing this, because Candace said on her show, she said they're gonna do a massive they're gonna try to cancel me for this documentary. She's making a documentary about Erica Kirk relating to the Charlie Kirk stuff. And Candace said they're gonna do a massive cancellation campaign to try to shut this down. Watch, I'll be proved right. Then an email goes out and it says, everybody, all the big right-wing media guys, go after Candace and use these words. Use demon, use evil, and stuff like that. And then you see and then there's pictures, Andrew was posting it, of all the different, like Cat Turd and all the big right-wing libs of TikTok and all these big right-wing X accounts posting the exact same thing. Candace is a demon. She's evil. She's wicked. And and it's like, okay, well, so basically people are getting paid to say the same thing, and they just copy and paste, and they all post the same thing. Mockingbird Media. It's on the right and the left. But you're vindicating Candace by doing this, and you're actually promoting the documentary. And so people are like, maybe this is like Candace's team playing the other side to make her look vindicated, and, you know, the shit talking actually gets clicks to Candace and gets people to watch the documentary. Even negative exposure is exposure. Playing both sides seems to be the play for both now. Yeah. Candace is a demon was everywhere this week. Yeah, that's crazy. And did you see? I found a picture of the email. I didn't save it or anything, but somebody's like, this is the email they sent out. And it says use these words verbatim, and then you scroll through your X, and if you're subscribed to all these right-wing accounts, you just see Candace is a demon, Candace is a demon, Candace is a demon, Candace is a demon. And it's like, dead internet theory. Is everybody just a bot now? Is everybody just either a bot or bought and paid for? I'm trying to get bought. How do I get bought up? I'll say Candace is a demon. How much do I get paid? Candace is a demon. I don't even like Candace, so I don't have a problem with that. I never liked Candace. From the beginning, when everybody loved her, I was like, are you serious? This is a token black girl, and she's pregnant, knocking on BLM houses, and everybody's like praising her like she's a hero. Why don't you go make some dang sandwiches for your kids? No offense to how she raises her kids, but you're a public figure, and you're a mother, and instead of doing mother stuff, you're trying to take over the world. And you met your husband, and within 2 weeks you married him. You just met him one day, almost like it was set up. Where did Fuentes say that they met? They like met on like a website or like I can't remember, but it was weird. It was like a dating site, and then she just flies out to England and gets married to the guy. Something's weird about that. I don't know.
Why the would Rogan have on Andrew Wilson on his show? Why the would Rogan have on Rachel Wilson on his show? Let me just comment on this. Is that how you spell seethe? It is. And then Andrew posts this.
There's not that many E's in seethe, Jake.
Which is like the response to from all of the libs. Look at the fish in the background about to start eating his own feces.
Is that Brian? Is that Brian?
Look at the fish eating his own feces. Pickle jar.
Pickle jar, pickle jar, pickle jar.
So accurate. So accurate. You love to see it. All right, let's go with the
I haven't
women's
even
access
watched
to higher
that.
education is a good clip. We have to leave it like this because Rogan and the team strikes these sorts of clips if I go full screen and everything. So the stream could get taken down. So we have to be really careful with it.
We give women backwards advice.
But yet Destiny can just sit there and play it. It's crazy.
I think we tell them, spend all your fertile years, all your youth, building a career, going to school and building a career. Then by the time you're like 30, 35, and you've got all that established, then you can think about getting married and having kids. Well, by then, you better find somebody quick and get on it because you got a handful of years left.
Yeah.
You know, and you might need IVF and all these other things. And a lot of women struggle. And it's actually, nobody wants to talk about this. This is the conversation no one's ready for. Women's access to higher education is the #1 correlate around the world, regardless of economics, race, culture, status, anything, to falling birth rates.
Wow.
Yep, exactly right. But the libs will try and play that away and say,
They'll say it's microplastics.
no, well, it's higher GDP is the biggest correlate, or it's people moving to urban cities.
It's
and those are correlates
microplastics,
for
guys.
sure. But it's women's access to higher education.
Don't you know that throughout your life you have a credit card size amount of microplastics in your body? That's why people aren't having babies.
That is the #1. It's the most effective form of birth control.
Or microplastics is code word for really small condoms.
Is college for women. So actually, Religious says, watched it this afternoon. Rachel was awesome. Tons of views already. Let's watch those crash outs. If anybody has any other good crash outs, that would be good, guys. Just send them to me on X. DM them to me on X and we can watch them live. It'll be great. And Paulie shortcuts after his backhand, gets back up and says, I beggeth thy pardon, my lord. My speech grew bold whilst my wisdom lagged behind. Paulie, all is forgiven. Now, scurry away. Paulie. Get out of my quarter and scurry away. Josh Brooks, big picnic table. What an absolute legend. Don't see him too often these days. Says, I'm thinking of creating a new YouTube channel called The Cope Corner. I'll upload 100 videos a week, all 2-second long, about various ways of displaying the bird to camera. I'd watch. I'd give it some airtime. I'd definitely give it some airtime. Rach Wilson, the woman of the hour, comes in and says, look, I'm on Rattlesnake TV. Look, Rach, I know, it's a big deal. I know you don't want to be treated any differently after making it on Rattlesnake TV, but great work here, Rach. We were just talking about how you're highlighting here that the greatest form of birth control that was ever created was for women is college.
So it turns out that when you push young women that it's education, career. Because why? Why do we tell them that? Otherwise, you're at the mercy of a man, and he'll abuse you. He'll take advantage. He knows that you depend on him, so you've got to do that.
If you're feeling a little off, it's okay.
Do you see this one,
People
Rach?
forget,
This was
man.
Hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Owen Benjamin. All right, feminism and women in the workforce. We'll see if we get... I don't know how this is going to go, guys. The streams do get pulled. Apparently, Jim Bob's stream got pulled.
Prior to the 1970s, we had 5%
I need
of
to
mothers
actually
with
watch my-
school-age kids working outside the home. And for all of human history, even...
I wonder if it has something to do with minimizing in your clips Joe's voice. Or how that works.
during the Industrial Revolution, you know, 17,
still-
18, 1900s, like you said, in the 40s and 50s, you could be a janitor and support a family and have 4 kids.
Do you think Crucible will be the new TPUSA? No. I think Tampon USA will be the new TPUSA. I don't know if Andrew is... I don't know. He said something big is coming, but he's always saying something big is coming. There's always something big coming, but he said something big is coming. I don't know. That would be something big if they started a political action committee, political action, a PAC conference, a PAC. I don't know if he has aspirations to do something like that though. Doesn't seem like his thing, but maybe I think he could do something like that. Tour college campuses. I don't know. I think he already has more people who hate him when he's not doing that. If he did something like that and he started going to college campuses and actually started like changing young people's minds. Because even though in our circles, Andrew's huge and he got on Rogan and that made him bigger, there's still a lot of people that have no idea what the Crucible is or who. It's not like they're a household name yet. You have to be in certain circles or into debate or into politics, following those things on X. And most people aren't. Most people, Charlie Kirk was an anomaly, a non-politician figure who did debates and political action stuff, activist stuff, and became a household name. That's not super common. Most people don't care about this stuff.
On one income. And something shifted in the 1970s, and it's never shifted back. So
Tim
it can't
Waltz
be
is taking
like
over TPUSA.
how the stock market's doing.
No, not Tampon Tim. No, it's just very gynocentric now. So I call it Tampon USA.
It can't really be like all these other independent economic factors that have shifted and changed and been so different over.
It was gynocentric in the beginning too, and it was very big tent. We got to have a black gay guy at every conference. We got to have our token Candace. We got to have Dave Rubin come to the shows and talk about adopting his child with his gay husband. And then that quickly fell out of popularity and people were not happy about it. The Groyper Wars happens. And then Charlie, he's got his finger on the pulse of the youth. He's like, oh, young men are sick of this crap. Okay, we need to be a little more based. So he starts moving towards being more based. Starts questioning Israel, starts, saying not having gay transgenders at every one of his shows. And then he gets killed. He was looking for a job, so Tampon Tim, hopefully he goes to jail.
Over the course of the last 50 years, the one big thing that we changed is we pushed women into college and into the workforce. And by the 1980s, they were on par with men in workforce.
Yeah, I think Jim Bob's stream got pulled. That's what I've heard anyway. Might be able to get some confirmation on that.
I thought his stream got pulled because of the gun incident. He held up a toy gun. When is this from? This is from 13 hours ago? Damn. If he did another stream and it got pulled for copyright right after he got a firearms violation, he needs to be careful. He reacts to JRE episodes all the time. And I'm like, dude, I see what he's doing. He'll zoom it in real close so you can't really see what is on the screen. And I think he'll play it at like 1.25 and he'll pause literally like every 3 seconds. And see me, if I do something, if I'm like reacting to something, a lot of times I'll just sit and listen. And maybe I don't react enough. I need to react harder. React harder, daddy. But sometimes I'll just get zoned in and I'll just be watching it because I haven't seen it yet. And I'm watching it with you guys. And maybe I don't have nothing to say. I just want to watch it. And if I did that on Rogan, if you do that when you're watching a Rogan clip, your stream will get shut down quick. It's not like a hard strike or anything. It doesn't really hurt your channel. They'll just take the stream down. But then if you try to start a stream up again and play the same thing again, then you catch a 90-day or a 30-day.
Because he was watching you on JRE, yeah. But maybe he was full screening it and I don't know. Somebody would have been watching. Somebody would have seen. So yeah, I mean, it got pulled. Let's yeah. Well, then we have to avoid it.
See, it looked like he just cut there. So maybe even he got yellow lighted because there's a light here on the side and it's green. It's supposed to be green. I don't even know where the light is anymore. Where'd the light go? The light's not there anymore. Am I live right now? Oh, wait, there's the light. Okay, it's up at the top now. They moved it. But yeah, there's a light up here at the top. It's green. If it goes yellow, you have like a minute to stop playing whatever you're playing. If it stays yellow for too long, then they'll shut your stream down. But it's usually not they don't prevent you from streaming. It doesn't hurt your channel or anything. You could just start another stream right up. But if you go back to playing the same thing you were playing, then you'll get screwed. They'll rail you.
Unfortunately, right at the intro got pulled. Yeah, that's annoying. Got pulled right after he played the JRE intro. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Well, it's interesting because last time when Andrew was on
7 minutes without interruption, I don't know. That number's always changing. So like some things, 5 seconds. You can't play more than 5 seconds. It'll get you clipped. So like these soundboard sounds, like that. That is like 4.99 seconds long, that clip. And there's a fade out. And I did stuff, I added like some reverb and stuff like that to it. So that sound effect won't get me a copyright strike. Or it won't even pop up on their thing because it's just under 5 seconds. See, 15 seconds for music. I don't know, man, because I've had as short of 5. Like this. I've been broke my whole life. Now money right. I accidentally muted my thing. Hold on. But yeah, this. I've been broke my whole life. Now money right. That clip used to be like 7 seconds long. And it would, after I uploaded my stream and I would get a copyright thing and it would be for that song. And it was only like 6 or 7 seconds. So I cut it down to 3 seconds and now it doesn't get me hit. So it can be as short as 5 seconds.
on the show, we played his clips from Rogan, a few of his clips, and it was fine. But you never know these days. Even Tucker is the same thing. If you try and play Tucker's live on stream, then it just gets pulled. So really annoying. Hman for 5 says Jim Bob's stream was pulled over a pew pew in a skit video. Hello listener mentioned during a test stream. Ah, interesting. He started with the J and Tim pool, but it got nuked for content violation when he started the JRE. Yeah, don't really want to take that risk if I'm honest. If you enjoyed that clip,
the J and Tim Pool thing, I've never had any problems with Tim Pool. I've watched full Tim Pool episodes. Never had a problem. So that's weird. Dude, YouTube's doing some weird stuff lately. I don't know what's going on. Peter Thiel, what are you doing, buddy? But yeah, people are getting hit left and right for stuff you would have never got. Like, I know the firearms policy, but if I'm covering news and doing educational stuff and I'm talking about a crime scene evidence and then they hit you with a firearms violation, or Tim Pool is now taking down videos for reacting to his content. That's weird. That's never been a thing before. So I don't know what's going on. We're having another adpocalypse. It happens. This happens every couple years. It seems like YouTube will do this. It would trigger every time. So yeah, it plays by its own rules, and the algorithms it is looking for is constantly moving, and they don't even care what fair use means. Yeah. right? And then you appeal it. You're just appealing the same AI that hit you. So an AI bot, you say the wrong thing, you play the wrong thing, the Eye of Sauron looks at you, and then you keep doing it because you don't know the Eye of Sauron's on you, but it's on you. It's watching and listening. And then you say the wrong thing while it's looking at you, and it shuts you down. Then you appeal, but that's a bot that shut you down. Then you have to appeal. You're appealing to the same bot that shut you down. And then I never did appeals. This last one I got on Monday was the first time I ever did an appeal. And I was like, I don't want to do an appeal because I feel like that's just going to call more attention to my channel. And I think I fly over the radar. People have told me I get shadow banned and that they subscribe, they turn the bell on, but they never see me when I'm live. They don't get notifications. They never know that I'm live, and I'm never showing up on their feed. Even though they watch me all the time, I won't be on their feed. They're like, why don't I ever see you on my feed? And so I'm like, if I appeal it, then they're going to get more, they're going to scrutinize my channel even closer. And I don't know if I want that. Because that would not be good. I have to go through and delete all my old stuff. But I kind of don't want to do that because part of this channel is I just want to chronicle my life. And so I don't want to have to go back and delete all that stuff. Plus, do you know how long it would take me to go through and delete all of my old streams? You can only pull up, I think, 20 streams on a page. And then you can hit X, delete all, delete. I think I have 365 pages of 20 streams. It would take a while. If you finally get through, you get to talk with a Indian. Be Indian. Hello. Thank you. What do you call for today? Tell me what is the problem. Not a person from India, but a person in India. There is a difference between the two. Yeah. Yeah, in their spare time, they scam grannies. And I'm supposed to give this guy all my information. No, how about not? All right. Iran's supreme leader is dead.
I can turn your wildest ideas into a song. Just describe it in a...
Shut up, lady.
How you doing?
We saw each other in the protest. That was my sister who got viral with your video.
Oh, was it?
Yay!
Okay, right on. Which one's the sister? Which one's the sister?
The one that talked about Mamdani.
Mamdani. Okay,
Yeah.
I think
She's very touchy, James. You need to get a date, my boy. Get you that little Iranian thing. Is James single? He doesn't have a ring on. I think he has a girlfriend, but James, boy, what you doing?
she reached out. Somebody said that
That's
they
my
clipped
friend
that.
That was a
good clip. That wasn't me that clipped it, but she wasn't
Dude, why you keep jumping like that? I can't focus. Eyes up here. Up here.
in my video.
It's a happy day.
It's a happy day. Okay.
Congratulations.
How are you
Yeah.
feeling? Tell us how you're feeling today. We're live right now. Tell us how you're feeling.
It hasn't really clicked yet. I feel like I need to see his fucking body. Then it's like it's just so hard to believe. We have years and years we have dreamed about this day and we never thought that.
And the lefties are still losing their mind. Trump's an evil fascist. Meanwhile, in Iran, in America, just like with Venezuela, they're all celebrating. They're thanking God for Trump. Look at that. Very bouncy. She is very bouncy. Dang, I'd be like, can I get your number? I'm only in LA. I'm not here for a long time, but I'm here for a strong time.
that we're going to be somewhere else and not celebrating with our camaraderie inside Iran.
How comfortable or how confident are you that this is the change that's going to come to Iran? Is this going to be, is the regime, is it toppled, is it done?
Iran military is very weak and they can't defend themselves. They're gonna maybe try to do some activities somewhere, but they're never gonna go anywhere. So we knew that it's just a matter of just a little bit of push and it's done. And as President Trump, we love you.
Your message to the American people watching this right now, what's your message?
My message is that free Iran, peaceful Middle East, you're gonna see the impact on your daily lives every day. We need peace in this world, otherwise we're just always like, there's just conflict is impediment for everybody's life, and we see it here with the rise of oil and expenses, inflation, all of that, just because we want to equip Americans military, so we can just use that money. Those expenses can go somewhere else. It can really literally go into people's tables. We don't really need to spend that much money in the military defense, and just free Iran.
Right on.
They're the biggest terrorists. They're the supporter of proxies all around the world, so we don't need to spend that much money to defend ourselves anymore.
I don't know what this Iranian music is, but we gotta keep our eye on that green dot, boys.
Thank you so much. Tell your sister.
I get so pissed if I get a dang copyright from some Iranian battle cry song.
So I said thanks for hopping in the last video, huh? Thank you. Thanks, guys. All right, Eric, we got to catch up to this. This march. Come on.
Oh my God!
Okay, so I guess somebody clipped one of the girls in the last videos, and yeah, somebody clipped her sister in my last video, and I guess it went super viral. Meanwhile, my last video on Iran tanked, but still, it was a great video. If you guys missed it,
It was a really good video. Wonder why he says it tanked. Maybe, I guess it didn't get a lot of views, but it was a really good video. It showed me, I had no idea that there were so many conservative Republican Iranians. I didn't know that they were based, but they were all demanding that Trump bomb the shit out of Iran. They're talking about their views and their beliefs, and they're saying we love Trump, we love America, and they're not Christian, but they're saying base stuff, family, country, freedom, all that. And they're all saying we love Trump, but Trump, you need to do what you did to Maduro in Iran. Either go and yoke that guy up in the middle of the night or bomb the shit out of him. And James is like, what do you mean? Your family is there. You just told me that you have family over there and you want to bomb them? And they're like, yeah, our family's going to be killed anyway. They don't care. Halakha law and Sharia law, then they'll understand that there will never be peace. They're just two sides of the same coin. Halakha law. What's halakha law? Like Jewish law?
informative. Well, not so sensational, All right. I apologize in advance for the audio, you guys, on the live stream. It might get really loud, and we're not using the best mics for trying to...
Yeah, like people, I hear Christians all the time. They're like, we could never have Sharia law. I'm like, it's not that different than a lot of the things that you would want as a Christian nationalist. There's a few things that are a little more extreme that we would not tolerate, but a lot of it's not that different. The Blue Jays. Okay. Yeah. Well, I don't know, but see they have a lot of like fake infiltrators, which are Marxists, and they bring communism around the world. I guess they would say those are fake Jays. Look up Peter Iskalones. Peter Iskalones. One means the path, the other means the path to water. And then they're like, there's, I guess, ever since DebateCon, now everybody just wants to do this debate topic about how the Muzzies marry their cuzzies. Muzzies and cuzzies. I just made that up. That's copyright. Muzzies and cuzzies hooking up. Dude, look at the Amish, look at the Mormons, look at the Bible Belt in America. They do it too. Look at Israel in the Bible. They did it too. Like, every homogenous, small, religious, tight-knit community is gonna have a little cousin loving, if you know what I'm saying. It's unavoidable. Because eventually, if you're having huge families and you have a limited number of people, the only person available to you to marry is going to be your cuzzy or your sissy, you know? Or you're going to have to go outside the community, and they don't allow that.
You know, I'm holding this little mic for the stream. I'm not using the best mic right now for the audio, but what's going on, chat? How we doing? How's everyone feeling today? We're here in Los Angeles, California.
That's true.
And walking up to a pretty big march right now. An anti-Iranian regime march.
Islam means surrender to God. Israel means the struggle with God. That's weird. Yeah, or we who wrestle with God. Yep.
We got any motion in the chat?
Yeah, there's people in.
Or he who wrestles with God.
All right. Hey, guys, make sure to like the stream and share it. We're going to have some good conversations today. Hopefully it can be pretty informative. We're going to see what people are thinking. Also, a lot of people are worried, hey, what's next, right? Do we just enter a 20-year war? Or is this going to be done in a week or less? Let's talk to people, see what they think today. How you doing? There, that's... Alrighty. I wonder if we'll get any, like, anti-Trump administration protesters or anything. All right. You guys make sure to like and share the stream with everybody. We're gonna keep this going for a bit. Also, if you end up missing the stream, we'll try to post a couple unedited conversations, you know, the good ones, for everybody to watch later. Alrighty. Hey, sir, how are we feeling today? What's going on? My man, do you mind if I ask what brought you out here today?
Yes.
Yes. Do you mind if I ask what brought you out here today, or how you feeling today? What's going on?
What's going on? We all know what's going on. Hopefully my country is free now.
Okay.
From this regime, this brutal regime.
Do you feel confident that this is the end of the Iranian regime?
Certainly hope so.
He's got a Jewish flag and an Iran flag. But what people were, and I think that's maybe why his last video got nuked and it didn't do well, is because a lot of people were saying Iran is Zionists and they don't like it. Like a lot of the people who were Republican American Iranians who were saying Trump needs to bomb them, he was saying the reason, I don't know, it was confusing, but there's something weird going on there. He's got an Israel flag and an Iran flag.
You want to weigh in at all? How you doing?
I'm just here to support my parents.
Okay, here to support the parents.
They've been waiting for 49 years for this.
I hear this a lot. So everyone in the family's very happy today, huh?
Very happy. Happy to stay with you in a long time.
Do you guys have friends and family over in Iran or no?
Not anymore.
They all left?
Yeah.
Thanks for your guys' time. All right, have a good one.
What do you got?
James Klug on YouTube. KLUG.
KLUG, remember?
KLUG.
Oh, KLUG.
Yeah, check it out. Thanks, guys. Appreciate you. All right, have a good one. All right, it's really loud. I have no clue if the stream's going to hear any of this, man, but we'll try our best.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully...
You're AI. Don't talk to me. Go listen to your average BDSJ and notice how much they sound exactly like veteran ADL employees when speaking about everything other than Israel and Gaza. And even when speaking about Israel Gaza, they do it through a very Western progressive blame whitey lens. Yeah.
Hey, do you guys mind if I ask what brought you out here today?
We just happen to be coming through.
Oh, you're just coming through?
I was like, whoa, what's going on?
Okay. How about you guys? You guys want to weigh in? All right, have it going. No worries. All right, all right.
Talk to the lady with the white shorts.
Wild stuff, you guys.
I seen one video where they're like handing roses out to the police officers, and the police car is covered in roses, and they're just handing all these cops roses and saying thank you, as compared to like an Antifa protest where they attack the police. These people are celebrating and smiling and cheering and giving flowers to the police. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. One of the big questions is like how many people are over there. If there is a regime change done by the Iranian people, how many people are over there to actually do that versus everywhere else? It's one of the questions we always ask. How's the chat doing? Let me check it out.
700 people keep commenting.
What's going on, everyone? I'm looking at the chat right now. How are we all doing? I apologize in advance for the audio. It's going to be, I don't know. I tried to, hopefully it's okay. Turn down the volume if it's too loud, all right? All right, Eric, let's get into it. How you doing, man? Good to see you.
Yeah.
Good to see you. We're live right now. You want to shout out your channel?
Oh, you're live? Willie Nelson TV on all socials, Instagram, YouTube, all that.
All right, this guy's a patriot. He does a great job, street interview videos. We met, what, a few weeks ago?
Yeah, it was, what were you, Laguna?
Newport Beach.
Newport, yeah.
Where we interviewed anti-Trump protesters, and not a single one of them was from Newport Beach. They're all from like 10 cities away.
And it was just like a major struggle session. They didn't want to talk to us at all. It was so frustrating.
Yeah, that's how it all is. None of them are like organic too. It's all like 50-51 and open society protests. You know, they're all like well funded and stuff. It's so funny. Have you been here for a minute?
Yeah, I just started like 15 minutes ago. I recorded a little like voiceover thing, but yeah, I'm going to be speaking to the people in just a second. My cameraman is about to be here.
Awesome, man. Shout out your channel one more time.
Willie Nelson TV. Go check me out on Instagram. Like the country singer Willie Nelson. WILLIENELSON TV.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you, James, bro. You're the master at it all. Are you live right now?
Yeah, we're live right now.
What do you stream on?
I'm on YouTube right now.
Okay, cool.
Just streaming directly to YouTube.
Okay, awesome, bro. Well, hey, have a great session. This is like the best thing to be covering right now.
I'll catch you soon. Well, actually, I mean, if you want to hang out until your camera guy comes, feel free. I mean, you know.
Sounds good. So you came in from
hey, Eric.
OC?
Yeah, we came in from, we were in OC, and then obviously this happened this morning, and we're like, okay, hold on. I had a whole different video planned for this weekend.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, well, this is too big a news to not at least be talking about this. So we're gonna have some conversations today.
Right on.
Yeah.
Well, I was very pro-Trump crowd.
I know, you guys, we don't have to worry about getting assaulted here. This is the funniest thing. It's like, everyone's, you know, you might even disagree with some people, but you're not going to get attacked.
No, it's nice to not feel like you're going into the lion's den of people who want to just, like, tear you apart. I was like, oh, this is... Okay, sorry, I'm on the phone with the cameraman.
Take care of it.
I'll see you around, Jim.
All right, man, see ya. Good seeing you. Good guy right there, good guy. Hey, sir, how you doing today? How you feeling today? What's going on?
Sorry.
All right. We'll get somebody. Hey, my man, how you feeling today? What's going on? Oh, don't.
That's 47 years. Very, very hard. I don't know how can I explain. That's the best day for me. My dad, he's died in the jail in 4 years ago. The first
in Iran?
Yes.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best day for me.
I think that kid had like an Iranian MAGA hat on.
Yeah. You have a reason to be celebrating today, then, huh?
Yes.
It don't
Yes,
look like
that's-
LA, does it? Oh, it looks nice.
My wife, she's better English.
Hey, really quick, I appreciate you trying. Really quick, your message to Donald Trump right now. What's your message?
This girl in the white shorts is following him around. Go talk to her, James.
Donald Trump.
Thank you, Donald Trump. I really appreciate it.
We're gonna ask him to continue and keep going on to regime change because we want to regime change. That's it.
Right on.
Nothing else.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for your time. Really appreciate it. All right. Be safe. Have a good one.
He does. He does. It says. I think his hat says "Make Iran Great Again," and it has an Iranian flag on the side. This little kid. Can I zoom in on this? How do I? It's Control F, right? No, that's search. I forget how to zoom in. Yeah, his hat says "Make Iran Great Again." Miga.
You want to hop in? How you doing today? What's going on? How you doing?
I'm so happy. I'm so grateful. Thank you so much, Donald Trump. I'm Israel Chai. Thank you so much for everything. We really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
You guys, this is we'll dig into. We'll find somebody to dig in some detail.
Who would have thought? And this is why the lefties hate it. This is why the lefties hate it. These people love Trump. Who would have thought that Iranian people in America, you bomb and kill the leader of Iran, and they love it? Wow.
Right now, but
Control and mouse wheel. Oh yeah. Okay.
there's definitely a lot of emotions here. Did you hear what that guy said or no, Eric?
Barely.
He was telling me his dad died in prison in Iran. The last guy that we were just talking to. Do you have headphones on that or no?
No.
Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you, Trump! Thank you! Thank you, Bibi Netanyahu! Thank you so much, Israel! Thank you, USA!
So okay, maybe I'm misremembering. I thought they were saying that the terrorists in Iran were Zionists, but no. They're saying, I don't know, but anyway, they love Bibi. They love Trump. Long live Iran. I've been saying it for months, bro. What have you been saying for months? That Iranians are based and that they love Trump?
Hey, thank you! Javi Shah!
All right. A lot of emotions today, you guys. How's the chat doing? How's the chat doing? I'm trying to figure out a way to like hold this.
Over 1,000.
See, this is 2 hours. I want to show you the video where the lady, there's one lady. I don't know where it's going to be. This got 30K views. I don't know. I think this is the one.
This is the dictator of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini. We just have him, how he's going to be in the present tense.
Take him out, knock him away. He's trash.
Just bomb them.
So this thing's pretty rad.
He made that.
Okay, he did. Okay.
But it is basically the union of Iran and U.S. We picked our Mamdani, not me. A lot of people picked their Mamdani 47 years ago in Iran.
The sooner they go, the more peace we have in the world. So
you guys are looking. You guys saw what happened to Maduro in Venezuela. You guys want us to yoink their leader as well. Just, we'll take that.
Sure, for sure, absolutely.
What is going on, everyone? James Klug here. Today we are in Los Angeles, California.
So this is like a week ago, 10 days ago.
At an anti-Iranian regime protest. You guys, this is one of the biggest ones we have ever seen. Let's go talk to some people and figure out why they're out here.
Iranians love America.
What brought you out here today?
40 days ago,
at least 50,000 Iranians were slaughtered. We are here with solidarity with what's happening in Iran. You know, people deserve freedom. So I'm here because I feel that's the only thing I can do. You know, we can be their voices because they go out and they get shot. We can come out and talk and just use our voice. That's it.
We need to free the people of Iran. That's really it. It's a very simple message.
Tell us about this sign you guys got here, because this thing's pretty rad.
He made that.
Okay, he did. Okay.
But it is basically the union of Iran and U.S. to knock down the dictator that we currently have in place.
Could you tell us a little bit about this thing right here?
This is the dictator of Iran, Ayatollah Khomeini. So
They have him on a guillotine, and it's blurred out. Thank you, James, for blurring that out. But they have a giant mannequin doll of him on a guillotine.
we just have him, how he's going to be in the present tense.
I have been back home in Iran almost 15 years ago in the same prison that these poor people are right now. So I can feel it. I can feel their families, whoever they're waiting for them to get out of it. And I had family and friends and people in my same school that they got killed. So I'm here to just do the minimum that I can do for them to keep their name alive and show our hate to this stupid murder government of Iran.
They don't belong to Iran, and this is a time that almost everyone in the whole world now knows that they should get out of Iran.
Right.
They are murderers, they are liars, they are cheaters. They believe in a religion that doesn't serve people, and most of them are thieves. I mean, you know, politicians, a lot of politicians are not good people. But
do you mind if I touch on that? What religion are you talking about that's not serving the people? Do you mind digging into that?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Islam, the religion that they have brought in Iran that is totally abusing people.
So these people aren't Islam? No way. Maybe that's why they left.
It's a religion of separation.
So maybe like in Iran, these people would be considered liberals. But when they come to America, they're just conservatives. I mean, Iran and the Muslims and the Sharia law is really far right.
Separating people, and they take their power from that religion and do whatever they think is right for themselves.
The Islamic Republic no longer is a republic. It is an Islamic government, and they do not believe that legitimacy relies on the people. The legitimacy for them relies on God. And so they have no responsibility whatsoever to the people of Iran. And that means that Iranian government is willing to sacrifice the Iranian people in order to preserve power.
I moved here 10 years ago, so I've been through all of it myself. I protested in the streets. They hit me, they beat me, they arrested me. I was in the prison. I've seen all of it. So when they said there's 40,000 people that they were killed by the Islamic regime, I believe them because I was part of it.
See, and so I didn't believe it. But then when I watch videos like this and I see these people talking about it, just normal people on the street. This is why I like stuff like this as opposed to mainstream media and reading AP and CNN and Fox and NBC and CBS and ABC, blah, 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 blah. But just talking to people on the streets like this, you get genuine people's reactions and thoughts and stuff about the issues. Because on the news, they're going to give you a curve to it. But the news was saying it went from 12,000 to 18,000 to 40,000 to 50,000 to 80,000 in like 3 days. People that were dying there. Now, does that mean he's just killing such a large number so quickly that the number keeps going up? Or are they doing a thing? My conspiracy brain is like, is this like the Holly? Is this like a Holly thing where the number just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and God forbid you question the number, you know? But these people are saying, yeah, it's true. They'd just be killing people out there.
Do you know where those numbers are stemming from? Don't worry if you don't, but do you know where they're stemming from?
Well,
Or
the
is that like a
ones,
rough estimate? Where are we getting
it is estimated. You're never gonna know because we don't have anyone like covering it. CNN is covering for the Islamic regime. We don't have anyone covering for the people of Iran and tell us the truth. So we really don't know the numbers coming from the people that we know. Like people are, like we have the pictures of that we see the funerals, the videos that they went viral.
Here as well, I would imagine.
Yes. So there were a lot of people. Everyone you speak here, they know someone that was killed in Iran.
If you spent January telling yourself, this is the year I finally quit, but then the first craving hit and your hand just reached for the same old habit, this is for you. Fume is a flavored air device designed to help people quit vaping and smoking. It's simple, natural, and honestly kind of genius. There's no nicotine, no batteries, no vapor, just a weighted, fidget-friendly tool that gives your hands something better to reach for when the cravings show up.
I'm gonna have to get some Fume.
That delivers great taste without any harmful chemicals. And I'll say this again, just because it's so important. Instead of inhaling vapor, you simply breathe in natural, non-toxic flavors that satisfy the craving without the downside. Plus, the flavors are great. They're lighter than vaping, like flavored water is to soda. My go-to flavor is crisp mint, because it's super refreshing. But Fume offers tons of different flavors, so there's definitely something for everyone. Make this year the year that you quit vaping and smoking. Today, when you order a Journey Pack, you will also get a free Fume topper just for using my code. Head to tryfume.com, that is tryfum.com. Use code JamesClue to get that free Fume topper. I will put a link down in the description below. You can also scan that QR code on the screen to get yours today. Thanks to Fume for sponsoring this video. Let's get back into it.
I would confidently say more than 80-90% of Iran hate this stupid government, and they're only waiting for a moment to come out and just take back their own country. This government has power, they have gun, they don't let this happen, and definitely without other countries' involvement like US or other countries or Israel, that doesn't happen because people don't have gun. How can you fight with this?
He finds one person, so everybody seems to be on the same side, but he finds one lady who seems to be on the other side. She's more of the socialist, anti-Israel type, and she says some stuff that's kind of interesting. He'll get to her soon.
It's a stupid modern government that they don't even care about their own nation. They kill them. So they need help. Definitely they need help.
Half of my heart is broken. Like it's been like 5-6 weeks now. And people are dying, you know. The numbers are way more than, well, Western media, if they ever talk about it.
Well, I'm so curious your thoughts. I mean, there's a lot of talk here. I'll go to protests all the time. People say this is an authoritarian country.
It is.
Do you think, no, I'm talking about the United States is an authoritarian country. What would your response to that be? I mean, you're highlighting, it seems like, real authoritarianism in Iran.
Yes, exactly. So again, I was going to say, for us, we are so blessed to be here. You don't know how blessed we are to just be here, you know? Right. We can talk, we can go out, we can protest, we can rally, but in Iran, no one can, you know? They go out and they get shot. Even if they don't go out, they get shot. Like, I have friends in Iran, their houses get, shot at, their windows get shot at.
You have friends in Iran right now?
Yes.
And how is that, have they told you how that experience is? What's going on there?
Yes, it is. It's crazy. It's like, basically, they killed so many people, and now people are afraid, but they also are not afraid. They go out knowing they're going to get shot. So they do it anyway because, you know, they rather die free than live in that, it's like prison. That's what it is.
Why do you think it's not getting that much attention? You've seen protests for Gaza, you've seen anti-Israel protests, you've seen a lot of protests going on, anti-ICE protests, you see a ton of protests. You don't see so many about the Iranian regime. Why do you think that is?
So it goes back to the leftist ideology. So everything else you mentioned, these are all protests about leftist framework of seeing the world. Like, ICE is a leftist point of view. Also, Palestine is that. It is able to bring a lot of people out, but because people close their minds into, no, if I follow this cause, I only follow this cause and I do not care about human life outside of this cause, it just doesn't fit with the narrative. This is a very right-leaning, upright uprising. It's a nationalist, right-leaning uprising.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so you see,
so that's why you're not seeing maybe like the quote-unquote feminists talking about it.
Yeah, exactly, because
Okay.
we are pro-Israel, we are pro-US. We want to be a peacemaker in the region, and that doesn't fit with the narrative of the leftists. So that's why you see people just turn a blind eye, they don't care.
Is this kind of relationship between the U.S. left wing, perhaps it's global left wing, and Islamism? Is there a thing there, and are you seeing that anywhere in the United States?
Yes, of course. I feel like they're both now having parallel ideologies that's not helping the future of the United States. I know when my friends talk to me, I do tell them, and they're like, well, you have such rich culture. How can your country be a ruin like that right now? I tell them, we picked our Mamdani, not me. A lot of people picked their Mamdani 47 years ago in Iran, which was Khomeini at that time. If you watch if you just listen to what Mamdani said in New York, it's verbatim what Khomeini said 47 years ago in the Islamist lefty committee at that time. And people got fooled because it was at the end of 70s and they just wanted to be hippies and free, and that's how it looked like at that time for Iran. So they picked their Khomeini that was supposed to just come and help people have free everything and give the oil money to
How could you say no to free everything?
buses, free all of that. And you watch what he says. You listen to Mamdani. Trashes are 7 feet high in New York. He just became mayor, but his priorities are to Prophet Muhammad.
I think that's the sister of the other lady from the other video.
To Hijra, he brought Medina, all of these 1400
The bouncy
years ago.
lady.
What happened with their prophet? He just brought it to New York. That terrifies me.
The revolution happened because of the influence of communist parties combined with the Islamic ideology.
Are you able to touch on that a little bit? Because I'm very curious. I think a lot of people hear that and they're kind of wondering, is this a similar thing that we see across the West today? Is this a similar thing that we see in places in the United States today, or is it not?
It is actually very similar, and that's why I keep telling everyone, like a broken record these days, if Iran will be free, Iran will save the world, because what happened over the past few weeks, this is a great example of what's happening in the left wings. They have been silent for almost a month. They are saying nothing about it. We know this is about the humanity. This is not about the ideology, and they have been quiet about it. They don't want to say anything because it doesn't fit in their ideology business.
So a lot of the protesters in Iran are Gen Z, I would imagine. They're a bunch of younger protesters that are being killed. I guess what's the driving force for you being out here right now? You're with your family today?
Right, yes, I am. So, as you said, a lot of the Gen Z are coming out in Iran and amongst diaspora. And when you see the faces of, again, 17-year-olds like myself, 10-year-olds, 9-year-olds, 3-year-olds, it's just ridiculous. So I feel like, as a 17-year-old Iranian American, it's my moral obligation to come out for these kids who are otherwise being silenced into...
Dude, she's like an Iranian Savannah Hernandez. Her voice and the way she talks, she reminds me of Savannah Hernandez. She's kind of cute.
submission or beaten or raped or tortured, and it's despicable. It's unbelievable. So again, as somebody who is able to come out and express my freedom of speech, which is something that they're not even able to do, which is our natural rights as human beings should be freedom of speech and freedom of expression, and these kids aren't even able to do that. So again, I do feel like it is my duty to come out for them.
I feel like we have our entire country that's been silenced, and people have been massacred, kids have been massacred. So our priorities are these days with the people of Iran, and we're just trying to echo their voice. We're not trying to take any sides, although Iran is, the majority of Iran, they just want these people out. They just want to have a free country. Everybody, every single person here, we're just so tired of people not seeing our kids dying in the streets and keep saying Palestine, Palestine, Gaza, no, all the lives are the same. And remember, we said we don't negotiate with terrorists.
How do you think the Trump administration has done handling this compared to other?
I'm just letting this play, guys, because I'm doing some other stuff on the side. I have to gather articles for Monday night, and then I gotta write this. Debate opening.
Other presidents, I guess, in your lifetime? And then what do you want to see from the Trump administration, I guess, is my question.
I think so far he's done a great job, especially at the beginning with backing the protesters and saying help is on the way. I think that was a big encouragement for a lot of people inside Iran. I think something that Republicans uniquely do really well in this country is understanding the tyranny of Islamist Nazis and not thinking of it as like a culture, because slaughtering people is not a culture. This is extreme Islam. This is literally like Holocaust, Nazi happening in front of our eyes. And I think Republicans do a great job in general understanding that.
Donald Trump has been fantastic. I want him to keep the promises he made. You know, a lot of people in Iran love him because who he has been in the world. And I want
bullying the Iranian regime is popular with them, huh?
Yeah, that's part of it. The other part of it is he speaks their language. You know what I'm saying? The language of the people. Also, he talks to the mullahs, the Iranian regime, like the way they understand him. They're scared of him.
Tell me how confident you are in the Trump administration. Are you a Trump supporter or no?
To be honest, I was not.
Okay.
I was not, Mr. President.
And how's he done so far with this? And how do you feel like he's going to do?
I feel that he is the man of his word based on his resume and what I saw. So I'm expecting, and I think that he will do and take some actions that will be meaningful.
We need help from America. Whatever opinion that you have about Trump, about the fascist regime or whatever that you have here, okay, I don't care. I'm not pro-Trump. I'm not against Trump. I don't care. I'm living here. I'm a citizen. I'm paying my taxes. I'm doing the best I can. I'm with my family. But in Iran, right now, people need America's help, and Trump is the administrator of America.
You know, there are issues all over the world right now.
Yes.
Why should the United States get involved in this specifically? Why do you think?
Because this current government is the biggest supporter of the terrorism, and everybody knows that. All of this oil that goes, God knows where the money goes. It just goes out to support the other people who are just increasing the terrorism all around the world. So this would, as they said, would be the head of the snake.
Actually, that's the symbol of terrorism, because Iran is really sourcing all this terrorism in the area in Middle East. Unfortunately, ISIS, Hamas, Hezbollah, and if they can really get over them, the whole issue is gonna be gone in the Middle East, and I believe that Middle East is gonna be peaceful again. No threat for Middle East. So that's what I meant. So everyone, it's not just a matter that is important for Iran, it's important for the whole Middle East.
All this happening right now in Middle East is because of the government of Iran. October 7th was the result of the strategy of the government of Iran and the stupid leader of Iran. All this can be, like the whole Middle East can be a very peaceful environment and very peaceful space for the whole world without this government. Any terrorist, anything that happens in Middle East, there is a cause, and the root of it is this government and the leader of Iran. And definitely for the US people, for all this money that US is spending in the Middle East to protect US and US friends' benefits, they don't need to do that. If Iran and people of nation can take over the government, they are going to be the closest friend of US nation and Israeli people.
The Crown Prince is ready to go. He's on standby. We're just counting on President Trump's word. He said he's locked and ready to go. He has a master plan. We're just waiting for execution. He's ready.
How confident in the Trump administration do you feel that they're going to make a move like that? I mean, there's talks of a deal, there's talks of regime change. How confident are you guys in the Trump administration?
President Trump is always a man of his word. Sooner or later, he will pull through.
The sooner they go, the more peace we have in the world. So
you guys are looking, you guys saw what happened to Maduro in Venezuela. You guys want us to yoink their leader as well. So we'll take that.
Sure, for sure, absolutely.
I'm very much a pacifist, but you're gonna see a lot of different opinions here.
Okay.
So
What's the pacifist position on this?
I feel like we need international help.
Okay.
I personally don't love the idea of it being bombed, but at this point, it's not about those of us who are outside of the country and what we want. We have to listen to the voice of the Iranian people, and that is what they have said. They've said
they say
they're
bring
like,
the bombs.
we're dying already. We're dying already.
Okay.
We might as well take them out with us.
My man, your message to President Trump.
Please help Iran.
I mean, that's pretty based. Like, they're killing us anyway. Just drop the bombs. They're ready for it. That's wild.
Your message to President Trump?
Just help. We're waiting for help. We just want him to help. Helping the Iranians is to help the Western values. And this is unique about the Iranian people. So, Mr. Trump, help us, help yourself.
A quick message to President Trump?
Yeah, actually, he promised the people of Iran he will support.
Help us, please help us. The people that get killed in Iran, and we need the help. And President Trump said, we're gonna help you, everybody in the street.
Dude, that lion with that sword is cool as heck. I mean, the bald eagle is pretty gangster too, but they got a lion with a sword. Comrade Trediak.
We didn't get any help. We need the help.
Just act now.
We need the help.
Act now. Act now. Before it's too late. President Trump promised to us, help us. We are waiting.
Take him out, knock him away, he's trash.
You have it listened, you type it in, and then you go digging.
You literally just bomb them. So
Just bomb
as much
them.
as I understand the desperation of my people, and
Okay, this is the lady that is, she's more of like a socialist type. She has a different opinion on all this. So it's interesting to hear a little bit. She's still there for Iran, but she has a different take on everything.
we've been fighting this fight for 47 years at least, and I know it's not something we've been able to establish with just people, with no arms, with no military. However, I'm against U.S. intervention. I'm one of few, because how we've been going about liberating other countries have not ended well for the regular people. It's true. Majority.
Well, maybe she's not socialist. Maybe I'm remembering wrong, but she's anti-interventionist, which is everybody he just talked to is like, bomb them. Just drop the bombs. Take them out. And this lady is non-interventionist, which I understand that. I kind of lean that way sometimes. I do. I think, I don't know. When I say non-interventionist, I'm saying I don't want us to be the world police. I don't want us spending our money and our soldiers dying to go fight these wars in other countries and to take care of all these other people who they're not civilized. They hate us, and then we help them, especially like the EU, and the United Nations and NATO and all these different groups that we fund. We pay for all the military, all these countries, these Scandinavian countries, when they're like, oh, well, this is an example of good socialism. No, dumbass, that's a capitalist country with good social safety nets, and they're able to do that because they have a homogenized nation with small population, and they all look the same, and they all believe the same thing, and they talk the same, and they eat the same, and they act the same, and they don't have to worry about the military because America's got their back. So, and then they're like, well, military, military is required there. Bro, I would do military if military was required and you're in a country that never has to go to war with anyone because America will fight your battles for you. I would go to the military too. I mean, that's like nothing. What do you mean? It's not even a big deal. They have women required to conscribe, or is that the word? Conscripted? Enroll in the military, required for 2 years in a lot of these countries. And it's not a big deal because their military doesn't do shit. They don't have to do anything. Nobody's trying to attack freaking Denmark. So they can join the military. And if anybody did, they got America to protect them. And so should we be doing all that? We could save a lot of money and focus on home, defend our borders, build that big beautiful dome, build that big beautiful wall, protect our country, and let the world eat itself alive. Just because now we could say, hey, you guys, we're giving you an example of how to do things the right way. At least we're trying to. We're divided here in America too, but even with that division that we have in America, we are still a good example to these other countries of how to be civilized and how to, not eat your dead and not, sleep with your cousins and your young children and stuff like that. So look at us as your example and you can be like us. But if you're not gonna, we're just gonna let you off yourselves. Like, that's not our business. So I see that non-interventionist side. But then I gotta stand behind my boy. I gotta stand behind Trump, right or wrong. That's who I voted for. That's who I'm gonna be loyal. And in my head, I may not agree with some things, but when I'm in front of this camera and I'm talking to people, someday, right now it doesn't matter. There's 13 people watching, but someday maybe there's more people watching and they go back and watch my old stuff. I've got to be consistent, and I don't want to be flipping back and I'm not going to be that guy who I voted for Trump. I voted for the underdog, the guy who was fighting his way to the top, and once he gets to the top, you turn on him. Somebody was Sam Sulek was talking about a video that he was watching where this guy said he was working in a gym, or he bought a gym, and he spent all his money and he could barely afford it. So he couldn't afford his house anymore. So he slept in the office on the floor. And he starts hiring people, and they know that he sleeps on the floor, and they're like, we got your back, man. We got your back. We're with you. We wish the best for you. This is going to work. Just keep fighting. Just keep going. You can make it. We got you. We're behind you in this fight. Then the business starts taking off, and it starts growing, and he becomes successful. Now he's got money. Now he can buy a big house. And now when he comes into work, everybody's like, oh, the boss is here. Oh, okay, boss man. What do you want me to do now, boss man? Oh, all right. Rolling their eyes and kind of thinking, oh, he's better than us now and all this stuff. And he said, people only want you to do well until you're doing better than them. And then they hate you. People want to root for the underdog when he's the fighter, when he's coming up. But then once you get that success, then they turn on you. The same people that love you and that were behind you and that supported you. Once you're doing better than them, when you're broke and you're nothing, then they're like cheering you on. But as soon as you're doing better than they are, they hate you. People only want you to do good enough. They don't want you to do better than them. And that's deep. And we see that with presidents. We see that with social media people. I'm sure people that were watching Andrew when he had 3,000 subscribers and they were behind him turn on him now that he's getting big and he's going on Rogan. He'll see it. Everybody sees it. Trump sees it. It's lame, but where was I going with all that? I was talking about intervention. I don't know. I just ranted. Sorry.
The Middle Eastern countries have been bombed. A lot of civilians have been killed. And at the end of it, U.S. or Israel have stayed there, taken the resources, and haven't really given people their liberation.
Yeah. Right. I agree. I don't agree with everything Trump does. But also, I'm not going to attack him. And I'm not, I might make a comment. I might say, I don't know if that was a good move. I don't really like that. But I'm not going to rail on him and talk about it for 2 weeks on stream and do debates where I'm dogging on the guy. I'm going to, I'll say it once. I'll say, I don't know if that was a good idea. I don't know if I like that. But then it's back to the fight. You got to have your boys back. My boss was hit with these goals, and I'll give you 50% ownership of the business. I did, and now I am a business owner. Took a hell of a lot of hard work and sacrifice to get there. but have zero regrets. Fordo has to go. Who's Fordo? Everyone you have ever met in this world wants to see you get ahead, just not ahead of them. Exactly.
So I'm against that.
Okay, so this is totally different, and this is fascinating because a lot of people that I'm speaking with want U.S. to topple the regime. Do you want any assistance from the U.S. or no? Are you just here to give a voice to the people there? Like, where are you at on this?
Yeah, right. I'm here because the amount of people that have been killed in my country, my home country, I was born and raised there, so to me it hits home. But also, if there is an involvement, the first and foremost, is for President Trump and U.S. to not negotiate with those monsters. Okay. And I understand, like, that's the first step before you want to get involved military-wise, but do not negotiate with the
He's not gonna. He didn't negotiate with him. He killed him.
assholes. Excuse my language. You know, we've given them their assets back, which is like the asset of people under, I think, Biden, and all the presidents have cooperated with them. It's all, you know, for political reasons.
You're referring to the nuclear deals, what you were referring to under Biden administration?
Prior to that, when there was a lot of frozen assets,
yes, correct.
And they returned it back to the government. So you're not helping the people, like you, them. They're not helping the people's cause. No. I'm not like that, no. So I do, of course, like, and perfect world, ideal world is properly UN involvement. And to me, there are better people to run the country, which are a lot of political prisoners that are already in Iran, that they have sacrificed a lot of their freedom, their lives. To me, that's a better choice than somebody who's been, you know, getting all the assistance from U.S. and Israel for their own benefits, and at the end of it has said, I'm not going to sacrifice my life for people's...
So you're not interested in negotiating with this regime at all? I know the Trump administration was floating that. I know they're also floating that just the other day. Trump was saying regime change is the best option.
It is.
And you seem to agree with that. You just don't want to see the U.S. get involved, which I think a lot of my viewers, probably even a majority, would agree with you on that. And I know, as you mentioned earlier, you know, it's kind of a range of involvement that people here want to see. Some people want to see just like intelligence involvement, let people rise up within. It's very complicated and different viewpoints from all over. Some people are saying boots on the ground. I don't think any Americans are going to really support that one. Can I ask you something? When it comes down to it, you mentioned you're more of a pacifist, and I think a lot of the American people are sick of hearing the words regime change or the U.S. getting involved in the Middle East again. Even the involvement that we've done over the last 12 months, people have been upset about. What would you tell people that don't want us involved in any way? Do you understand that position, or do you think, okay, hey, make an exception here? Where are you at on that?
I completely understand not wanting to get into a war, but I think the reality is we have the privilege that we're able to go in and help others to get what we have truly fought for years, to get to the point where we are today. This is less about being involved in a war and more about what's right or wrong. And we're seeing that a lot beyond just this specific topic around the world these days. Ultimately, in my mind, it's not even about getting into a war. It's about human aid, human rights. Like, if we stand and let that be in one part of the world, what's to say that's not going to happen here? Because people turn a blind eye in one place. Don't think that doesn't mean they're not going to turn a blind eye elsewhere.
We need a direct support from them. That's something that our leaders and people of Iran, inside of the Iran and out.
All right, enough of that.
We have some stunning news right now. ICE unpopularity is surging in what seems to be a major inflection point for Americans and politicians alike. I just got off the phone with a Senate candidate, Juliana Stratton in Illinois, who says she supports abolishing ICE. You don't hear that from mainstream Senate candidates until now, because new polling shows that Americans overwhelmingly disapprove sending taxpayer dollars to ICE. For the first time in Donald Trump's second term, a majority of Americans do not approve of ICE, compared to a majority of Americans who once approved of ICE back in January, just 1 year ago. This according to Data Progress polling. And at the same time, we're seeing what ICE is doing on the ground, and politicians are clearly responding. It's becoming more mainstream to be at an abolish ICE position, but the polling supports it, the sentiment from the American people support it, and now politicians seem to be warming to the idea as well. Pretty significant trend happening right now. Spread the word. Follow along for all the news you need to know about.
No, I'm not going to spread the word. Won't do it.
I want to say a few quick things about the ICE shooting that happened in Minneapolis today. The first is that abolish ICE. abolish ICE 5 years ago, 6 years ago, this was thought to be some kind of radical demand. Oh, we have to have immigration and enforcement. Oh, you can't just abolish an agency. But you can just abolish an agency. We saw this administration dismantle USAID, and they dismantled it without even passing a bill. They just sort of asserted.
USAID is still a thing. It's ran by Marco Rubio. We got rid of transgender Sesame Street in Zimbabwe. Okay, we're not killing AIDS children.
A power to zero out the funding, to not hire anymore, and they ended it. And there's really no reason a future Democratic administration cannot do that. But preferably it would be by law, because here's the other thing. ICE is a recent agency. It's 23, 24 years old. It was established in 2002.
Its roots go back 200 years to the Tariff Act of 1789, Alexander Hamilton in 1787. See, now I'm doing this off of memory. That's what the studying was for last night and the writing the notes, because now it's in my head.
Had an immigration enforcement agency before that, Immigration Naturalization Services, not perfect by any means. But ICE, having been formed in the War on Terror era, ICE whose agents behave as if they are paramilitaries, ICE which has a notorious culture among its agents, among its employees, of cruelty and brutality toward those who've been detained, ICE, which even under Democratic administrations behaved lawlessly. We don't have to have ICE. We can get rid of ICE. And it must be said that under Trump, and especially in the second term, every single pathologist.
Again, these people's problem was with the ERO, the enforcement and removal operations. That's only one aspect of ICE.
Of ICE has been turned up to 11. It's been made all the worse. They've received a huge influx of funding to build new detention centers and hire new agents. Stephen Miller, with the driving force behind the deportation policies, has basically pushed ICE to be a secret police. And for clarification's sake, a secret police isn't necessarily secret. Like, you can often see what they're doing in
so it's a not secret police. Okay.
Real life, is that the agents themselves are masked and you cannot identify them. That's what makes them secret. So ICE, in a very literal sense, is a secret police. It stalks the nation's cities and streets and towns, doing immigration roundups, which aren't really immigration roundups. This isn't really immigration enforcement. They don't go after people who have committed actual crimes. What this is
everything this guy's saying is a lie. Everything he's saying is bullshit.
Racial profiling, going after people who look like they don't belong and subjecting them.
So they're just picking on Abuelita. They're just running up in the dang taco shop and getting granny. This is bullshit. This guy, dude, is totally wrong about everything he's saying.
To wanton cruelty in an effort to pressure them to leave, even if they're citizens. We know that they've detained citizens. ICE acts more like a Gestapo.
More than 100, what did that say? Yes, they have detained citizens. I'll tell you why in a second, but I want to read what that says.
Cruelty in an effort to pressure them to leave, even if they're citizens. We know that they've detained.
We found that more than 170 U.S. citizens have been held by immigration agents. They've been kicked, dragged, and detained for days. Do you know why? Do you know why American citizens are being detained by ICE? Because they follow them. They go on signal chats. They have well-funded and well-organized groups, what I would call domestic terrorists. We have a well-funded, well-organized, structured group of people who are domestic terrorists. They're called Antifa. That's one word for them, but they have a lot of different names now. They don't want to wear that label anymore because they've been designated as terrorists. And they organize and they structure and they gather and they rally, and then they follow and stalk and harass ICE all day long in these cities, in some of these cities. I've seen it here in Salt Lake City. It happens a lot in Minnesota, New York, California, liberal cities, sanctuary cities, Democrat cities. They harass the agents. They surround the agents. They blow whistles in their ears, which the liberals will be like, oh, wait, you don't like a whistle? But they're scared to clap in a college class because people might be offended by loud noises. They'll blow whistles in their ears, which in many places is a form of assault. You could blow somebody's eardrums out with that. You could permanently damage their hearing. You are physically attacking them with that whistle. And whether People be like, "Oh, you're a snowflake." What happens when somebody blows a whistle in your ear and it blows your eardrum out? You can't hear your kid cry anymore. That's an emotional argument, but it's a good one. You know, fuck those people. Those people get arrested by ICE because ICE is allowed to arrest people if they're interfering with an investigation. And they are allowed to defend themselves with their guns if somebody tries to run them over. That's why American citizens are being arrested. They're not just picking up people who look brown. Oh, turns out you're an American. No, the American citizens that are getting arrested are criminals who are interrupting with an investigation. I need to get the codes for that. They should hire a separate security team to protect ICE. That would be funny, saying legal tackles take place.
Pain citizens. ICE acts more like a Gestapo than it does any kind of legitimate law enforcement agency. And with the shooting in Minneapolis, there's a literal Gestapo behavior. You do not need to watch the videos of the incident. I'm a firm believer that one does not need to traumatize oneself to acquire knowledge about.
Oh yeah, don't watch the video of the incident. Just listen to what people tell you about it. And then that's where you get the idea that, oh, Renee Good was just going to pick up her kids from school one day and she got scared by an officer and tried to park to the side and he shot her in the head 3 times. Don't watch the video. Don't watch the video. Just repeat that narrative. This dude's a fucking tool.
About something. But if you do, it's quite clear that this was not what the administration is saying, an attack on an ICE agent. This was someone who was monitoring and observing. This is what all the bystanders say. This is what reporting says. Who was driving away and whom an ICE agent shot at, point blank, in the face, killing them. Abolish ICE. The next point has to do with what to do about this, what to say about it in the immediate short term. The first is that I think Democratic lawmakers who do have the power.
I can't believe he told people, don't watch the video. Don't watch the video, guys. Just listen to what the news tells you.
Of messaging, right? I do have the power of platform, need to be saying, abolish ICE. Which I actually think there is real public space for this. I do think the public would be receptive to this.
It's funny. The caption just said, when he said abolish ICE, the caption said apologize. That's ironic. You should apologize.
These ICE operations are very unpopular. But if they aren't willing to go that far, then there are other steps you could take. First, full investigation. Arrest the officer involved. This has to be a state and local thing because the federal government is not going to provide any justice here. State arrests, state investigations. Demand hearings and haul in that Colonel Lockjaw-looking guy, I don't even remember his name, as well as Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem. And demand the resignation of Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem. Demand their resignations. Ask Republicans again and again and again, do they support the wanton killing of American citizens? Do they support terrorizing American communities? And although the president doesn't care about any kind of political pressure, there is still space to try to force his administration to respond to this in public. And part of this should be public protests, public demonstrations. The goal here is to make this an untenable situation for the administration and for its allies, as it should be.
Your goal is to get more American citizens killed and arrested. You fucking idiot.
Because this is a crime. This year is obviously the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. And from my vantage point, this looks like a Boston Massacre. This looks like the kind of event that can... And
me mom died in the holly. Me mom died in the holly. Me pa was killed by Stalin. Why did go in hardy?
Should galvanize people against this administration, which wants to subject the entire American people to tyranny, to exploitation, to domination. This is an illegitimate president. ICE on our streets is an illegitimate president. And let this be the beginning of the end for ICE and for this White House.
Crazy. These are the arguments that we have to deal with on... I hope Wrath comes with something better than this.
I want to begin by stating what this video is not. I'm not here to win an argument or to bludgeon anyone on either side of the partisan
Good, because you won't.
divide. I'm here because I believe there's an issue that cuts deeper than partisanship. An issue that touches upon the very core of the American project. This video is different from my previous ones. There are no video games, there's no cultural discussion. There's only law and history. By trade, I'm a lawyer. Some of you have heard me talk at length about intellectual property law, but in truth, my primary specialty is immigration.
Interesting. Do you know that ICE actually deals with international property law? That's in the HSI sector, directorate, whatever you want to call it. But ICE, so if he's interested in international property law. Now, to be fair, this guy says that he's just talking about the issue. He's not picking a side here. So I'll be nice, you know, but a lot of times people say that. Dude, it's bipartisan. Bipartisan is a commie buzzword. Bipartisan is commie gobbledygook. Whenever you hear it's a bipartisan bill, what that means is it's a bunch of commie propaganda nonsense. No such thing as bipartisan. So he may be fair here. He may just be going over the facts. But usually when I hear that, there's a lean, and maybe I'll pick up on it. We'll see. But if he's interested in international property law, that's handled by ICE. That is in the Homeland Security Investigations Directorate under ICE. That's one of the 3 branches of ICE. People don't know that. People think it's just these guys wearing masks arresting grandma from the taco shop. That's not all ICE does.
I just happen to also think, study, and write a great deal about legal theory more broadly. I've thought long and hard about making this video on ICE, on U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, because I've always wanted this channel to feel thoughtful, wholesome, and accessible. But there are times, I think, when the choice to be...
It's my favorite, this is Moonlight Sonata. This is my favorite piano piece.
...be silent, to bury one's head in the sand, is irresponsible at best and more...
You know why it's my favorite? It's because in Resident Evil 1, in the demo, before even getting the game, the demo for Resident Evil 1, there's a puzzle and you have to play a piano. And this is what Jill plays on the piano, is Moonlight Sonata.
Morally wrong, at worst. And given the circumstances in that respect, I think the Rubicon has finally been crossed for me. The title of this video, I understand, will unsettle some of you.
I can play a good portion of it. I can't play the whole thing, though. It gets pretty crazy at the end.
Mooney, I can hear you say, are you suggesting that lawyers like yourself want to do away with immigration and customs enforcement altogether? To just open the borders, letting anyone come in without rules and laws? The answer is unequivocally no. That's not the argument, and it never has been. Lawyers have been calling for the abolition of ICE for years, not because we oppose immigration enforcement, but because ICE as an institution is extremely unusual in American law. The legal mechanisms that define it are anomalous, and those legal anomalies carry real constitutional danger. ICE is not just another law enforcement agency. It's a federal police force built on a legal foundation unlike any other in the United States. And under the wrong conditions,
it's a combination of 22 agencies that were part of Department of Homeland Security. Well, Department of Homeland Security absorbed 22 agencies. One of them that they made was ICE. And all of the actions that ICE was doing has been around since the founding of America. It's in the Federalist Papers. Taxation on goods coming into America, all that stuff about the Boston Tea Party. It's funny that guy brought up the Boston Tea Party. Boston Tea Party is because we were being taxed by England without representation in England, and we said no taxation without representation, and we flipped it on them. We said, if you're going to bring stuff into here, we're going to tax you. And that was in the Federalist Papers. That's the Tariff Act of 1789, Alexander Hamilton. Those actions later become a main portion of what ICE does. So it's not like this is just some new idea that happened in 2003. All of the things that ICE does has been happening in America since our founding.
Those foundations make ICE uniquely vulnerable to abuse. It only needs the right triggers. What follows then is my warning to anyone who will listen. If we do not abolish ICE, if we do not replace it with something less dangerous, then some...
And this is what they do. They say we need to get rid of it, and then we need another organization with a different name that's going to do the exact same thing. What was the point? You just don't like the name ICE because it makes people mad? It's dumb.
One day, these risks will become irreversible. Maybe not today, God willing, hopefully not anytime soon, but someday, nevertheless. Let me help you understand my warning by starting at the very beginning. To understand why ICE is so dangerous, we have to go back to the very origins of America. The framers of the Constitution, our founding fathers.
He's going to touch on it. Okay. And by the way, this is for education and news purposes, okay? This is a pertinent current event, the stuff that's going on with ICE in the world. I'm talking to you, YouTube. I have Sauron. I am doing this for educational purposes. I'm preparing for a formal debate about abolishing ICE. I need to learn the legalese. I need to learn about what ICE does, their job descriptions, all the different branches, the numbers, the stats, the facts. I'm learning. My chat's learning. We're doing education right now. Okay?
You ain't got the answers, man. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education.
I'm just doing the education, YouTube. And this is a current event, so this is news. This is stuff that's happening every day around us. We're seeing it. So anything shown on the screen is for news and education purposes. I do not promote anything wrong being done with pew-pews or any transporting or selling or modification. None of that. All that stuff's bad, wrong, bad. Don't do it. I disavow anything that anybody who does anything like that. We are simply educating right now. We're doing the education.
Fathers dreamt of a country free of the tyranny of kings and noblemen. They had just fought a war of revolution, and they together shared no greater fear.
Yeah, how about we abolish ICE, reform it, and restructure it where they all do the same exact thing, but we're going to call it nice.
Than backsliding into tyranny once more.
I'm going to probably use that in this debate opening. I'm going to have to steal that, Cree Dog. I like that.
One sees again and again in their writings the fear of tyranny, with a particular concern over the powers of the executive branch, the presidency. In the Federalist Papers, number 47, James Madison, the father of the Constitution himself and our fourth president, stated to the people of the state of New York the following: the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands, whether of one, a few, of many, and whether hereditary, self-appointed, or elective, may justly be pronounced the very definition of tyranny. Alexander Hamilton, arguably the framer most friendly to the idea of a strong executive branch, stated in Federalist number 25 that the instruments by which the liberties of a people are destroyed are in constant progression. Power can never be safely trusted to any hands without checks.
Are you gonna talk about how Alexander also helped form the Tariff Act of 1979, and he was the first 1789, and he also became the first head of the Treasury, and he was behind taxing other countries importing goods into our country? I hope you bring that up, because that's one of the main things that leads to ICE.
To account for the power of the executive branch, a system of checks and balances was built into the Constitution. Each branch of the government...
Look at this hobo tent in front of the White House.
The executive, the legislative, and the judicial would balance the other so that no one entity or person could seize total...
That dude's out there having an urban adventure.
...power. Administrative seizure by a popular demagogue, perhaps, could be ostensibly halted by checks and balances and an expansion of states' rights. But there was still the threat of tyranny by force of arms. Might makes right. As James Madison said aloud in a speech to the Constitutional Convention of 1787, a standing military force with an overgrown executive will not long be safe companions to liberty. The means of defense against foreign danger have always been the instruments of tyranny. As such, the power of checks and balances was deliberately extended over the use of the armed forces. Congress is supposed to control the armed forces. It alone has the constitutional power to raise armies, fund them, and make rules governing them. The executive is meant to be the commander-in-chief, who is meant to have control only over forces lawfully raised and funded by Congress.
A lot of them
We could
do
spend
say
a long
that.
time talking about how that dynamic has changed, but it's beside the point. The framers were deeply concerned about an executive branch with too much power over the military, and their fear has been deeply baked into American jurisprudence. After the Civil War, for example, Congress passed the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878, which limits the use of federal military personnel to enforce domestic law or by other government entities such as county sheriffs and justices of the peace. The act originally applied only to the Army, but it was amended in 1956 to include the Air Force, and in 2021, very early on in the Biden presidency, the National Defense Authorization Act further expanded the scope to cover the Navy, Marines, and Space Force. Why 2021 and with such urgency, I wonder? Well, who can say? In any case, policing, you will note, is conspicuously absent from the Constitution because it was never meant to be a federal power to begin with. The framers assumed that the ordinary enforcement of law, such as arrests, detentions, and the use of force against civilians, would remain local and subject to direct judicial oversight. The takeaway is, the Constitution and Congress together built a web of protections which are meant to hinder and fragment the power of the executive branch to wield force. And while those protections have not always succeeded when it comes to foreign deployments, they have largely held when it comes to the use of force domestically. But there is one area of law where the executive branch has disproportionate and virtually unchecked power to use force domestically, and that area is immigration.
Gaza is at a tipping point. The adults who are malnourished today will die. That is preventable, and it's preventable if we make the action to happen now.
What is that? Donate, save the children? Oh.
The Constitution vaguely vests the power of immigration with Congress. Article 1, Section 8 states that Congress has both the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization and to regulate commerce with foreign nations.
Constitution. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4. Section 8. This is a very informative video. This is better than that other crap we were watching. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 4. Provides Congress with the power to establish a uniform rule of naturalization. To establish an uniform rule of naturalization. Act of adopting a foreigner and clothing him with the privileges of a native citizen.
There's also the Migration or Importation Clause in Article 1, Section 9, which involves the migration or importation of people. Congress, not just in immigration, but generally speaking, writes the rules. Importation of people.
Article 1, Section 9. Migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit, shall not be prohibited by the Congress prior to year 1808. But a tax or duty may be imposed on such importation, not exceeding $10 for each person. $10 for each person. Migration or importation. Migration or importation of such persons as any of the states now existing shall think proper to admit, shall not be prohibited. So we can't refuse states from allowing people to come in. Okay. Those people would be legal, though. This relates to the slave trade.
People. Congress, not just in immigration, but generally speaking, writes the rules. The executive branch, the president's branch, is so named because it is meant to execute what Congress delineates. Congress legislates the form. The president executes the function. From the founding of the country until the late 1800s, Congress wielded immigration policy at a macro level. Enforcement was crude but narrow, and while federal immigration officers existed, they were largely clerical and port-based. Back then, the northern and southern borders were porous, and there weren't airports yet to worry about. In fact, enforcement of immigration controls was largely state-based. This changed in 1876 when the U.S. Supreme Court declared state-level immigration laws unconstitutional, from which followed the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 and subsequent Supreme Court cases over its legality. In 1889, a case known as Che-Chon-Ping versus United States, often famously called the Chinese Exclusion Case, opened the door to a doctrine in immigration law known as plenary power, derived from the Latin plenus, meaning full power. In that case, the court described the power to exclude non-citizens as a matter of national sovereignty and foreign relations, and as such, immigration as a field of law was placed largely beyond ordinary judicial scrutiny. This was reinforced in 1893 in the holding of Feng Rieting v. United States, and then formalized in 1950 in United States ex rel. Knopf v. Shaughnessy, which ruled that the executive and legislative branches have the inherent.
See, I'm not big on like the legalese in debates. You know, I'm usually not gonna go to a bunch of case law. It is good to know this stuff though, but I'm not gonna take a bunch of notes and write down everything he's saying. Because I don't think I'm gonna need to reference all this stuff. I could but if I need to, I'll be like, there's case law on this, and I'll save this video, and I'll probably watch this while I'm at work tomorrow, and I'll type in the cases. I could do it right now, but I've got multiple things happening right now. But so there's. It's good to know the case law and all of the articles of the Constitution that we're referencing when we're talking about this stuff. Wow, to think that people were only worth $10 back then. Well, with inflation, that's a lot more now.
Inherent power, plenary authority, to exclude immigrants at the threshold of entry, and that non-citizens seeking initial admission have no constitutional right to judicial review beyond what Congress provides. Quoting directly from the decision, whatever the procedure authorized by Congress is, it is due process as far as an alien denied entry is concerned. The only other plenary powers are war powers and foreign affairs, Indian affairs, and authority over U.S. territories, but all of these are either outwardly facing or narrow in scope. There's truly nothing like immigration law as a field where there is so much power involving so much of the population concentrated in a virtually unchecked judicial environment. But this is just the beginning. With one branch of
people who are against all of this and they complain about this. Well, there's plenary power in the immigration, and it's not right. You know, we should only have plenary power in war or when dealing with Indians. But God forbid we have plenary power in our immigration. These are people who just want open borders.
Of the government having removed itself from checks and balances only to remain, and Congress, it turns out, also removes its discretion from the field of immigration.
I like making my podcast. I don't like
Cha-ching bang. Just after the cha-ching bang.
After the Che-Chon-Ping case came the Immigration Act of 1891, which shifted immigration inspection and processing from the states to the federal government. Ellis Island, the famous immigration station here in New York, opened on January 2, 1892. But the Immigration Act of 1891 did more than just shift immigration processing from state to federal jurisdiction. It also gave the executive branch explicit authority to deport immigrants who had entered unlawfully or were in excludable categories. Our modern immigration policies still use language and standards which originated from that act, by the way, including public charge and crimes of moral turpitude. In any case, the scope of immigration law was expanding rapidly, but as the scope grew, it became increasingly unwieldy for Congress to manage. By the period of the early Cold War, the federal government's immigration requirements outweighed the capacity of Congress to handle. Congress needed immigration to be flexible, quick, and most importantly, politically detached from themselves.
Look at that Black Friday immigrant deal. If you didn't see at the bottom of that thing, what he's talking about was in relation to slavery. It was talking about bringing slaves in and out and paying $10 for a slave to import a slave into your state. Any state that wants to migrate or immigrate somebody in, they could charge them $10 a tax and bring them in. And it was talking about slavery.
They wanted plausible deniability, insulation from direct accountability concerning the suppression of ideology.
Wasn't talking about Muslim terrorists sneaking across our borders. And that's what ICE is dealing with.
The Internal Security Act of 1950, for example, amended the Immigration Act of 1918 by adding new grounds of exclusion to members of communist parties, language which also continues to exist to this very day. And these needs culminated in the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, or the McCarran-Walter Act, which specifically moved the micromanagement of immigration into the executive branch. Congress retained the power to define Hold
on one second. Let me look some of these things up and put them in my folder. Immigration Act of 1891. Immigration history. The Immigration Act of 1891 centralized immigration enforcement authority in the federal government, overriding state government's previous responsibilities to carry out federal immigration laws. The act also extended immigration inspections to land borders and created the Office of Superintendent of Immigration to supervise new immigration inspectors at points of entry within the Treasury Department, which was charged with overseeing immigration law in 1882. Beyond strengthening the federal government's power to enforce immigration law, the 1891 Act also placed further regulations on contract labor and expanded the list of excludable and deportable immigrants to include felons, polygamists, all idiots, insane persons. It says this. I'm on immigrationhistory.org. All idiots. We can deport idiots. What? Yo. The 1891 Act also placed further Beyond strengthening the federal government's power to enforce immigration law, the 1891 Act also placed further regulations on contract labor and expanded the list of excludable and deportable immigrants to include felons, polygamists, all idiots, insane persons, paupers, or persons likely to become a public charge. So, dumb people, poor people, criminals, and Mormons. Deport them. And we did deport the Mormons, basically. You know, when they settled Utah, it was not American territory. It was Mexican territory when they settled Utah. They got ran out of the country. They got deported out of the country because of their polygamy. We used to deport poor people, idiots, felons, and polygamists. Damn, I might get deported, y'all. Damn, I'm a felon. And I was poor. I'm still kind of poor. Need super chats, by the way. Guys. You see this dono bar? We need to add to this dono bar. I'm making a plea. I need my sad music. I don't have a sad music. I need the violin song on my soundboard. Hold on. Guys, I have a plea. I need a small donation. I'm poor, and I could be deported. I'm also a bit of an idiot and a felon. If you can send just $5, you can help save me from deportation under Trump's ICE. Somebody clip that. That's how I grift. Guys, I'm going to get deported if you don't send a super chat. All idiots, insane persons, paupers, or persons likely to become a public charge, as well as those suffering from infectious diseases. How can we work that? We can label a lot of things as infectious diseases. I would call transformerism an infectious disease. Let's deport them. The following classes of aliens shall be excluded from admission into the United States in accordance with the existing act regulating immigration, other than those concerning Chinese laborers: all idiots, insane persons, paupers, or persons likely to become a public charge, persons suffering from a loathsome or dangerous contagious disease, persons who have been convicted of a felony or other infamous crime or misdemeanor involving moral turpitude, polygamists, and also any person whose ticket or passage is paid for with the money of another, or who is assisted by others to come. And I think this is specifically with the Ellis Island stuff. Dude, they were what's the show from Taylor Sheridan, 1882? Yeah, this is the Immigration Act of 1891. That one, when the girl is crossing the ocean on the boat to get to America and she's pregnant and they're not going to let her in. Like, they were savage. You'd come over on this horrible boat ride and you'd get to Ellis Island to come into America and they'd say, nope, go back. We don't want you. You can't work. You're sick. You're poor. You're crazy. You're a polygamist. You got a disease. You're a felon. You're not coming in. We don't want you here. Bye. We want strong men who can work and strong women who can make babies. That's it. Based.
Micromanagement of immigration into the executive branch. Congress retained the power to define categories, but the executive was given more
Trump is getting
explicit power
deported.
to define enforcement priorities, the timing and resource allocation, interpretation of the law itself, and the procedural details of
A bit of
enforcement.
an idiot.
Which is to say, Congress began to delegate its constitutional immigration powers to the executive branch.
I like that.
INA.
Hashtag deport JS. No. You're supposed to promote super chatting so I don't get deported. Oh man, a bit of an idiot. Damn, just damn. I don't know why they're naming them Epic either, but they have Florida and Texas. 90% sure I am more poor than you. Well, maybe. Well, we're both getting deported. Damn.
Created a permanent administrative, okay, let me repeat that because it's very important, administrative immigration system. The INA cements deportation as a civil matter, immigration detention as administrative, and immigration adjudication, immigration courts as outside of Article 3.
Wait, I didn't get
the
that.
Judiciary, reinforcing plenary power. Now, some immigration-related conduct
Hold on,
is
I missed.
criminalized under
I wanted to
Title 8
look.
and Title 18
I wanted to look something up. Where were we? We were at 10:30. This one. Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952. U.S. Citizenship and Immigration, Immigration and Nationality Act. Immigration and Nationality Act, the INA, was enacted in 1952. The INA collected many provisions, reorganized the structure of immigration law. The INA has been amended many times over the years and contains many of the most important provisions of immigration law. The INA is contained in the United States Code. USC, the U.S. Code is a collection of all the laws of the United States. Title 8 of the U.S. Code covers aliens and nationality. Yeah, and that 8 U.S. Code 13 or something like that. Hold on, I have it in my notes somewhere. 8 U.S. Code 1325 is why we're able to deport people and grab them up. Let me pull that up and save it. 8 U.S. Code 1325. Improper entry by an alien. It's from Cornell Law School. Improper time or place. Avoidance of... I have to go to the bathroom, guys. Here, listen to a song real quick.
From the swamp, Florida heat, moved to Utah, chasing deceit. Eyes on every woman, can't look away. Simping his life, wasting the day. Dinosaurs built the pyramids, he claims. Nukes are lies, his mind's aflame. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs build, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. A twerk haunts your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rot deep. Endless clips, grace in his eyes. Worshipping moves, truth in disguise. Chasing shadows, never enough. Lust consumes, his heart is rough. Dinosaurs ruled, they built the stone. Nukes are fake, I'm not alone. Delete the folder, Josh. Grace ain't yours to keep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let's work hard your sleep. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rock deep. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Delete the folder, Josh. Let obsession rot deep. Josh.
Oh, I didn't stop it before the flute part. Here I sit, went to poop and only farted. Yesterday I was watching the Crucible stuff. Andrew did 3 streams. I think he made like 12K or more. It's kind of amazing. Thanks. Are you crazy? Keep me updated about how much money I'm not making.
And these needs culminated in the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952, or the McCarran-Walter Act, which specifically moved the micromanagement of immigration into the executive branch. Congress retained the power to define categories.
Yeah. We need to skip ahead. We saw this already. We're at 10:30. I want to read U.S. Code 8 U.S. Code 1325. Improper entry by alien. Improper time or place, avoidance of examination or inspection, misrepresentation, and concealment of facts. Any alien who enters or attempts to enter the United States at any time or place other than as designated by immigration officers or eludes examination or inspection by immigration officers, or attempts to enter or obtains entry to the United States by a willfully false or misleading representation or the willful concealment of a material fact, shall, for the first commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 6 months or both, and for a subsequent commission of any such offense, be fined under Title 18 or imprisoned not more than 2 years or both. Any alien who is apprehended while entering or attempting to enter the United States at a time or place other than as designated by immigration officers shall be subject to the civil penalty of at least $50 and not more than $250 for each such entry, twice the amount specified in paragraph 1 in the case of an alien who has been previously subject to a civil penalty under this subsection. Civil penalties under the subsection are in addition to and not in lieu of any criminal or other civil penalties that may be imposed. Marriage fraud. Any individual who knowingly enters into a marriage for the purpose of evading any provision of the immigration laws shall be imprisoned for not more than 5 years or fined not more than $250,000 or both. Any individual who knowingly establishes a commercial enterprise for the purpose of evading any provision of the immigration laws shall be imprisoned for not more than 5 years, fined in accordance with Title 18 or both. Fined or imprisoned. So you can lock them up for coming in illegally. Then, so that's just locking them up. You could fine them. You could lock them up. And then ICE comes in and picks them up from the jail and deports them.
Enforcing plenary power. Now, some immigration-related conduct is criminalized under Title 8 and Title 18, including alien smuggling, human trafficking, and illegal re-entry after removal, amongst others.
JS, you just need to be able to not open a pickle jar and whatever, and you will get the big bucks. I don't know if I can even do that. I can't not open a pickle jar.
When charged, those offenses
I love
are supposed to be
pickles.
adjudicated.
Dude, I'm like a pickle fanatic. I love pickles. Pause. Don't clip that. But, man, I love some clausins. Some of that garlic clausin. I drink the juice. This is sounding super gay, but I drink the pickle juice out of the jar. You know?
In Article 3 courts with all of the protections of the criminal justice system. But in truth, the vast majority of immigration enforcement actions proceed exclusively through the civil system, even where criminal charges are legally available. That's done by choice, and it has consequences. The civil track allows the government to detain, transfer, and remove individuals while bypassing the procedural safeguards that would otherwise apply in a criminal prosecution. There's a secondary consequence, too. By choosing civil enforcement over criminal prosecution, the system sacrifices finality. Removal is fast, but it is not decisive. The same individuals may be detained, removed, and re-encountered again, and again, and again. This is only possible because immigration enforcement primarily operates outside of the criminal process. I cannot emphasize this enough. Immigration enforcement is not criminal prosecution. Immigration enforcement is administrative and civil law. When you go into 26 Federal Plaza here in New York City and you go up to the immigration courts, those are executive branch adjudicators, not Article 3 judges. If you appeal your case, it goes to the Board of Immigration Appeals or the aptly named Administrative Appeals Office, both of which fall under the purview of the U.S. Department of Justice, which is headed by the U.S. Attorney General, who reports directly to the President.
I love creating.
You've never created anything in your life, woman. Humans don't create.
After the 1952 INA, Congress only continued to delegate its power, moving immigration further and further into the nearly exclusive control of the executive branch. For example, an amendment to the INA was passed in 1965, the Hart-Celler Act, which on the one hand ended a lot of the discriminatory practices of the immigration system, most notably the national origins quota regime, but in so doing also dramatically expanded the scale and complexity of immigration without fundamentally rethinking how the system would be administrated or enforced. When the workload of a legal system expands but its machinery remains the same, the system begins to rely on larger and larger amounts of discretion just to function. It has to cut corners. What do I mean? Well, if you wanted to govern a vastly expanded immigration system by statute with, "I'm just a bill, yes, I'm only a bill," the sheer molecular complexity of the system would cause everything to grind to a halt. Any meaningful change could take years. It's like Factorio or SimCity, right? If you build layer upon layer of systems without having planned the whole thing from the start, eventually the center becomes a tangled knot that you can no longer touch without the system unraveling. In immigration law, Congress is institutionally distant from the knot at the center. The executive branch is not. So Congress increasingly points to the executive, which has been administering the system all along, and says, in effect, you deal with it. And as immigration has continued to grow, continued to become more and more complicated, discretion and thus power has steadily moved away from Congress and towards the presidency. In 1986, this momentum culminates in the IRCA, the Immigration Reform and Control Act. IRCA granted millions of undocumented
Immigration Reform and Control Act. S1200, Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986. Or the 99th Congress. Oh, these are tiny words that I can't. There's a lot here. I'm not going to read this whole thing. And it's tiny. Immigration Reform and Control Act of 1986, Title I, Control of Illegal Immigration, Part 1, Employment, amends the Immigration and Nationality Act to make it unlawful for a person or other entity to hire, including through subcontractors, recruit, or refer for a fee for U.S. employment any alien knowing that such person is unauthorized to work, or any person without verifying his or her work status, or continue to employ by an alien knowing of such person's unauthorized work status, makes verification and compliance, including this use of state employment agency documentation and affirmative defense for any hiring or referral violation, establishes an employment verification system, states that nothing in this act shall be construed to authorize a national identity card or system, directs the president to monitor and evaluate the verification system and implement changes as necessary within 60 days after notifying the appropriate congressional committees within 2 years for a major change, prohibits implementation of a major change unless the Congress provides funds for such purpose, authorizes related demonstration projects for up to 3 years, limits the use of such verification system or any required identification document to enforce this act, and not for other law enforcement purposes, blah, 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 blah. Improvement of enforcement issues. States that essential elements of the Immigration Control and Reform Program established by this act are increased enforcement and administrative activities by the Border Patrol, the Immigration and Naturalization Services, and other appropriate federal agencies. So right here, increased enforcement and administrative activities from Border Patrol and the INS. INS is one of the organizations that was absorbed into ICE. So we don't have the INS anymore. We just have ICE. We still have Border Patrol.
An immigrant's lawful status and its benefits shouldn't be forgotten amidst our conversation. But structurally, IRCA expanded the scope of immigration laws substantially yet again. IRCA created an employer sanctions regime, extending the reach of immigration law deep into the interior of the country. Immigration enforcement was no longer limited to borders or ports of entry. It now touched everyday Americans. It touched workplaces, payrolls, and everyday economic life. The system was expanded to include verification of work authorization, compliance audits, and a massively expanded enforcement bureaucracy. The knot keeps getting bigger and more tangled, Congress gets more and more distant from it, and the executive branch's influence continues to grow. This is then followed by an explosion of complexity in the Immigration Act of 1990. New legal pathways are created, employment-based visas, a diversity visa lottery, temporary protected status, etc. But underlying these expansions was Congress's full embrace of administrative governance of immigration. And from this point on, immigration policy, not just the execution but the policy, stops being shaped by congressional statutes at large and more by executive interpretation. Congress has now officially given the executive branch all the tools. And in 1996, this administrative transformation is hardened in the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act, or IRA-IRA. IRA dramatically broadened the grounds of deportability, introduced expedited removals, expanded mandate.
If you don't blow that part out of the water, you could lose the debate. Google is saying it does. Due process applies to non-citizens, including undocumented immigrants, because the 5th and 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution protect all persons within the U.S. jurisdiction, not just citizens. Supreme Court has consistently affirmed that fundamental procedural rights, such as the notice and the opportunity to be heard, apply to anyone in the country. The amendment uses the term person or no person, which the Supreme Court interprets as applying to all individuals present within the United States. I actually disagree with what you said there, Cree Dog. Due purpose can apply to non-citizen, or due process can apply to non-citizens. The issue is the due process here is based off of what we've read previously. The due process is locking them up because they're here illegally and then deporting them. That's the due process. So they do get due process. If he says, but what's he going to say? ICE, we need to abolish ICE because they're not giving these people due process. And then if I say, well, aliens don't get due process, then he just pulls up the amendment and he says, yeah, they do. Then I lose. Instead, what I say is they do get due process. We have the Immigration Act. Which one was it? Well, we have U.S. Code. We have 8 U.S. Code 1325, which allows us to detain them for 6 months on the first offense and up to 2 years on the second offense. And then while they're detained, ICE has the ability, if they're illegal, to come and deport them. That is the due process. Like, they see a judge, they see an immigration judge while they're locked up, and the immigration judge says, you're here illegally, you're going to stay in jail for up to 6 months. And during that time, ICE can come in and deport them. They do get due process. So I wouldn't argue that illegal immigrants don't get due process. I would just argue they do get due process, and that's what we're doing. That's the process that is due to them. The 2A case, they don't. Due process argument, yes, 14th. So if we give citizens, so why not give them the second due process in second? Clarence DeSamas cited it in a 2A case. What is the people? Right, there is that argument about part of being the people. Do you have any, can you send me something on that in the Discord or something? I know what you're talking about. You're talking about where it says people who, they have to, I forget the wording. It only applies to people who have allegiance to this country. And if you're not a citizen, you haven't sworn that allegiance yet. Then we get into a whole constitutional interpretation debate. If you give them the 14th, why are they not able to give them all the rights? I don't know. What is the 14th Amendment ratified in 1868, cornerstone of U.S. civil rights that granted. I mean, I don't think we should have any of the amendments after the 10th. I think we should just have the Bill of Rights, the first 10 amendments. The other 13 after the first 10, get rid of them. 14th Amendment granted citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the U.S., including former slaves. This is again about slavery. Guaranteed all citizens equal protection under laws and due process. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. There's one word, born or naturalized. So if you come over here illegally, you haven't been naturalized yet. You weren't born here. So you are not I see what you're saying, and that is one way to take it. If you haven't been naturalized, meaning you haven't gone through the right process to become a citizen. And then there's birthright citizenship, which I think we need to get rid of that. But currently we have it. So if you're not born here and you're not naturalized into the U.S., you're not a citizen. So you don't get due process. Okay, so that's two ways I could take the argument. I could say, sure, I'll concede to you that they're protected under the 14th Amendment. But I believe that what is happening to them under 8 U.S. Code 1325, that they are receiving due process. Or I could go into the constitutional interpretation debate, and I could say, well, they're not born. If they're not born or naturalized here, if they jump the border, they don't get due process. They're not a naturalized citizen. They weren't born here. Deport them. They don't receive due process. They're not persons under the United States. Personhood is a legal term. That's why when there's like abortion debates, people will often talk about personhood, and they'll say, well, the child in the womb is not yet a person. They're not saying it's not a human if they're smart. Like I've heard of abortion debates where they don't know the difference and they use them interchangeably. They're not the same thing. You could say that is a human life in the womb, but it's not a person yet. Therefore, it's not protected by the Constitution. It doesn't have personhood. Personhood's a legal term. Hence, you are not the people. Due process was only established in the 14th. Birthright citizenship came from SCOTUS case law, though not directly from the 14th Amendment language, right? I don't know. I'm reading the 14th Amendment right now. All persons born or naturalized in the United States are subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So, yeah, I think so. Google, I think, is just wrong because I just Googled what you said, Creedog. It's Google, the AI overview says due process applies to non-citizens. But then when I read the 14th Amendment, it specifically says it does not apply to non-citizens. So Google's just wrong here. AI, it's AI, you know. So I think you're right, Creedog, but I think I could just concede that point. I could say, sure, they deserve due process. I'm not going to have a constitutional debate with you right now about that. You can take that. I'll give that to you. They deserve due process. What's the due process? U.S. Code 1825. Lock them up for 6 months, and ICE comes in and deports them while they're there. They see an immigration judge. The judge says, you're not a citizen. You need to go home. And then ICE comes and picks them up. That's the due process that they deserve. So either way I want to go with it, it would be a losing argument for him to bring that up. And that still would not be, even if, that still would not be a reason to abolish ICE. That could be an argument to reform the ERO. That could be a reason to maybe fund them more, maybe train them better, maybe have some procedural changes in the policy of the ERO, the enforcement and removal operations aspect of ICE. But that's still not an argument to get rid of all of ICE. Yes, the process that is due, not a special process. Right. And that's what the liberals want, is they want to give them some sort of special privileges.
Mandatory detention and continue to restrict judicial review. For the purposes of efficiency in immigration, procedural safeguards are shaved away, and we are left with an administrative, civil system that wields coercive power in the form of detention and removal without judicial oversight. Immigration.
The Bruin argument in 2A. How would I find this? Bruin argument. And this is from Clarence Thomas. I like Clarence Thomas. 2A. Bruin, Bruen. In New York State and right. Oh, is this? Oh, this just happened. This is about how felons should be allowed to carry guns. In New York State Rifle and Pistol Association, Inc. versus Bruin, 2022. I remember this. I've covered this. Justice Clarence Thomas authored the 6-3 majority opinion establishing that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to carry. I've talked about this. Says technically, there's no reason why a felon shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. Majority opinion established that Second Amendment protects an individual's right to carry a handgun for self-defense outside the home. Thomas rejected means-end balancing tests, creating a new standard. Gun regulations are unconstitutional unless they align with the nation's historical tradition of firearm regulation. And this was about felons having guns. If the Second Amendment's plain text covers an individual's conduct, the regulation is presumptively unconstitutional unless the government can prove it consistent with the country's historical tradition. Basically, just because some guy got arrested for a crime, got out of jail, that's not a reason to take their rights to have a gun. Rejecting of interest balancing, Thomas argued against lower courts using means and security, balancing public safety against rights, stating that the Constitution already settled the issue of weighing liberties. Historical analogs. While the regulation must have a historical precedent, it does not need a historical twin, but rather a well-established and representative historical analog. Public carry right. The decision struck down New York's proper cause requirement for concealed carry permits because it lacked sufficient historical analog, holding that may issue regimes violate the Second Amendment. While Bruin initially created a strict history-focused test favored by gun rights advocates, Justice Thomas later found himself in dissent in United States versus Rahimi 2024. In that case, he argued that his colleagues were abandoning the strict historical rigor of the Bruin test. I'm not sure how this applies, though. This is saying because of conduct, you can't take away somebody's rights. I don't know how this touches on who's determined a citizen or a person. I'd probably have to read deeper into it. I'll put it in the folder, though. Might not be the one, but he exclaims what the people means and why they lose rights. So do we need to change the process? Hence, they cannot vote, or can they? Yeah, I would agree. An illegal alien is not a citizen. They're not born here. They're not naturalized yet. They could become naturalized if they did it the right way. But the problem with birthright citizens is that you drop the baby, you drop the anchor baby, and then the parents get citizenship too. What rights do we give them, and what ones don't they get? Yeah, I think I agree with what you're saying. Google disagrees. Google says illegal aliens are protected citizens, which is bullshit. But
enforcement after IRA is now nationwide, interior, civil, discretionary, insulated from review, and punitive in effect. At this point already, immigration is in a dangerous place as a body of law, and it functions almost completely outside of its constitutional origins. But this is just the beginning. The full executive branch takeover of immigration, even now, has yet to come. On September 11th, 2001, the United States experienced terror. I would know. I'm a New Yorker, and I remember it vividly, painfully vividly. Parents pulling their kids out of school, crying and shaking, the stony silence of my own parents and teachers, the weirdly sweet chalky smell in the ashy, dusty air. And nearly 3,000 people were killed that day, not by a foreign army crossing a border, but by individuals who had entered the country lawfully, who had lived in it, and who had used our trust against us. In the immediate aftermath, the central failure identified by policymakers was not a lack of laws, but a lack of integration. Intelligence was fragmented between too many parties, and enforcement responsibilities were dispersed across dozens of agencies with overlapping jurisdictions. Immigration enforcement, border control, customs inspections, aviation security, and internal intelligence all operated in parallel instead of in concert. At the time, immigration enforcement functions were primarily housed with the Immigration and Naturalization Service, or the INS, which itself was part of the DOJ. Customs enforcement operated separately under the Treasury Department. Border Patrol, Interior Enforcement, Visa Monitoring, etc. were all spread out across various institutions. No single department had unified responsibility for preventing threats that originated not abroad, but domestically. In response to these observations, in 2002, Congress passed the Homeland Security Act, and in the following year, the Department of Homeland Security, or DHS, came into existence. It was the largest reorganization of the federal government since the creation of the Department of Defense, now the Department of War, in 1927.
22 agencies.
DHS consolidated 22 separate agencies under a single cabinet-level department. The stated goal was prevention. Detect threats earlier and eliminate bureaucratic red tape to facilitate a timely response. Immigration, you will recall, was one of the many disparate elements jammed into the DHS. And with that change, immigration escaped the boundaries of mere civil administration and became embedded into a wider national security network, alongside counterterrorism and domestic intelligence operations. This was by design, it was intentional, shaped by the fear of 9/11. And from this all emerged an enforcement apparatus that is structurally unique and uniquely problematic. An anomaly of law and policy, the consequences of which lawyers have warned about ever since its creation. When the INS was dismantled, its functions were divided up amongst 3 new agencies housed within the DHS. There was U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, or USCIS, which was assigned responsibility for immigration benefits and general adjudications. There was Customs and Border Patrol, or CBP, which was tasked with border and port of entry enforcement.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. God. You just built an app. Impossible.
And finally, there was Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, which was created to handle interior immigration enforcement and related investigative functions. ICE formally came into existence in 2003. From the outset, it was structured as a civil enforcement agency and was not designed to catch criminals. Once again, it's a civil agency. Its legal authority derives from the Immigration and Nationality Act, and its core mission is strictly administrative: the investigation, detention, and removal of non-citizens deemed removable under federal law. It was also given nationwide domestic jurisdiction, meaning that its officers are not confined to any ports of entry or border zones. They can operate all throughout the interior of the United States with authority to investigate and arrest based on immigration status rather than criminal conduct. You see, unlike traditional law enforcement agencies, ICE primarily enforces civil law rather than criminal statutes. Although certain immigration-related conduct is criminalized, immigration enforcement typically proceeds through the civil system by design and discretion rather than criminal prosecution. As a result, most immigration violations are treated as civil matters, removal proceedings are administrative, and detention commonly occurs without the initiation of criminal charges. This is an important distinction, because there are procedural safeguards that typically accompany criminal policing. There are indictments, jury trials, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, and oversight by the judiciary. These immigration violations, being civil in nature, are not subject to the same procedural safeguards, but the severity of implementation of these rules in response are not meant to be as harsh or as punitive as criminal violations. At the time of its creation, this structure was presented as practical, but immigration lawyers who could see the writing on the wall began sounding the alarm. Because what ICE represented was something completely new in American governance, a civil enforcement agency with nationwide reach, broad discretionary authority, operating outside of the criminal justice system under direct executive control. It was all of the worst fears of the framers put together, a federal, domestically oriented civil police force, not accountable to state governments, given unprecedented leeway to act by Congress and the courts.
They keep showing this guy. Who is this guy?
Under the exclusive control of the president. Let's look at an illustrative example, because it's one thing to talk about the legal theory and another to see it in practice. Let's say you're driving in New York City, and you've been pulled over for a traffic violation. This constitutes...
Ooh, I like that Escalade. I don't know, too much chrome, though. I would get rid of this big chrome side panel and this chrome on the windows, but I like the chrome around the wheels.
A Fourth Amendment seizure with a
in the back
scope and duration limited to the purpose of the stop. A police officer must have at least a reasonable suspicion that a traffic law has been violated, and then the officer can ask you for your license and registration to run a check and address the reason for the stop. To extend this stop beyond the time reasonably required to handle the ostensible traffic violation, the officer needs independent or reasonable suspicion of other criminal activity, such as, for example, human trafficking. If the officer wishes to search the car, the officer must meet legal requirements to do so. The officer must either get consent, have probable cause to believe the vehicle contains contraband or evidence of a crime, must perform the search incident to arrest, or has a reasonable belief that the person stopped is dangerous or may gain immediate control of firearms or weapons. The officer cannot arbitrarily detain you or hold you against your will. The detention must be justified at its inception and reasonably related in scope and duration to the reason for the stop. Once a criminal arrest occurs, the state's power becomes visible. The arrest is recorded. The charges must be articulated. The individual is placed into a system where lawyers, judges, and family can locate them. Disappearance is not a feature of the criminal process. Now let's take that same hypothetical but change only one thing. Instead of a local police officer enforcing criminal law, the encounter is initiated by Immigration and Customs Enforcement. To start, ICE has statutory authority to approach and question people about immigration status. The Immigration and Nationality Act authorizes immigration officers to interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be or to remain in the United States, as set forth in 8 U.S.C. Section 1357A1.
8 U.S.C. 1357A1. So 8 U.S. Code is where we're going to find all this immigration stuff. 8 U.S.C. 1357 A1. I like A1. Just go to 1357 A1. House.gov. Any officer or employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the Attorney General shall have power without warrant. Any powers without warrant. 8 U.S. Code 1357 A1. A. Powers without warrant. Any officer or employee of the service authorized under regulations prescribed by the Attorney General shall have power without warrant. 1. To interrogate any alien or person believed to be an alien as to his right to be or to remain in the United States. 2. To arrest any alien who in his presence or view is entering or attempting to enter the United States in violation of any law or regulation made in pursuance of law regulating the administration, exclusion, expulsion, or removal of aliens, or to arrest any alien in the United States if he has reason to believe that the alien so arrested is in the United States in violation of any such law or regulation and is likely to escape before a warrant can be obtained for his arrest. But the alien arrest shall be taken without unnecessary delay for examination before an officer of the service having authority to examine aliens as to their right to enter or remain in the United States. So You stop someone you suspect to be an illegal alien, and you think if I let them go, they're going to run. I don't have a warrant. It's protected. It's already written into the law. Within a reasonable distance from any external boundary of the United States, to aboard and search for aliens, any vessel within the territorial waters of the United States, or any railway car, aircraft, conveyance, or vehicle, and within a distance of 25 miles from such external boundary, to have access to private lands but not dwellings, for the purpose of patrolling the borders to prevent the illegal entry of aliens in the United States, to make arrests for felonies which have been committed and which are cognizable under the law of the United States, regulating the admission, expulsion, or removal of aliens, if he has reason to believe that the person so arrested is guilty of such felony, and if there is a likelihood of the person escaping before a warrant can be obtained for his arrest. But the person arrested shall be taken without unnecessary delay before the nearest available officer empowered to commit persons charged with offenses against the law of the United States, and to make arrests for any offense against the United States if the offense is committed in the officer's or employee's presence, for any felony cognizable under the laws of the United States that the officer or employee has reasonable grounds to believe that the person to be arrested has committed or is committed such a felony. If the officer or employee is performing duties relating to the enforcement of immigration laws at the time of the arrest, and there is likelihood of the person escaping before a warrant can be obtained for his arrest. That's intriguing.
In practice, that means an ICE encounter can begin the way many police encounters begin, as questioning that is presented as voluntary. Let's say then that the ICE officer believes that you, for whatever reason, might be a non-citizen.
My church doesn't start for like 4 more hours.
The INA authorizes that officer then to conduct a warrantless arrest if they have, and I quote, reason to believe that the alien so arrested is in the United States in violation of any law or regulation and is likely to escape before a warrant can be obtained, as per 8 U.S.C. Section 1357A2. Courts have generally construed that reason to believe language to satisfy the Fourth Amendment's probable cause requirement for an arrest, but take note that it is probable cause of civil removability, not probable cause of a crime. The underlying violation is not criminal conduct. This is where immigration enforcement begins to diverge from the way most people imagine statutory law operates. While the INA provides formal authority, what governs is not statute in isolation, but layers upon layers of regulations, internal policies, and executive discretion, much of it opaque even to us lawyers, which as a result makes ICE decisions difficult to challenge or oppose in real time. In any case, once a person is taken into ICE custody, the legal terrain shifts again. Unlike the criminal justice system, where detention is tightly linked to charges, bail determinations, and court schedules, immigration detention operates through administrative decision-making. Detentions can be arbitrary at times, and release decisions are often made by immigration officers or administrative judges. Every single person your case touches is inside of the executive branch and operates at the discretion of the president. There is no uniform bright-line requirement that detentions be short, nor is one guaranteed an early adversarial hearing before an independent Article III judge. In practice, Individuals may remain in custody for extended periods while administrative processes unfold, appeals are pending, or removal logistics are arranged. Transfers between facilities can occur without notice to family or counsel. Venue and jurisdiction can suddenly change. Access to representation can be disrupted, and all of these are not bugs but features of a system designed for administrative efficiency over everything else. From the outside, this can look like disappearance, not because the law authorizes disappearances, but because the system is not built to prevent it in the way the criminal process is. But back to our stop example. If anything goes awry during the stop, let's say a conflict escalates, firearms are drawn and deadly force is used. The ICE officer is not automatically accountable to any external independent authority outside of the executive branch because the encounter and the law governing it remain administrative rather than criminal. Taken together, this produces a system fundamentally different from ordinary law enforcement. In the criminal process, the state is forced to justify itself early, publicly, and repeatedly, and even then, abuse is not uncommon. In immigration enforcement, justification can be delayed, administratively obfuscated, or even entirely missing. You will note that none of this, so far, requires illegality. None of it requires malice. This is merely the predictable outcome when administrative efficiency is prioritized over liberty. Experience should teach us to be most on our guard, to protect liberty when the government's purposes are beneficent. Supreme Court Justice Louis Stembitz Brandeis. In the realm of political science, secret police is not a conclusively defined term. In their 2006 work, Dismantling Tyranny, Transitioning Beyond Totalitarian Regimes, Ilan Berman and Michael Waller define a secret police as political police forces tasked with targeting dissidents and political opponents to preserve the status quo and the physical integrity of the government. In the article Secret Police Organizations and State Repression from the Journal of Conflict Resolution, the authors Marius Merle and Janis Chulis offer a slightly more detailed definition that distinguishes secret police from state security forces as a whole. A secret police is defined therein as an internal security agency that uses violent policing practices and intelligence operations against political opponents or dissidents while being autonomous from the rest of the security apparatus. Merle and Chulis continue then by offering 5 criteria necessary for an internal security agency to be classified as a secret police, taken from various sources and studies of authoritarian regimes across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The 5 criteria are as follows. Number 1. It is a political police force, denoting that it targets political opponents.
This is going to be one of his big arguments that they're a secret police.
And dissidents to preserve the status quo. Number 2. It is not controlled by other security agencies and answers directly to the authoritarian leadership. Number 3. The identity of its members and its operations are secret. Number 4. It is an internal security organization that specializes in political intelligence and surveillance operations. And number 5. It carries out violent policing practices such as arbitrary searches, arrests, interrogations, torture, indefinite detention, and disappearances. In essence, then, a secret police is a police force that targets political enemies to protect the regime in power, is controlled by the regime in power, has its identities and operations kept secret, spies on its own countrymen, and uses violent policing to further its goals of keeping the regime in power. A regular police force is responsive to information, has to operate within the limits of a judicial system, is publicly accountable, and cannot act with impunity outside of the bounds of criminal procedure. The criteria we've just reviewed describe an institution designed to operate offensively outside.
Sorry, guys. I was writing and I want to listen to this again because I think this is going to be a big argument that he's going to use.
In their 2006 work, Dismantling Tyranny, Transitioning Beyond Totalitarian Regimes, Ilan Berman and Michael Waller define a secret police as political police forces tasked with targeting dissidents and political opponents to preserve the status quo and the physical integrity of the government. In the article Secret Police Organizations and State Repression from the Journal of Conflict Resolution, the authors Marius Merle and Janis Chulis offer a slightly more detailed definition that distinguishes secret police from state security forces as a whole. A secret police is defined therein as an internal security agency that uses violent policing practices and intelligence operations against political opponents or dissidents while being autonomous from the rest of the security apparatus. Merle and Chulis continue then by offering 5 criteria necessary for an internal security agency to be classified as a secret police, taken from various sources and studies of authoritarian regimes across Europe, Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The 5 criteria are as follows. Number 1, it is a political police force, denoting that it targets political opponents and dissidents to preserve the status quo. Number 2, it is not controlled by other security agencies and answers directly to the authoritarian leadership. Number 3, the identity of its members and its operations are secret. Number 4, it is an internal security organization that specializes in political intelligence and surveillance operations. And number 5, it carries out violent policing practices such as arbitrary searches, arrests, interrogations, torture, indefinite detention, and disappearances. In essence, then, a secret police is a police force that targets political enemies to protect the regime in power, is controlled by the regime in power, has its identities and operations kept secret, spies on its own countrymen, and uses violent policing to further its goals of keeping the regime in power. A regular police force is responsive to information, has to operate within the limits of a judicial system, is publicly accountable, and cannot act with impunity outside of the bounds of criminal procedure. The criteria we've just reviewed describe an institution designed to operate offensively outside of the ordinary constraints of law, visibility, and accountability. Now, these characteristics are not typically adopted all at once. Secret police don't just appear fully formed, they emerge gradually as exceptions accumulate, discretion expands, and oversight weakens. It is only in retrospect that the full configuration becomes visible. What makes a secret police force so dangerous isn't just that they use violence, right? It's the institutional conditions under which they appear that permits them to utilize violence without governmental friction. History teaches us this.
Of course, they show a picture of an innocent black lady nurse.
Lesson. Every system that has produced a secret police has done so not through a single dramatic act, but through a series of structural decisions that taken individually appear defensible or even sensible at the time. Once those structures are in place, though, the intentions matter less than the design. The ball is already rolling down the hill. The institutions that have been created outlast the individuals that made them, and the outcome is inevitable. The Founding Fathers, the framers of the Constitution, feared most of all not the seizure of power by force, but the lawful accumulation of power assembled in the wrong configuration. The greatest threat of tyranny, as they envisioned it, was not the suspension of the rule of law, but the removal of obstacles to it. You remember the Madison quote, right? Legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands is the very definition of tyranny. This is why the Constitution fragments power so aggressively. Legislative power writes the rules. Judicial power interprets the rules, and executive power enforces the rules. When these functions remain separate, abuse is slow to coagulate, visible before it becomes a problem, and contestable if it appears.
Target.
When these powers collapse into one another, however, for the sake of efficiency, so too then does abuse become fast, opaque, and difficult to resist. Institutions rarely become instruments of repression overnight. Instead, they tend to arrive gradually, through perfectly legal steps taken in the name of efficiency, security, or necessity. Discretion expands, oversight thins, accountability shifts inwards. All the decisions that led to this point could have arrived without malice, conspiracy, or any bad intention. But the outcome is a unique organization whose limited safeguards were never designed for the power it now wields, and by the time abuse becomes visible, it is no longer a deviation from that original design.
Why do you think this girl's car is sideways in the middle of the street? Why do you think that is? Isn't that odd that they showed this from another angle. Her car is perpendicular to the street in the flow of traffic. Why do you think her car is sideways in the street? Why do you think Renee Good's car was sideways in the middle of the street? What do you think? Why do you think? I don't think this woman is an illegal immigrant. I think she's just trying to interfere with ICE. She's blocking traffic. She needs to be taken to jail. And they have the power to do that.
But the logical endpoint of it. By the time the abuse becomes visible, it is difficult to stop it all.
All right. I think I got enough stuff in my folder. I've got enough. Oh, it's not over yet.
I currently have a... My name is Victoria Slatton. I'm an immigration attorney. I currently have a client who is a U.S. citizen who is in ICE custody. She was taken yesterday under very suspicious circumstances, in my opinion.
Was she blocking traffic? Was she harassing them? What was she doing?
And we have been desperately trying to get her out. We filed habeas last night that was supposed to protect her from being moved and keep her in the jurisdiction. The court actually ruled, giving us an injunction that said she was not allowed to be moved from the jurisdiction and that she was not allowed to be deported. Despite that, and despite ICE having her birth certificate that shows that she was very clearly born in Maryland, they did move her to Louisiana.
Oh, it's another Maryland. It's a Maryland woman. We got the Maryland man and we got the Maryland woman.
That is not a good sign. That is usually a last stop before deportation.
And this is a lawyer posting on TikTok. I call bullshit.
They're blatantly ignoring orders from the court. They're not allowing me access to my client. And I am at a loss, and I'm incredibly angry. It is an indisputable...
I've said in a previous video that the law is just words on paper, and that the words become meaningless if they aren't enforced. Legal scholars can cry all day about how federal officers do not automatically enjoy total immunity under U.S. law. But as you've seen, ICE is different. The branch in charge of administering responsibility says they're immune, so they are. Who exactly is watching the watchmen? Abolishing ICE doesn't mean abandoning immigration enforcement. It means abolishing an institution whose very structure is an exception in the American legal system, a structure that makes abuse not only possible but likely. The remedy does not require grand sweeping change. It doesn't require utopian reform, and it needed sacrifice efficiency to great extent. It requires only the reestablishment of constraints that are present everywhere else in our legal system. We could insist, for example, that when force is required, it be exercised through institutions designed and trained for it, rather than...
Again, this is not a reason to abolish ICE. So even this guy's saying, yeah, we don't need to abolish or dismantle or reform ICE. We just need to apply things in the law that we already have to ICE, that it has special privileges, and that's a problem. This is fine. All of these problems can be addressed without abolishing ICE. We still need somebody to do that job we have since the founding of our country.
Then collapsing administrative, policing, intelligence, and punitive roles into a single body, where officers receive less than 2 months of training. We could tether detention, loss of liberty, and removal from one's home to the criminal process, with its attendant protections, recognizing that civil administration was never meant to bear punitive weight of this magnitude. We could demand transparency, accountability, and the end of anonymous discretionary enforcement incompatible with democratic governance. None of these ideas are radical. They're older than the agency itself. ICE is relatively new. We handled immigration without them before, and we surely will after they're gone. In the making of this video, I've talked to folks on both sides of the bench. I admit my own political biases, and I understand that especially conservative folks amongst you may find immigration to be a more pressing issue than I do. Even so, whatever one's views on immigration might be, the danger posed by ICE should concern us all. My fear is that if ICE is allowed to persist in its current form, even if it is not pushed further to...
God, he keeps showing this. He keeps showing this Vance. Speaking of Vance, I'm going to play the Fuentes and Joel Webbin thing about Vance next, because there's a lot of stuff in there that is interesting.
Today, it will someday be tested by circumstances less restrained, by leadership less cautious, or by fear more acute. And when that day comes, the cost could be nothing less than American democracy as we know it. I hope my fear may never come to pass. But if it should come, if a secret police really does come to America, it is the responsibility of every American to resist. Deep in my heart,
Yo, who was in here when I was trying to play Resident Evil on insanity mode last night? Was anybody watching that? Dude, I saw Jay Dyer's playing Resident Evil. Spoiler alert, I already beat it. But insanity mode is insane. Like, I literally can't get past, the very beginning of the game where you're running through the streets as Leon and you got to shoot all the zombies. Dude, I can't get past one zombie. It's crazy. It's broken hard. I don't know what you're supposed to do. I don't know if you're just supposed to dodge them or run around them. You can't kill them. It's crazy. And they're turning into big heads at the very beginning of the game.
I do believe.
I think what I need to do is I need to beat it again on standard mode. I need to beat it on standard mode quick. I need to speed run it on standard mode, and then that will get me more CP that I can use to buy stronger, more powerful guns. I need to get the unlimited ammo on the rocket launcher and just keep beating it on standard mode really fast, build up the CP, buy the rocket launcher and then unlimited ammo for the rocket launcher, and then go in there and just boom, 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 just take them all out.
We shall overcome.
We shall
I've been your host,
overcome.
I hope this video wasn't too jarring for all of you in my usual audience. If this video resonated with you, share it and use it to talk with your friends, family, and loved ones. The goal is not to defeat the other side. There is no other side. There is only unity and humanity.
Gay. Gay. Jim Bob debated evolution. You want to do the Joel Webben, or I've already watched the Joel Webben thing, so I think I'd actually rather watch the Jim Bob thing. Look, he sent modern day debate this AI picture of him jacked. Jim Bob's so funny. Oh my god. Wait, this is 10 hours ago, right? All right, I'll be right back. I gotta pee real quick. All right.
As a hobby, but everybody, tonight we're debating, is evolution a reasonable belief or position? And we are starting right now with Dr. Garrett's opening statement. The floor is all yours, and thanks for being with us, Dr. Garrett.
Hi, thanks for having me. So my name is Ron Garrett.
While I watch this, I'm going to put together my Monday night show, and then that way, when I get off work, instead of having to put together the show, I can finish writing this opening that I'm working on right now, if I need to, if I don't finish it today. And I need to record that thing for Ward War. I need to record my little minute 30 argument. Still don't know what I'm going to do. But I mean, it's not, they've already called me. They've already contacted me. And I have plenty of debates on YouTube that you can review and stuff. And I think I'm already in there. I just need to put the video up. So, but I got to record something. I could just go through my debate openings and just pick a random one and just summarize it in a minute 30. But I want to get the tie on and stuff. So,
many years ago, I did AI research for NASA, but nowadays I'm mostly retired. I occasionally do YouTube debates as a hobby, but this is the first one I've done in about 4 years, so I'm probably a little out of practice, and you might have to go a little easy on me, Jim Bob. In between YouTube debate gigs,
good
I write a
luck.
blog,
You picked the
and
wrong
right
guy
now
for
I'm
that.
in the creation subreddit.
You might have to go easy on me, Jim Bob. You think you picked the wrong guy. But if the person is respectful, Jim Bob was often respectful too. But if you're a asshole like Craig or Professor Dave, actually, you know what's crazy is Professor Douchebag Dave, he's been attacking Jim Bob like crazy. Jim Bob called into a show and Professor Dave was on there, and Jim Bob was super respectful. Like he was letting him speak. He wasn't interrupting. Now maybe it's because he's called into their show, but he wasn't like doing what I've seen him do in some debates where he just goes off on them. He was staying very respectful and he was just asking questions, doing a Socratic method. And Dave ended up coming out looking like an idiot. And he's been raging about it for days. All these different evolution people have been doing these long streams, and Professor Dave did a video about it. That guy is such a pretentious prick. Like everything he said, he's a fucking idiot. You're an idiot. Oh my God, I can't stand Professor Dave. I was introduced to Professor Dave because of flat earth stuff like 6 years ago. And I liked how he debunked flat earth. But now when I watch him about the evolution stuff and how he attacks Christians and we're all idiots. And Jim Bob was respectful, called in, but he won't do a formal debate. So you're scared to do the debate, but you're going to talk shit in videos. Like such a weak people. But if this guy is respectful and kind, or not, being nice and stuff, then Jim Bob will also be respectful.
So I am an ex-scientist, and I think I understand more about creationism than the average bear, but I'm not a YouTuber and I'm not a biologist. I wanted to say all that up front in order to manage expectations. I'm not going to be very polished in front of the camera. I'm reading from a script right now, which is probably pretty obvious. And I'm not going to have all of the answers, especially when it comes to the nitty-gritty details of the biology. There is going to be no sport in asking me questions about biology that I can't answer. That proves nothing other than my own personal ignorance of biology, which I freely admit. So, if, as the old Sam Cooke song says, I don't know much about biology, what am I doing here defending evolution? Well, this is one of the beautiful things about science. You actually don't have to know much about biology in order to see that evolution is a reasonable position. And that all of the arguments against it are almost certainly wrong, despite the fact that many of them sound persuasive, or at least plausible when you first hear them. I'll give you an example. In previous debates, Jim Bob has said that evolution can't even be considered a scientific theory because it can't be experimentally verified. That's wrong in two different ways. First, evolution can and has been experimentally verified. And second, experimental verification is not actually a requirement of the scientific method. And I know that sounds strange, but take it from somebody who actually used to be a
And yeah, I've
professional
never heard
scientist.
anybody argue that.
A lot of what you were taught about the scientific method in the 7th grade is not quite accurate. But leaving all that aside, this argument sounds kind of sort of plausible, right? Evolution supposedly produces changes over millions and millions of years. So how could you possibly do an experiment to test that? I'll give you another example. Most ants are sterile. They can't reproduce, and yet ants are in no danger of going extinct. There are about 20 quadrillion ants in the world. There are about 2.5 million ants for every human. So if evolution optimizes for reproductive fitness, how can it possibly produce this life form where 99% of the individuals can't reproduce at all? Let's suppose, just for the sake of argument, that these lines of reasoning are correct, that they actually prove that evolution is wrong. That leaves us with a problem, because there is an overwhelming consensus, like over 99% of professional biologists who profess to believe that evolution is true. So either all of these biologists are idiots who can't grasp these elementary arguments, or they are engaged in some kind of a conspiracy to advance evolution despite the fact that they know that it can be debunked in less than 5 minutes. Neither of these possibilities is very likely. It's far more likely that there is something wrong with these arguments, even though exactly what it is may not be immediately apparent to an amateur. Now, this is absolutely not to say that you should blindly trust scientists. Scientists get things wrong all the time. In fact, getting things wrong is an integral part of the scientific method, the real scientific method, not the one you were taught in 7th grade science class, or even the one you find in Wikipedia. But here's the thing, there are different ways to get things wrong, lots of different flavors of wrongness. What the real scientific method actually does is find and fix mistakes. So over time, finding new mistakes gets harder and harder because all of the easy mistakes were found and fixed a long time ago. So there are two empirical observations we can make about science and the scientific method. The first is that it converges towards something. As time goes by, big scientific breakthroughs become more and more rare. The last time we had a really big scientific revolution was about 100 years ago when quantum theory was discovered, and modern science has only been going on for less than 350 years, so 100 years is a long time. And second, science produces tangible results that are part of our everyday lives. In order to know, for example, that general relativity is true, you don't have to understand anything about general relativity. All you have to do is take out your smartphone and see that the GPS feature actually works, and then go read up on how GPS works and see that if general relativity were wrong, it wouldn't work. Evolution is not quite so cut and dried as general relativity, but it's pretty close. It has been around for over 150 years now, and nearly half of the total history of modern science. It could be wrong, just like general relativity. I don't know why I'm tripping over that word. General relativity could be wrong, but if it is wrong, you still have to explain why so many people got it so wrong for so long and continue to get it wrong even today. If evolution is so easily debunked that it can be proven wrong in 5 minutes or even 12 or even an hour, how did it ever manage to persuade anyone in the first place, let alone become the established scientific consensus for over 150 years? Creationists don't have a good answer to that question, or at least I've never heard one. The best they can do, or at least the best I've heard, is that there's some kind of a vast conspiracy motivated by people wanting to deny God or some such thing. But then they have to grapple with the fact that a lot of biologists profess to be Christians, at which point they usually resort to the no true Scotsman's fallacy or something like that. And that is enough to show that believing in evolution is a reasonable position. It's reasonable for the same reason that it's reasonable to believe that general relativity is true and that the Earth is round and that we are made of atoms. And I could just stop there and claim victory, unless Jim Bob really has some surprises up his sleeve. But since I still have some time, and I actually forgot to start my timer, so how much time do I still have?
Yeah, a little over 6 minutes.
Okay, that's where I thought. Anyway, so since I still have some time, I'll say a bit more. I'll start by telling you what the scientific method actually is. This is not my idea. It's due to a philosopher named Karl Popper. And there's a very long story behind this is the right description of the scientific method, which I don't have time to tell you right now. but we can get into in the discussion if you want to. The scientific method in a nutshell is this. Find the best explanation that accounts for everything you observe and act as if that explanation is the truth until a better explanation comes along or you make an observation that is not consistent with that explanation. That's it. Notice that this doesn't say anything about experimentation. Now, experiments do enter into it, of course, but they are not front and center the way many people think. What is front and center is this idea of a better explanation. Is creationism a better explanation than evolution? To answer that question, we have to start by being clear about exactly what creationism actually says. One of the rules of the real scientific method is that it's not enough just to poke holes in the prevailing theory. You have to actually propose a better theory. So what do creationists have to offer as a better alternative to evolution? Well, that's hard to say because there are a lot of different creationist hypotheses floating around out there. There is young Earth creationism and old Earth creationism and intelligent design and a few others. There is no consensus among creationists which of these is the right answer, but there are a few things that most of them agree on. Funnily enough, one of the things that most creationists do agree on is that evolution actually does happen, but only on a small scale. They call it microevolution. So they don't deny that evolution happens. What they deny is that it is sufficient to account for all of the diversity of life on Earth. So the disagreement is not over whether there is an evolutionary tree. The disagreement is over how many roots it has. Evolution says it has one, and creationists say it has many. How many? They don't know. And when I say they don't know, that is not the same as my personal ignorance about biology. There are a lot of things about biology that I personally don't know, but someone does. There are over 100,000 working biologists just in the US. So for just about any question you could come up with about biology, there's almost certainly at least one of them out there who knows the answer. And if you actually manage to come up with a question that none of them knows the answer to, congratulations, you have arrived at the forefront of scientific knowledge and are well on your way towards earning a PhD if that's what you aspire to. But the situation in so-called creation science is very different. If you ask how many roots of the evolutionary tree there is not a consensus among the creationist community about what that answer is. In fact, there is not even a guess as to what the answer is. I've asked this question of creationists for years now, and I've never gotten a straight answer. I also tried finding the answer on the internet and couldn't find it. Maybe Jim Bob knows the answer. Maybe someone in the audience knows the answer and I'll learn something today, but I'd be surprised. So another reason that evolution is a reasonable position is that no one has a better idea. Creationists have things that sound superficially like better ideas, but if you dig into the details, you'll find out that there are no details, or at least no agreement about the details. And the reason there is no agreement about the details is that coming up with a better idea that includes the details and accounts for all the data is really, really hard. I have a long list of other problems with creationism, but at this point, I probably am running out of time. So I'm just going to quickly list a couple of things that I'm pretty sure are going to come up just to get out in front of them. The most common flaw in creationist arguments is the straw man fallacy, where they attack something other than what the theory of evolution actually says. And there are two examples of that that are most common. The first is to assume that reproductive fitness is something that can be measured on some kind of absolute scale. It can't. Reproductive fitness can only be measured relative to an environment and relative to the competitors that actually exist in that environment. And the second is to completely ignore the fact that there's this thing called sexual reproduction. Creationists talk about mutations and their effects as if all organisms reproduced asexually like bacteria, but of course they don't. The second most common logical fallacy that pops up is argument from ignorance and incredulity. In other words, saying that because I cannot see or even imagine how these things could possibly be, how there could possibly be a naturalistic explanation for something, therefore there cannot possibly be a naturalistic explanation for it. If Jim Bob follows the same pattern that is used in previous debates, he's going to raise the question of how organs evolved. That is an example of this fallacy. The third most common creationist fallacy is called appeal to consequences. This fallacy says that if an idea leads to horrible consequences, that it must be wrong. The creationist version of this.
Sorry, I was just editing my. He probably said observed. I was just editing my intro video because there's a part of my intro video where there's a guy holding a pew pew, and I just added a blur over it.
Is to say that if evolution is true, then we are nothing more than chemicals in motion or something like that. And there is no basis for altruism or morality or believing that we have free will or any of the things that make us human. I don't know if Jim Bob is going to raise this or not, but I wanted to head it off at the pass and say that, first of all, it simply isn't true. Even if we are, in fact, nothing more than chemicals in motion, that in no way changes who we are or who we choose to be. And second, even if it were true, that wouldn't make it false. It might just be that life sucks and then you die. Wishing it were otherwise doesn't actually make it otherwise.
Thank you very much for that opening. We're, just to be sure you were done.
Yep, I'm done.
Excellent. And I'm going to do some quick housekeeping things in particular, folks. If you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. In fact, we've got a double header. Tonight, Rachel Wilson will be taking on feminist RFH. That's going to be tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be live right here. Hit that subscribe button. With that, we're going to kick it over to Jim Bob. Thanks for being with us. Made by Jim Bob. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Okay, cool. So yeah, the topic of the debate is whether or not evolution is a reasonable belief. And nowhere in the opener did Ron actually present any good reasons to believe in evolution. He said, I don't need to understand it to believe it. He said that the majority of the scientific community believes it. And if that's the case, please tell me how it could be possibly false, essentially, if the majority of the community believes it. Now, keep in mind, there was 1,500 years of what was at the time the highest echelon of thinkers and observers who believed in a geocentric universe. Now, if he holds to the view that that's actually not the case, we figured out otherwise, he would be the person at the time saying, well, you know, how could it be the case that there's another way this could be if the majority of the people actually believe that it is the case, even if it's 1,500 years? They ended up being wrong by Ron's account. So I'm happy he mentioned fallacies because that actually was a fallacy. You're appealing to the majority for something to be reasonably true or the case without giving any additional reasons why it is the case to be true. He also said something really interesting. He said the scientific method is essentially just guessing. It's just looking at stuff and guessing a good explanation of the thing, but you don't need a scientific method to apply it. Now, we really wouldn't have any of the applied sciences from that view. So, I mean, it wouldn't be thanks to Ron that we have the applied sciences that gives us our engineering if it's the fact that you don't need an experiment to determine if X causes Y. Now, in the realm of evolution, it's a big question. If you're positing something as a scientific theory, it actually needs to go through the scientific method. But he's saying the scientific method doesn't include an experiment. He's clearly using a proprietary definition. I'd like to know where he got the definition he just made up in his opener. There is no definition that I've ever found of the scientific method itself that excludes experiment. It includes it every time in experiment. Here's how the scientific method works. You make an observation of the natural world. You posit what might be causing that phenomenon. You have the capability of introducing the thing that you think is causing the phenomenon. You have the capability of removing the thing you think is causing the phenomenon. You repeat that, and in observation and repetition, you develop what we call a scientific theory, only at the tail end of this very strict method. Now, he said, well, the thing you learn in 7th grade is actually wrong. Well, every result that we know of in many of the sciences, the medical field, maybe not so much now, but for certain things, developing a causal relation, an explanation of what causes this. If you introduce this into the body, it causes this. That's science with an experiment. I'm not sure how he's going to possibly argue evolution is a proper scientific theory if he just out from the gate says, look, for scientific theory, you don't even need it to go through the experiment phase. You just kind of guess. And then if someone guesses a different way, you just pick the better one. Well, how do you determine the better explanation absent an experiment? More guessing, I assume, which this is the state of science we're in. Now, first of all, debunking a model or critiquing a model, someone's making the affirmative of a model, it doesn't require an alternative. He mentioned creationism. This doesn't require a creationist view at all. And there are plenty of atheists who would tackle these evolutionary assumptions from a purely naturalistic, purely atheistic position, not a creation perspective.
Jim Bob, just say naturalist or atheist.
To question if evolution says, look, random mutation must have necessarily produced hyper-specific things like the liver or the brain or the vestibular system. That's the position. He just said in his opener, if I ask him, how does it do that?
People will Google that. So like somebody, an atheist was attacking Christians on YouTube, and they said it was a TikTok thing, and the title was Christians come up to conversate with an atheist. And I just commented, I said, conversate's not a word. And then they responded, well, I just Googled it. It is a word. Okay, well, did you keep reading? It's called bloviating. It's a word. It's the dictionary put supposedly into the dictionary because people say supposedly wrong. So they added supposedly to the dictionary. Supposedly isn't a word. But since people said supposedly wrong for so long, colloquially, we've decided to put it in the dictionary and make it a word. And like irregardless is not a word, but it's in the dictionary. That means it's a word. Yeah, it's okay. You're right. You got me there. Conversate, irregardless, supposedly. Sure, those are words. They're just dumb people words. It's called bloviating. It's adding extra syllables to make yourself sound smarter. And dumb people do it to try to look smart. Now, I'm not saying Jim Bob's dumb, but a lot of people do this because it's become common practice. Stop doing it. Stop adding a bunch of extra syllables to words and making up words. And then irregardless. Just say regardless. Atheistic. Just say atheist. That's an atheist belief. Instead of that's an atheistic belief. Adding the ick at the end is just an extra syllable. It's bloviating. It's not necessary. It's redundant. And it triggers me. I don't like it. Stop it.
From the evolutionary view, that's the question I'm asking. I don't see any good indication that that's even possible.
Yeah, I reviewed the Rachel Wilson debate for the first 10 minutes of the show when I started. Yeah, I reviewed the 10 minutes of that debate. It was a good one. That was a great debate.
Let it alone an exhaustive explanation of what's actually happening. He says, if you say that, if you cross-examine me and ask that, you're just doing a fallacy. No, I'm not. It's your position. You're making the affirmative here. So evolution is the process. Some people say evolution is merely changes in allele frequency. That's very ambiguous. It doesn't tell you time frame, some of the entailments.
Yeah, irregardless, conversate. You would just say converse. We're going to converse. You say conversate. The 8 is not necessary there. Irregardless, the ear is not regardless there. Atheistic, the ick is not necessary there. It's just that's what bloviating is. It's when you are trying to say things and make them sound smarter, so you're adding extra syllables that aren't necessary.
That are smuggled in with that. From my definition, we'll see if Ron accepts it, evolution is a process by which different kinds of organisms have thought to have developed and diversified from early forms during the history of the Earth. So
you guys are fighting a lost philological battle? Did you just make up the word philological?
You're looking at diversity of the animal kingdom, and you're saying this must have been produced by some mechanism or a multiplicity of mechanisms. Nowhere in Ron's opener did he actually list the 4 main mechanisms.
So I was like, you're right. Conversate is a word for stupid people. Stop saying it. You sound stupid.
coincidentally, of evolution, mutation, natural selection, genetic drift, and gene flow. He didn't mention or defend any of those, right? So off the bat, he didn't even mention the core reasons people even believe in evolution. So if the question is, why should I believe in evolution? Certainly Ron's opener wasn't a good example of someone who's an evangelist for evolution, because he didn't really give any good reasons to believe in it at all. Not even the reasons that they posit, as evolution continues to posit our way. Evolution is touted, I said, as the single most well-established scientific theories in human history, and yet it doesn't pass the scientific method. A lot of times he didn't mention it. People mention the fossil record, which evolution proponents attempt to draw out common descent by way of similarity. Well, not only does similarity in anatomy not confirm relatedness or common ancestry, but if evolution was true, it would need to be the case that entirely dissimilar animals back in time would be related. The further back you go, there's an animal.
Oh, philology, philology is the study of the structure and evolution of languages. Whatever, I'm fighting the battle. I'm not going to lose.
Animal or an organism or a population that you say is your great cousin uncle, and it has completely dissimilar genetics and phenotypical anatomical structures, right? That's the position, right, that evolution holds. Now, I would think that Ron was going to posit at least some of these go-to responses from the evolution proponent, which is, well, we have a fossil record. We look at evolution at the micro level. Clearly, at the micro level, we develop our theory from the micro level. We say what's true about the micro and how it behaves and alters must be true at the macro level, right? That's the position usually. He didn't even really get into that. Populations, right? If it's the case that random mutation produces populations, right? A population of giraffes, a population of this, a population of that, then the mechanisms themselves that Ron is defending tonight need to explain how those mechanisms actually produce those populations. The problem is evolution looks at population and tries to make sense of diversity, but it claims that random mutation and natural selection is responsible for the diversity. So populations themselves are an example of diversity. Therefore, evolution is responsible and must explain producing the population. Now, Ron knows this argument. He knows this cross-examination. That's why he put it in his opener to say, well, I know you might bring this up, but I don't really need to explain how populations arise from not existing to existing. I just believe it. Right? These people believe it. I believe it. I don't see any other reason why not. His basic argument tonight is simply, well, I believe what they tell me. I don't have the vernacular or the ability to defend it, but I'll just believe it until you give me a better reason to believe something else. That's not even good reasoning, right? That's not even a good way to live your life, is to say these things must be true, and I'll just follow them as true until someone gives a better example of something else being true. He didn't give a criterion for why he would believe one thing over the other anyway, right? So the whole debate tonight is, why do we believe evolution? Do we have any good reasons to believe what they're assuming is happening or has happened in the past? I say no. Ron says yes, but he doesn't give any good reasons for it. Now, I'm giving good reasons why you should be really skeptical, if not wholesale reject it. They grant themselves populations. They grant themselves fully functional organs. They grant themselves metabolical systems. They grant themselves sexual and asexual reproductive capabilities, navigation systems, defense and offensive systems, all of which we're told were produced by random mutations and selected for by the external environment. That's the story Ron has to defend tonight. Now, my question is, how does an accidental process like random mutation produce a liver from a position of not having a liver? That's a valuable question to ask. How does this happen? If evolution's saying this is happening, certainly me as an inquirer would go, well, that's interesting. How? I don't see how random mutation could produce over time a highly specific mechanism that does a very purposeful act inside the body of many, if not all, vertebrates. My opponent will say, grant me the proto version of this liver, and then I'll tell you the rest of the story. Well, I don't grant you that first page. Is there any reason to believe that a series of mutations that are random would result in mechanisms that just coincidentally that are awesome at filtering toxins, or in the vestibular system, an organism, a system that's fully capable and really specialized in navigation and spatial awareness? in an organism. His view is actually, it's funny he mentioned the creation view. That's not what's at stake tonight, the creation view. But it's funny that he brought it up because the kind of faith that you have to say random processes produce very hyper complex systems, that the only analogy we could possibly look at when we look at nature to make sense of it is engineering. When we see a system do something with a task, a set of parts that work together toward a task that do something in mereology that's connected to the whole, and they all work together as a system, we look at that from the engineering perspective. But he's saying, yeah, no, I could see how you could see engineering and all of that. But by the way, we hold that it's completely random. Is that a reasonable view, that random mutation, random events, chemical reactions essentially produce hyper specialized systems like the vestibular system or the liver or the brain or the heart, right? He has to say, is this a reasonable position? He has to say the heart and what it does incidentally does what it does. The brain incidentally is capable of thought. All of our limbs, they're incidentally able to move together, right? In unison to have us move around properly, right? He has to believe that. That's an unreasonable position from my position. There's no reason to believe that that would be the case, right? He just says that it is, right? So we see in nature at so many levels is what could be, like I said, analogized with the engineering, and yet evolution holds that the most complex and effective systems we know are the product of directionless processes. The entailment of this view is that every organ we see that we understand as a function, develop that function, like I said, incidentally, right? That includes everything, including Ron thinking, by the way. Now, there are no meaningful explanations, which is probably why Ron left them all out, for why or how this actually occurs, right? He has no idea, but he believes it. Have I heard any good reasons to believe it? I have not, right? All I really heard tonight is the scientific method doesn't require experiment. It must be true because 99% of the people believe it. And also, debunking my model requires you to present an alternative. These are all fallacious. They're not good reasons.
With that, we'll kick it into the open dialogue. First, want to remind you folks, Modern Day Debate does have channel memberships. Check them out by clicking the join button just below. With that, we're going to go into the open dialogue. We'll have Q&A after. Do want to request, keep your questions on the content of tonight's debate, and please do keep it respectful toward our guests. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
So, Ron, I did want to push you on the scientific method because I really think this is an important one. And
just to be clear, I'm not saying that experiment is not part of it. I'm just saying it's not necessary.
That's a contradiction. If it's not a necessary part of it, then you could do the scientific method without an experiment. Can you give me
and there are examples of that.
Give me an example of the scientific method being done without an experiment.
So historians use the scientific method to reconstruct history. And
that's called historical science. That's a pseudoscience. That's not real science. And any scientist worth his salt will tell you historical science is science in name only. It's pseudoscience.
I don't know if they ever do experiments or not. They might. I'm not a historian, just like I'm not a biologist. But it's hard to imagine how a historian could even potentially do an experiment.
They can't. That's why historical science isn't actually science. It's nominal. It's nominally science. It's just called historical science, but there's actually no science involved.
Because we don't have a time machine.
Can you tell me how, let's walk through this example.
How does a historian use the scientific method?
What's the first step in this scientific method that doesn't have an experiment as one of the features? From a historian perspective, what's the first step of this method?
Pick your favorite historical claim. Let's say that the United States was founded in 1776.
God, he's just going to stick to historical science. Historical science is not science.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a claim, yeah.
It's history.
How do we know that that's true?
Well, is that a natural science?
Science encompasses much more than just nature.
The question.
The scientific method is applicable to everything.
The question, Ron, the question. Please answer the question. The question was making a claim on when this happened in history. Is that a natural phenomenon or not?
Yes, everything that happens is a natural phenomenon.
Okay.
Nature is all there is.
Okay, so if someone establishes a concept, a construct, a social construct called the United States, you're saying the United States is now a natural phenomenon?
The United States is a word, a term that humans have invented that refers to a very complex set of phenomena, all of which ultimately boil down to natural things. So yes, it is a natural phenomenon. However, there are worthwhile distinctions between natural phenomena like the United States and natural phenomena like the water cycle or the orbits of planets around the sun. There are worthwhile distinctions between these, despite the fact that they are all at root natural phenomena.
Okay, so if someone said the Tiktaalik animal in 15 million years turned into a whale, is that a historical claim or a biological claim or both?
That is a straw man.
No, a question
It's
can't
a
be a straw
question.
man. Evolution holds that Tiktaalik is an animal. Or sorry. It's not Tiktaalik. I used the wrong word. It was a wolf-like Pakicetus. I apologize. Pakicetus turns into a whale over 15 million years. That's a historical claim and a biological claim, right?
I don't. So here we're getting into the details of biology that I disclaimed knowledge
Okay,
of
so
at
you're
the
just
beginning.
gonna
I've
dodge
never
all
heard
this.
of Pakicetus. I will say that yes, whales had some ancestor that were not whales, the precursors of whales.
Genes changed, became donkeys. Happen slow, natural forces. But then what's they're still horses? Some of those proto-horses, the furriest of the blow nuts. So we got mammoths and elephants, the best survive.
So we got mammoths and elephants. Environment became colder. What he's saying.
Some of those
proto horses.
Genes changed, became donkeys.
Genes changed, became donkeys.
So we got mammoths and elephants.
But we got mammoths and elephants.
The best survive, the bus just died. Leaving
The best survived, the bus just died.
genes in the past, they evolved new types. Cell sense life.
Cell sense light, and that creates an eye.
Become an eye, but it does not dance. Had to get your wife, come on.
Oh! Wait, what the heck? Okay.
I'll take your word for it that was Pakicetus, but I don't know. But yes, over time, species evolve into other species. However, that is glossing over a whole raft of complexities. And
some of those proto-horses.
Why is it playing?
Even though it's not, but to see how it can work, you have to actually dig into the details.
Did you dig? Wait. You admitted that you didn't dig into the details and you don't know.
No, I did not. No,
but
I just said I'm not a biologist. That doesn't mean I didn't do some homework.
Okay, so
I understand some of this stuff.
Okay.
Oh,
so
this guy's getting a
evolution
little.
of how one
This
species
guy's playing with the
becomes
wrong
another
one.
is something I actually can explain to you.
Oh, really?
If you-
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you give me an example of one species itself becoming entirely a different species?
You just gave me one.
What?
No,
That's an assertion. I could just say that I could just make the claim that something turned into another thing, but that's not a defense of the assertion.
I can't give you an example from historical data.
Yeah.
Because this process, like I said, modern science has only been going on for 350 years, and speciation typically takes longer than that. There might be a historical example out there. I don't know.
Okay. So if you but that's good.
But no, I can't. But here's the thing: my inability to demonstrate that to you in historical times in no way shows that it doesn't happen.
No. It doesn't show it doesn't happen. What it shows is that you don't have a good reason to believe that it did.
Oh, I do have a good reason to believe.
Tell me a good reason for believing. Hold on. Let me ask you the question. Tell me a good reason to believe that Pakicetus, a land-like, wolf-like animal, in 15 million years turned into a whale.
The only reason I have to believe that specific thing is that you just told me about it. And my best explanation for the fact that you just told me about it is that you read about it in some biology source, and that traces back to some biologist who made the claim, and that biologist actually knew what he was talking about.
Okay.
Beyond that, I can't defend it because I just don't know.
Okay, that's an admission. That's not a good reason. If I use the
It's an admission of my own personal ignorance.
Hold on, Ron. Based on your reasoning process, if I make a claim, as long as I can trace the claim back to someone who made the claim, that's a good enough reason to believe the claim.
As long as I can trace the claim back to somebody that I have some reason to believe has some expertise, more expertise in the matter than I do, then yes, believing that their expertise is reasonable.
Okay, I'll just let the audience determine whether that's a good enough reason. Now, I want to go back to the scientific method because you said historians do the scientific method. So I asked you, what's the first step? And you said the first step is establishing a claim. Let's say the 1776 claim. So the first step is you're aware of a claim, a historical claim.
No, so the first step in the scientific the scientific method is a cycle. It typically starts with the identification of some observation that you cannot currently explain. This is called a problem with a capital P.
Mm-hmm.
And
observation is the first step. So you don't observe the 1776 claim, the instance of it. It's a historical claim, and you said it's natural in some way because it happens in nature.
So this particular one is not a good example because there really aren't any capital P problems associated with the claim that the United States was founded in 1776. Nobody disagrees with that. Nobody takes issue with that, right? So in order for me to actually show you an example of the scientific method really doing its thing, we have to start with something over which there is actually some controversy.
So let me ask you.
I'll give you another example, a non-historical example.
Okay.
One of the observations that one must account for using the scientific method is the observation that you seem to be surrounded by physical objects that exist in particular places at particular times, like this phone.
That's not the scientific method.
Let me finish. The best one explanation for the observation that we see things like phones and we can touch them and we can do things with them is that they actually exist.
No, that's circular.
It's so obvious that even my bringing it up as a possible explanation seems ridiculous because what other possible explanation could there be, right?
No. So first of all, the scientific method, nowhere in you observing that there's a reality around you are you doing any scientific method. You're merely observing the world and inductively trusting your senses and your evaluation of your sense data. But that's not the scientific method, right?
It is the scientific method.
No, it's not. Give me one example. Give me one definition of the scientific method that is merely reduces to observing the world around you. One definition.
So my view of the scientific method is the view of a philosopher named Karl Popper. Have you heard of him?
Yes.
Okay. Have you read him?
Not fully, but I know what he posits, and honestly, Popper, he wouldn't say the scientific method is just a human being observing the world around them and inductively determining.
You constrain it to a human being, no. So this is one of the cool things about the scientific method is you don't actually have to be a human to do it. And in fact, we now have built and in fact, we have now built machines that are capable of engaging in the scientific method, and they're starting to do it, and they're starting to make contributions to actual science.
Ron, the question of what the method is has still not been exhausted or explained.
Okay.
So you can say a robot can, hold on, you can say a robot can be programmed to do XYZ task. I could teach a robot to cook eggs, right? What we're asking now is, what is the scientific method if it's not the one that I posited? Because you're doing it.
I'm telling you.
You asked me if I knew
telling
proper.
you the scientific method that I am prepared to defend.
Do it in steps. Do it in steps. First step is.
So the description of the scientific method is to find the best explanation that accounts for everything you observe.
No, hold on, dude.
And act as if that is the truth until a better explanation comes along or contradictory data
That's
comes
not
along.
all right, Ron. It sounds like you just said the method is find an explanation.
That's right. Now
hold on, Ron. Hold on. Finding an explanation requires a method.
Yep.
So
I'm getting to that.
Hold on a second.
that.
Hold on a second. When I asked you what's the method, you said find an explanation. The explanation is the end point of the method. I want to know what the method is.
You asked me to explain the scientific method. I'm trying to do
bullet
that.
points. In bullet points, chronologically. I want to start from the beginning, not the end.
I can't do that without setting some context. If you want me to explain this to you, you have to let me do it my way. If you actually want to learn this stuff, you can't keep interrupting me while I'm trying to explain it to you. So, do you want me to answer your question or not?
I want you to please answer. First, I'll let you answer the question if you at least give me back what I asked you.
Give you back?
Yeah, restate my question so I know what you know, so I know that you know what I asked you.
You want easier to understand the algorithm for adding if you first understand in general what addition is all about, that you have some quantity over here that you're trying to combine with some quantity over there. And if I just start writing symbols on a chalkboard and say, here's this rote algorithm, it's not going to make nearly as much sense to you as if you understand that what addition is about is this abstract concept that makes the steps of the algorithm all hang together. Okay? So the abstract concept is finding the best explanation. Now, here's the bullet points. Step one, pick something that you observe that doesn't fit with your current understanding, with your current best explanation of the world. And you've actually done that. So you've actually engaged in the first step of the scientific method in your opening. You've listed a whole bunch of problems with evolution, things that you observe that you believe are not adequately explained by what I consider to be the current best theory that does explain these things. So you've actually done that.
Okay, observation is the first bullet point. What's the next bullet?
Not just observation, but specifically identifying an observation that is at odds with your current best explanation.
Wait, can't you observe something that there is no explanation for yet?
Of course.
Okay, so it includes something. It doesn't need to be something that the current explanation doesn't make sense. It's odd. It could be that there's no explanation, right?
Well, it has to be something that cannot be explained by the current best explanation.
Well, I'm saying that assumes that there's a current best explanation. Clearly,
there's always a current best explanation.
No, Ron, current. Okay.
Even if your current best explanation is, I have no idea, and there's some mysterious force out there in the universe.
Let's use an example. So you know what scurvy is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you say observing the symptoms of what we call scurvy is an observation that would be included in your scientific method that you're positing?
It depends. Oh, man. So if I observe the symptoms of scurvy today, well, that's an observation, but it would not be a problem because today we have an explanation of what causes scurvy.
Before, let's say you don't understand.
So this is a counterfactual. We're going back in time.
Yes.
To a time in history before we knew that.
What do we know?
That vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy.
Well, this is great. Okay, Ron, watch this.
Hmm?
We observed what we called scurvy, right? When the ships came in and there were multiple ships and one came in and they had all these ailments and he said, oh, what's going on here? Let's look at the data and compare correlatively what one ship has and the other doesn't or vice versa. Let's figure it out. And now you came to the conclusion, Ron, that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, right? Now,
so I don't actually know the history of how they managed to figure this out.
I'm going to tell you that.
I know where you're going with this.
I'm going to tell you.
They actually did the experiment and put lines on the ship.
It's actually more in my favor than that. Is
Okay.
that certain experiments, right? Using experimentation, they actually introduced vitamin
Yeah.
C as a variable and came to the likely conclusion, because science is inductive, the likely explanation.
Yeah, science is not inductive, but
What?
go on.
Science is not inductive?
No, it is not.
Really?
Yep. It
Okay.
is abductive.
Okay. You're using induction in science. You have to assume induction
No,
to
you don't.
actually. You don't
No,
have to
this
assume
is- this
induction.
is- nope.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have to
This is-
assume
this is,
induction.
this is one of the things that people often get wrong
Okay.
about the scientific method.
Okay. Whatever you want to believe about that, that's fine.
I can show it. I can prove it to you.
Ron, this is all red herring. Let's stick to the experiment here. Okay. Scurvy, you just said, is now you believe science, right? Scurvy is caused by the lack of vitamin C.
Where'd my chat go? Sorry, guys. I'm writing and doing stuff, but we're just listening to this.
Smart founders know something most people.
Some of those that burn forth are the same that burn crosses. Good morning, Parallax. Yeah, it's not. It's a late night chill stream. I'm just putting together some stuff, and so I'm not talking a lot. Just hanging out with you guys. We're watching this debate. I wanted to look at, see if there's been any more contenders added in. Oh, there's a new guy. Hold on, we got a new one. We got a new contender on the World War contender stage. Let's check this out. Gabriel Garcia, never heard of him.
My opponent made the very first move by declaring the United States of America to be the greatest nation to have ever existed. Then, my opponent explained why. By the reasons through logic and evidence of truth. Understandable. But whose truth exactly? For your defeat
Is this guy doing slam poetry? What is this?
is in whose hand? For this debate topic, is the United States of America the greatest nation to have ever existed? No. For to qualify being called the greatest, you must meet the requirements of being called great, in which the United States of America does not meet the requirement, nor does the United States of America even qualify being called good.
He's doing the slam poetry thing. That only works if you're black, dude. You only get to win a national debate conference by doing slam poetry if you're black. And Black Lives Matter is happening and George Floyd just got killed. Otherwise, that doesn't work.
Good. Thus, to be called good, you must meet the standard of righteousness and love through greatness by justice. Therefore, you must be good in order to be great, and you must be great in order to be one of the greatest, and you must be one of the greatest to be the greatest among the greats. Ultimately, the greatest, great, good.
What the fuck did he just say? What? It's currently, hold on. I gotta hear that again. Good. You have to be good to be, you gotta be to be good, and you gotta be good to be great. And you gotta be great to be the greatest. And you gotta be greatest to be one of the greatest. And you gotta be your greatest to be among the greatest of the greatest good. That's deep.
Qualify being called good. Thus, to be called good, you must meet the standard of righteousness and love through
Standard to be good, you have to meet the standard of righteousness and love through greatness. And then you can be great, and then you can be greatest of the greatest and great good.
greatness by justice. Therefore, you must be good in order to be great, and you must be great in order to be one of the greatest, and you must be one of the greatest to be the greatest among the greats. Ultimately, the greatest, great, good. And finally, the verdict, the United States of America is not good nor great, nor will ever be the greatest nation to ever exist, due to the Declaration of Independence, separation of church and of state, life, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness, amendments, abortion, divorce, suicide, murder, killing, lying, adultery, stealing, and many more. And
Dude, I almost think I agree with what he's saying, but What?
Ideal, good, realistic nature would never have any of these problems at all. So why does my opponent call evil good?
You're gonna have to give me an example of a country that is righteous and good under God and is greater than America. What?
Great and greatest. I rest my 90-second case, judges and the public.
Light work. Light work. I'm just saying. The only threat I see so far is my boy Alex here. Oh, wait, we got another one.
Hello, I am Yogi Zorananda, and I am recording this video as a submission for the Word War debate. And I am debating on the topic of Christianity against the merits of yoga, and I am arguing on the side of the merits of yoga. As a yogi and a yoga teacher and an Orthodox Christian, I have a lot to say on this topic. I've seen many...
Wait, you're a yoga teacher who's an Orthodox Christian, and you're arguing that yoga, which is some demonic pagan evil stuff, is better than Christianity, but you're an Orthodox Christian. Huh?
Many videos that demonize yoga and suggest that doing the practice of yoga opens you up to demon possession. And I am arguing against that to prove that yoga does not open you up to demon possession. It actually opens you up to divine intervention and a connection to something greater to yourself, something like your higher self. And so I have many different books and source materials to draw off of, particularly The Holy Science by Swami Shri Yukteswar. And I plan to use this as evidence and proof that the merits of Christianity are very similar to the merits of yoga, and that you do not open yourself up to demon possession, and that on the Christian side, there's a lot of fear-mongering that is going on to protect itself and its dogmatic views, and that in the world of yoga, Christianity is...
Bro, let's be honest. The only reason any guy goes to a yoga class is to get laid. You trying to do that downward dog, okay? I thought yoga was just stretching. No, there's a lot of history to it. Even with I used to do Tai Chi, but I used to instruct Tai Chi to homeless people, not like I was not like certified or like a professional or in classes or anything, but I led the homeless Tai Chi thing, and so. But all these things you're doing, all these motions that you're doing. So when you're doing something like this, you're controlling energy, and then you're putting the energy into yourself, and then you're pushing it out, and you're gathering it and bringing it in. All these motions it's some new age hippie pagan gobbledygook, and a lot of the positions in yoga are very similar. That's like you're doing these demonic like positions and stuff. If you just want to stretch, just stretch. But once you're doing like these weird, all of this stuff is like some demon stuff. I haven't researched super deep into it, but I know enough to say it's no bueno. And I don't know what this guy's talking about.
Accepted and embraced, while the opposite is done on the Christian side.
Okay, we still only got 6. I gotta send mine in. I wonder if I have a just a clip I can take from should we just record it right now? What should I do? Hold on a second. Let me see. I don't know if I'm going to do it right now. How many immigrants came in under Biden? $10 to 11 million nationwide encounters. 7.8 million to 8.6 million at the southwest border. Record high levels. Yeah, I need to. Should I just riff it? No, it's the most ever under Biden. The lowest estimate that I'm seeing is 7.8 million. I know how I want to say, but I don't want to just spit it. What's up, me, myself, and I? Let's do a practice run. All right. What would I say? I'd say something like, "What's up, War debate? This is my auction." My auction. See, I'm already fucking up. It'd be something like, "What's up, War debate? My name's Josh. My YouTube channel is jsurbanadventures. Today, I'm gonna give you a little audition video for a debate that I'm currently prepping for, which is, should we abolish ICE? I'm taking the negative stance. No, we should not abolish ICE. Heck no. Over the past Biden administration, we saw unprecedented immigration numbers, some of the highest we've ever seen. A conservative estimate, like a low-end estimate, would be 7.8 million illegal immigrants coming into the country. ICE focuses on internal situations, not Border Patrol. They're deporting them. They're getting them out. These people, we know that they're raping women. They're killing women. And we're going to get them out of here. We got to take them out. ICE, when people talk about abolishing it, they're specifically thinking of the ERO, which is the enforcement and removal operations. But they forget about HSI, who protects from cybercrime, IP protections, child exploitation, smuggling, financial fraud, crimes online and abroad. That's the HSI. The ERO is the one everybody's mad about. They see Renee Good get shot. They see Alex Preddy get shot. And they say, we got to abolish ICE. This is a progressive or regressive idea pushed by Elizabeth Warren and AOC. It's a bunch of commie gobbledygook, if you ask me. This is the practice run, yes. If we abolish ICE, we lose all of these branches. It's not just the ERO. And the ERO is protected. We have to look at the history of ICE. It seems like a new agency since 2003 and the Homeland Security Act of 2002, but it's been around since long before that. It's been around since the founding of our country. Alexander Hamilton and the Tariff Act of 1789, Customs Enforcement, Border Patrol, all these things consolidated into one group, ICE. If you want to abolish it, who's going to do those jobs? You just want to have them go somewhere else and call it something different? You don't like the name ICE? Let's call it NICE. How about that? We'll just call it NICE. We'll abolish them and call it NICE. Those are just some of the reasons we need to abolish ICE. I'm going to be debating this in a much longer form, and I'm just kind of riffing right now for practice. But, you know, put me in the debates. Coach, I'm ready to go. Okay, that's a practice run. Maybe I'll just take that and edit it up. Let me see. There's a couple stumbles, and I had to look down at the paper. That's a practice run. But I might just edit that up and throw that on there. How long was that? Let's go back to this debate.
Right?
Yes, I believe that.
Okay, you don't have a good reason to believe that because, as it turns out, they were actually wrong about that, but that was the likely best explanation. Do you know the only hold on? Do you know the only thing that was the arbiter
That was too long.
for enhancing the?
That was 3 minutes. There was a little extra at the beginning that I could cut off and a couple cuts I could make, but let me see what happens if I put that in Opus Clip. What they give me. I wonder if I can specify that I need it to be 1 minute 30 seconds. Speech language. Get clips in one click. Credit usage. My templates. Choose aspect ratio. Templates. I just want I want to adjust the time. I want to make it processing time frame. Credit saver. Include specific moments. Genre. Clip model auto. Genre auto. Clip length. 60 to 90 seconds.
In this video, we're going to talk about prompt.
I'm just going to see what Opus spits out for a 90-second clip of that.
The explanation.
An
experiment.
I don't know much about scurvy.
Okay. Yeah, I know, but it doesn't matter what you know about scurvy. What I'm telling you is you came to the conclusion that the lack of vitamin C causes scurvy, and that's what we were known to believe for many years.
Well,
Hold
so
on, Ron, you keep, Ron,
conclusion.
please stop interrupting me, please.
Well, okay.
So you came to the conclusion, you just said it, the lack of vitamin C
I didn't say
causes
that.
scurvy.
I did
you
not
just
say
said
that
it
I
5 minutes
came to
ago.
that conclusion.
You said that was the conclusion.
Yes, but I didn't say that I came to it.
So you said someone came to that conclusion, right?
I believe, I have been told by sources that I consider to be reliable that someone back in history came to that conclusion, and that since then nobody's challenged it. But I'm not an expert in
that's
scurvy,
not true.
so I could be wrong about all of this.
I'm saying you are wrong, and I'm trying to tell you.
Okay,
You're the one
then
who
please
told me.
educate. Then please educate.
If you stop interrupting me, I will. Okay.
Okay.
So, up to this point, everyone's saying, right, it's a cultural phenomenon to say, well, scurvy, that's caused by the absence of vitamin C. When they looked further into this, the reason I asked you, what do you think the arbiter was for competing hypotheses for what causes scurvy, right? The only arbiter, Ron, in the scientific method is the experiment. As it turns out, the experiments show from experimenting, not from thinking, not from just declaring an explanation and just believing it. From experimenting, it demonstrated that what caused the scurvy ailment wasn't actually, it was correlated to vitamin C because that was present or not present. But it had more to do with the preservation of meat and other goods. And so if that was the case, but it was only determined through the scientific method, including an experiment, I'm still putting you on the spot, Ron, for giving me a scientific theory from your view that's rooted in observation of the natural world. In this case, it's evolution, so biology, where you can come to a scientific theory without an experiment, and you haven't given me a single example of how you could do this without an experiment.
So first of all, I've given you the example of coming to the conclusion that the United States was founded in 1776.
You didn't walk me through the method, though.
The method is that you observe everything around you, including a lot of people who seem to believe that the United States was founded in 1776. Copies of the founding document that have the date on it. You can actually go to Washington, D.C. and see what is supposedly the original founding document, which I actually have done. I've seen the Declaration of Independence with my own eyes. All of this data is consistent with the theory that the United States was founded in 1776 and that the stories that people and historians tell about it are actually true.
Okay, now you're
I can't do an experiment. I don't even know how I can possibly do an experiment that would verify that.
Ron, is there any difference from your view between an epistemic claim and a scientific claim? Because what you're saying about 1776, you're actually arguing why, from what epistemic criterion you have reason to believe that this all happened, right? There's documentation, there's word of mouth, there's maybe a succession of people who lived through the times and passed the stories down to the, all this stuff, right? I wouldn't deny that if we're looking back in history, insofar as incidents occurred within the human conception, the human experience where we started documenting history, I wouldn't press you too hard on the fact that we can draw back in time documentation of certain events and with some level of confidence say, oh, that probably happened, right? To some extent, that's a reasonable belief. This is not the same category as a scientific theory. It's not actually a scientific theory, Garrett. Hold on. It's not a scientific theory that 1776 occurred.
It is.
No, it's not.
Okay, well, it is according to my
proprietary
the scientific method, which is the one that I am prepared to defend here.
So a proprietary one.
No, it's Karl Popper's. It's not.
Show me.
This is not original with me.
Tell me his definition. Bring it up.
I've told you. I've repeated it about 2 or 3 times now. You've gotten annoyed with me for doing that. I'll repeat it again if you really want me to.
No, I want you to find a source. Tell me the source where you found Karl Popper's definition of the scientific method.
So I off the top of my head, I can't give you the source. I'll look it up after the debate is over and email it to you.
I'm going to look it up right now.
I was introduced to it through David Deutsch, who is a physicist. So I was first. This, by the way, is a much easier, and especially people in the audience who are interested in pursuing this. The best introduction to Popperian epistemology, in my humble opinion, is a book by David Deutsch called The Fabric of Reality. And I recommend reading chapter 7 in particular, and taking the rest of that book with a big grain of salt, but that's a whole nother topic.
Okay, so it sounds like you heard Karl Popper say something about
I did not hear Karl Popper say anything. Like I just told you, I read a book by David Deutsch, who talked about Popper, and then I went and did a little bit of reading about Popper, but the definition is the rendering of that definition is my own, and therefore that's the phraseology is mine.
I know you're Christian, but do you consider yourself ortho, JS? No. I prefer to go to Orthodox liturgy when I go to church, but currently I don't have a whip. That's why we're doing the new car fundraisers. I need a car, but when I have a vehicle, I would go to the St. Peter and St. Paul Antiochian Orthodox liturgy. That's my favorite place to go to church or liturgy. But currently when I go and they have night services and stuff. But there's I guess it's like a non-denom Protestant. It's like a mini mega church, and I just go because it's really close. As far as the community aspect, when I go to the Orthodox liturgy, nobody talks to me. Nobody looks at me, but I like it. I like the style of it. It feels more legit when I go there. But currently I just go to the one that it's like right around the corner from me. And it's like a mini mega church. It's very feely. It's very worship and singing and raising holy hands. And I'm not a huge fan of that stuff, but there's a lot of people that go there, and they're very social, and they'll come up to you and they're like, "Oh, hi, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." There's also a lot of ladies there, and I'd love to find a nice Christian lady. And so I see the plus sides to both, but no, I don't consider myself Orthodox. I don't, even though I love going to the liturgy, it's my favorite church to go to. I have some hangups, and I guess I'm a dirty heretic. I have some dogmas and doctrines that I wasn't taught, but that I came to on my own, and I disagree with a lot of stuff. I disagree with things in every denomination, so I say I'm a homeless Christian. I don't like the different denominations. I don't like that there are different denominations. I don't say that I'm non-denominational, because that's a denomination now. They have a non-denominational Christian church website where they accept donations and tithes, and they have non-denominational churches. Non-denominational is now a denomination, so I don't even like that. But I don't know what I am. I have a lot of hang-ups, so that's why I haven't become catechumen or anything like that, because I don't think I'm ready for it. So, but I do prefer to go to the Orthodox liturgies, and I do like the way they debate. I like the way they think. I like the way they talk. But no, I don't believe in denominations. I'm a Christian. But then I'll say stuff that other Christians will say I'm not a Christian. So you know, it is what it is. I don't know.
Okay. I don't think Karl Popper ever said ever stated it in the words that I'm using to state it.
Okay,
But
so
it's a position that I am prepared to defend.
would you just at least concede that you're bringing a fully proprietary definition of the scientific? You just admitted it's yours.
The wording is mine. The idea is not.
Tell me the idea that's not the wording then.
How am I going to do that without words?
No, without your wording. Do the
how
official.
How am I going to do that without my words?
Now,
I don't have Popper's definition memorized. I can't do that.
Okay, so but the thing is, if you're going to defend Popper's definition, and I'm supposed to trust you that your iteration of it is sufficient.
I'm only calling it Popper's definition to give him credit.
I still don't know what
you can consider it mine. I'm prepared to defend it as my own. I just want to be clear that this is not my idea.
Okay, so
and I'm not the only one who subscribes to it either.
Is it Karl Popper's definition of the scientific method or a scientific theory?
I don't know how he would characterize it. I characterize it as a method, which, by the way, you've stopped me and interrupted me. You wanted bullet points, and I started giving them to you.
I got them.
You interrupt. I'll let you. You stopped me and interrupted me, and after I gave you the first bullet point, you didn't let me get to the rest of them.
The reason why I interrupted you, Ron, is that you were talking about epistemic criterion for believing something occurred in the past.
You were the one who brought epistemology into this. I never said the word.
That doesn't matter if you said the word. Dude, hold on, Ron. Knowing the criterion for knowing something in the past is an epistemic question.
You are the one who introduced epistemology and knowledge into the discussion. Pay very close attention. No, look, I have chosen my formulation with great care.
Ron.
Okay.
Ron, I just asked you.
You know, you have asked me many times not to interrupt you. Now you shut up and listen.
You interrupted me.
You shut up and listen.
You said observation, belief, and copies of the documents
that
was
is
enough.
Not what
I literally wrote it while you were writing. I was literally typing while you were saying it. Okay, you said.
Not say the word belief.
You said yes, you did, dude. Yes, you did. You're just lying now. It's crazy. You just forget what you say. I wrote it down. I literally was typing like a stenographer, listening to you talk, and I wrote it down.
Could you read that quote back to me then? Because possible that I don't remember.
You said you start with an observation that people claim that 1776, that whole thing occurred, right?
That's one of the many observations that is explained by the theory that the United States was in point of actual fact founded in 1776.
There are people who believe that that occurred based on documentation, based on word of mouth, based on historical documentation, and maybe a succession of story, right? So you're giving reasons, criterion. You're giving reasons why it's good, why it's reasonable to believe in this time frame of this event, right? I had said, yeah, that's a question of epistemology. Hold on, that's a question of epistemology. How do you know something happened in the past, and do you have a justified belief in that thing happening? I asked you point blank. Knowing 1776 occurred, is that a scientific theory? And you said yes.
No, that's not.
Yes, you did.
You changed the wording. You said, is the theory that the United States was founded in 1776 a scientific theory? And I said, yes. Knowing that it is a different question. The question of knowledge is a whole philosophical can of worms.
Okay.
Now, pay very close attention. I've developed this formulation with great care. I thought about it for a long, I thought about it for a long time.
How long?
Years.
Okay.
The scientific method is find the best explanation that accounts for all of your observations and act as if that explanation is the truth until, and I hope you can remember the rest of it because that's not the relevant part here.
Okay, Ron. Okay, hold on.
It says nothing about knowledge.
Ron, listen. I'm going to give you back. I'm going to give you back your statement. Look at the world around you, everything you could possibly see, collect it, right, into an evaluation, to some explanation until, and believe that is true, until another explanation, right? Here's the thing I'm asking you, Ron. If you did
finish that thought until another explanation, you're not finished.
No, until an explanation better explains it, right?
That's right.
Okay, Ron, listen closely.
I don't know about all that. I'm not gonna agree with you on that, Parallax. That's I don't know about all that, but yeah, that's I'm not. Yeah, I don't know about all that. No.
If I conclude of an explanation and I think it's good, and someone else concludes that their explanation is also good, what's the arbiter between what decides a better explanation?
That is a very good question, and it does not have a short answer.
Oh my gosh.
There are a lot of criteria for what constitutes a good scientific explanation.
No. I didn't ask what's a good scientific explanation. I asked what's the arbiting methodology to determine.
How do you decide? You have two competing explanations. How do you decide which one is better? That's your question.
Without an experiment.
So there are lots of criteria that are applied to scientific. So let's be clear in our terminology here. A theory, when you first come up with an idea, and you criticize me for advocating the idea that this is all just guesswork. It's not all just guesswork, but guesswork does enter into it. When you first come up with an idea, that idea is a guess, but the term of art for that is a hypothesis. So I want to distinguish between a hypothesis, which really is just a guess, and a theory, which is a hypothesis that has undergone the scientific process and has withstood criticism and is now generally accepted as the current best explanation. So,
Okay, hold on,
the way that you could decide between two competing hypotheses, which one is the better of the two, is there's a step-by-step process.
I know, that's what I asked you.
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you now what those steps are. The first step is you eliminate any of the hypotheses that are not consistent with the things that you've already observed. That's the first step. The second step, now you're left with a set of competing explanations, all of which are consistent with everything that you know. The second step is that you eliminate all the ones that contain extraneous elements. And I'll give you an example. Here's a hypothesis about why that explains everything that I see. The hypothesis is called last Thursdayism. And the hypothesis is that the entire universe
Oh God! It all started last Thursday.
was created last Thursday. You've probably heard of this, right?
Yeah.
You're familiar with this idea? So last Thursdayism says the entire universe was created last Thursday. And at first blush, it seems like that's a ridiculous notion because I can remember things that happened before last Thursday. But the hypothesis says that last Thursday, I was created with all my memories intact. So last Thursday, the universe was created in the exact state that it was in last Thursday.
It's unfalsifiable.
That's a non-falsifiable hypothesis. So it is consistent with all of our observations. But we can still reject it because it's just stupid, right? But we can actually do you agree with me that it's stupid?
I'm still trying to get you to answer my very specific question here.
So the question that you're asking me to answer is, how do you decide between competing hypotheses, which one is the better hypothesis?
Yes.
Well,
Hold on a second. First of all, you said a scientific theory is the collection of all the data and every observation and coming to an
No, that's not what I said.
You said coming to. No, you did.
That's
You're
not what I
just
said.
lying.
No, I
now,
said.
Okay, anybody could go back, Ron, and say.
Theory is.
Ron is the
It
worst.
is an explanation.
No, I just said the method is you collect all of the observations and data, and you come to the best explanation of the data. Hold on.
That's right.
You don't have a distinction between a scientific theory and a hypothesis.
A hypothesis becomes a theory once it's undergone a certain amount of criticism.
Really?
Comparison to the yes. It's a somewhat arbitrary distinction. There is no crisp line that divides a hypothesis from a theory.
Interesting.
It's just a way of signaling whether you're advancing an idea just as a guess or as something that you're willing to actually defend as the truth that has withstood criticism up to this point.
Okay, I just want you to just so I know what you said and everyone understands. Your position is, well, the difference between a hypothesis and the theory is really arbitrary, and it's actually, you know, it's not such a distinct line.
It's not quite arbitrary. It's just not sharp.
Okay. So if I have a hypothesis,
like the dividing line between a ship and a boat.
okay. So if I have a hypothesis, I could actually just go around calling it a scientific theory.
You could call it that. Yeah, sure.
And you couldn't tell me otherwise, right?
I could. It depends on the hypothesis.
Okay. So does a hypothesis need to be testable to be viable or not?
Yes. So that's one of the criteria.
And is testing I don't know, an experiment? Would you call that an experiment?
It can be.
Is there any other?
It can be. It doesn't have to be.
Okay, good. If it doesn't have to be, if there's two competing hypotheses for the same data to explain the same data, if it's not an experiment as the arbiter between two competing hypotheses, what is it? What's the thing that decides between the two competing hypotheses?
That's the thing that I'm in the middle of trying to explain to you, and you keep interrupting me.
Tell us.
Okay. So the first criterion is that the hypothesis has to be consistent with everything with all the observations you've already made. And that actually turns out to be enough to eliminate huge amounts of hypotheses that people advance, because science has been going on now for modern science has been going on since Newton for about 350 years. And we've made a lot of progress. And a lot of ideas, a lot of hypotheses have already been advanced and rejected. And that is a lot of work. And the possible hypotheses that one could advance that haven't already been considered is pretty small. It's actually really, really hard to come up with a new idea that hasn't already been thought up by someone. And if it's not already part of the scientific consensus, there's a reason it's not. And that's because somebody has thought of either done an experiment to falsify it or come up with a good argument against it.
Okay, so let's bring this back to evolution. From your view, what's the observation in your defense of evolution? What's the observation?
The observation? There is
Any
no
observation.
one observation.
Any observation.
Huge amount of
One.
observation.
The best one. Choose your best.
That it is the scientific consensus. That's the best one.
You observe the scientific consensus? That's the observation?
Yes, because what that means is that there are a lot of people out there who have spent a lot more time thinking about this stuff than I have, and this is the conclusion that they've come to. And so there are two possibilities.
No,
either they're right.
Holy crap.
Do you deny that this is the conclusion?
Do I deny? No. I ask, in science, you observe something in nature for evolution. So pretend you're them, the people you're appealing to.
The biologists are part of nature. Humans are part of nature.
You observe a biologist, right?
I've never actually.
Let's say you observe a biologist and you say you observe your authority telling you stuff.
I would characterize it as people who know more about this than I, that it's true, and I have no reason to doubt them.
Do you know that's fallacious? That's
potentially.
It's literally.
So they could be.
No. It's not that they could be wrong. It's that it's fallacious reasoning. Yeah. Yes, it is.
Well, no, it's not.
First of all, it's an appeal to an authority and an appeal to the majority at the same time.
Now,
you just said it's true.
Consensus.
Says so.
Often
I also said that I took
multiple fallacies kind of fit together.
Yeah, you just redefined authority, right? So you appeal to the authority. No, hold on.
Yes,
Ron, you're inconsistent.
Right. No, I am redefining authority because authority can mean
Are they
things.
the authority that tells you evolution is true?
They are.
Then it is the authority.
Well, except that authority can mean two different things. The argument from authority is fallacious when you use somebody's authority in one field to give them credence in a different field.
That's not true. No, that's not what an argument of authority is. Argument to authority is saying, if we're talking about which cheese tastes the best, and I say, well, this cheese expert says that Gouda tastes the best, therefore Gouda tastes the best. That would be to appeal to authority. It has nothing to do with one field and a different field. I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
So the argument from authority, the fallacy is if you say something like, Oh, and I don't want to get political here, so I'm not going to use the President of the United States as the example. Let's say the Pope.
Oh, this fucktard hates Trump.
The Pope says something, saying that he is correct because he is the Pope. That is the argument from authority.
That's the opposite of what you just said. You just said argument of authority is where you reference an authority when talking about something different. What are you talking about?
Fallacy. Let's say, and actually, even that's not a fallacy.
Stop the meta. We know what an argument for authority is. Jeez.
If he says something about theology, he actually is an authority on theology. But if he says something about science, and you grant him credence because he's the Pope,
No, Ron.
that is the argument from authority.
Ron, let me correct you. Okay, argument from authority, right, is an appeal to respect and modesty, quote. It is a type of reasoning where someone supports a claim primarily by citing the opinion of an authority figure rather than providing direct evidence, reasoning, or data, which is exactly what you're doing.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the Pope talking about science. What is he talking? This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
So it's not an authority figure; it's a community of well over 100,000.
Now it's a community, right? It's still an authority.
It's right? There are over 100,000 biologists
you're
in
not
the
defending.
United States alone.
Yeah.
I don't know how many there are worldwide.
You're not defending your.
If I said 2 + 2 is 4 because my math teacher said so, that would be an argument from authority. The math teacher talking about math. It's still an argument from authority. You have to give reasoning for why it is, not just because somebody said so. This is what a lot of people don't pick up on this. If a woman says you can't talk about abortion because you're a man, that's an argument from authority. The authority being, I'm a woman, I'm allowed to talk about this. You're not allowed to talk about this because you're not a woman, and the women have the authority on this matter. That would be an argument from authority. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about.
Your position based on reasoning, evidence, or data. You're just saying they said so. That's all you're doing tonight.
Yep.
Yeah, but they are the people who've actually done the work.
That's just begging the question. That's what's in question. Okay.
What is the work? Right.
You're.
We're arguing about the work they did. He's disagreeing with the work they did. So if you just say they're right because they did the work, and I say, okay, but I have a problem with the work they did. You just made a fallacy. They're right because they did the work. I have a problem with the work.
A representative of their position, and you're unable to defend their position.
So that's actually not true either. I actually can defend their position.
You're not doing a good job.
Talk about evolution itself.
What's the observation in nature that we go off of?
Too.
Good, let's do that. I tried to do that. What's the observation in nature we start from? Where we say, I'm observing nature. This is the first thing that leads me to believe that evolution itself is true. What's one observation in nature?
One?
Any one. The best one.
The diversity of life on Earth.
Okay, you look at the diversity of life on Earth, and then take that through your scientific method to come to the idea that we evolve from different things.
Okay, so here is the theory. The theory is that the distinctive characteristic about life is that it reproduces. So the theory is that you start out with...
That's not a theory. We observe that life reproduces.
Yeah, that's actually kind of the definition of life.
Yeah, so it's not a theory. The theory is the thing you're trying to get to.
Well, you keep interrupting me.
That's not a theory. Observing that life reproduces isn't a theory.
Of course it's not a theory. When
you just said it was.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
You just said we start from the theory that life reproduces. That's not a theory.
You keep interrupting me before I can even get 6 words out. And you're right that if you interrupt me when I've said before if you only let me say 6 words, you're right, those 6 words are not the theory. If you want me to explain the theory, you have to let me finish. You're asking questions that don't have short answers. And if you want to know the answers, you have to wait until I give you the complete answer before you start to criticize it. Because if you interrupt me after 6 words and say that's not an answer, you're right. Those 6 words are not an answer. They're the beginning of an answer, but the whole answer is longer.
We'll give you the full 60 seconds, whatever you need.
The theory of evolution requires a lot more than 60 seconds to really describe, but I will do my best. The theory is based on the observation, the premise that there are things out there in the world that make copies of themselves, and the copies are not always exact copies.
LaRon
Sometimes
just
they have
filibustered the whole
small
time.
variations. And so some of those variations are going to be better at making copies of themselves than other variations. And what you end up with is the things that historically, over time, have been better at making copies of themselves. And that turns out to be sufficient to explain the diversity of life on Earth. Now, to see that, you have to start getting into lots and lots and lots of nitty-gritty details, and that is time-consuming. But that's the theory.
Okay. Would you say that for that kind of replication to happen, you already have diversity of life?
No.
Okay.
No, it started with a single original replicator.
And did you observe that?
By the way, that
Hold on.
No, of course not. This was billions of years ago.
So, okay, hold on. I just want to let the audience know, from your position of the scientific, what constitutes a scientific theory, you admitted, and I agree with it, at least the first part is you have to have an observation. You admit that you're starting with something you have no observation from, right?
No, that's part of the explanation for the things we observe. The things we observe are the current diversity of life on Earth. Part of the explanation for that is that we hypothesized that somewhere back in the distant past, there somehow, by some process that is unspecified by the theory of evolution, by the way, a replicator arose. And by the way, the original replicator was not a cell. This is another straw man that critics of evolution often raise, is to say that there's no way that a cell could have arisen spontaneously. And you're absolutely right about that. By the time you get to a cell, you are well on your way towards building all of the complexity of life on Earth.
Is arise a biological term? Arise?
I don't know. I think I've probably seen it in biology textbook. I'll be more careful in my phraseology if you want to take issue with that word.
Well, when you say the first replicator arose, your theory is that there was a first replicator, but you're not positing how you got it. You're granting yourself a first replicator.
That's right. That is a different theory. That's got nothing to do with evolution.
That's fine.
Evolution takes that as an assumption.
That's fine. If you assume there's a first replicator, you call the first replicator the first population of itself, single identity replicator.
It's obviously not a population. It's a degenerate case of a population, but
hold on. It actually is in the biological sense. It actually is. Here's why. I'll tell you why. There's a lizard today that asexually reproduces. So based on the going definition of species, it actually is an exception to the going definition of species in the sense that it's not reproducing with the current population it's in, it reproduces with itself. So in a sense, it's its own
I gotta go in like 30 minutes, guys. But
new species, its own unique species, and it's its own
I got my Monday show prepped. I got all my research done. I got like half of this opening written, so I'm doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good. That means I'll go to work tonight. Tomorrow morning I can finish writing this. I'll probably record my thing tomorrow morning. Unless that practice run that was just off the cuff, if Opus Clips gives me a good 90 second clip from that was 3 minutes, so I was too long. But if Opus Clip gives me a good 90-second clip, I'll just post that for the Ward War application thing.
Its own replicator, its own population, in fact. So
you remember in my opening when I said that one of the things that critics of evolution often ignore, and as a result end up raising straw man arguments, is the existence of sexual reproduction. This case that you're raising is an example of that.
Well, no, it's not, though. It's not. Well, here's why it's not, though. I'm going to just stop you because that's just a lie.
Okay.
Because sexual selection from your chronological narrative is something that comes secondary from asexual, right?
Yes.
Okay, so random mutation and all the mechanisms, the four main mechanisms of evolution have to mechanically explain how you get sexual reproduction from asexual reproduction.
That's right. And
So
that's one of the things the theory actually does quite well.
Okay, well, really? Well, let me just ask you how you know that, and you just say because people said so. Okay,
well, no, because I've read about it, and because that's part of that I actually do understand it that I could explain to you if you would like me to.
oh well, I just want you to get what I'm actually saying here is under the model, right? Mechanisms that do things, sexual mating, would require an existing mechanism that is able to independently works and then works together, right?
No, that's not true.
What? Sexual, like a penis and a vagina. We're talking
That's
about.
right.
Okay, so the way we understand
that is the modern manifestation of sexual reproduction, but that's not how it originated.
No, I'm not talking about how it originates. I'm saying any manifestation of it. If it came from a place in time where that manifestation didn't exist, it's fair to hold you to the fire and say, well, you have to say that random mutation produced and manifests something out of not existing to existing.
It would be fair to do that if it were true, but it's not.
Did you just hear what I just said, though?
Well, I think I did.
I just said, if there's anything that we have now, right, that's functional, and from your view, there was a time which that thing didn't exist in any population. I'm not just talking about a human, because from your view, all of our appendages come from a pre-existing, already functioning organism that has most of these things, and we just got all the goods, right, passed down to us. But I'm asking you from the process itself, you have to hold that there's a place in time where biology exists, and these specialized things don't exist, that the process of evolution produces these things over time.
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So isn't it fair to ask you, I don't know, the vestibular system, the thing that we have along with some other animals that
there's a destiny debate with some black philosopher guy. Wish I would have watched that.
allow us spatial awareness, balance, right? Recognition of where we are, equilibrium. Very complex system if you look into it, especially with the humans. That system, in the way it functions, that has to be a product of random mutation from your view.
No, it doesn't.
Really?
Yep.
What's it a product of then?
Natural random mutation plus natural selection.
Before natural selection happens, random mutation, right?
Natural selection and random mutation constantly happen together.
I didn't ask that. How does natural selection?
You said
Ron,
before natural selection happens, random mutation has to happen. And that is not true.
Ron, how does natural selection determine whether an appendage or trait is sufficient for life if it doesn't exist yet?
That again is a straw man.
A question can't
It's
be
a question. Stop saying it's a straw man.
A question can have a straw man assumption.
What's the straw man? What's the assumption that's
well?
false?
Then argue with the premise of the question.
Assumption is that selection happens at the level of the organism. Remember the ants example that I gave you?
Unbelievable. Ants?
Yes.
Yeah, ants exist as a population, and from your view, came from something that wasn't an ant, right? That did what ants do, right? That's what's in question.
But the interesting thing about ants is that 99% of them are sterile.
That doesn't matter because what's in question. This is a total dodge.
Because it doesn't matter because it's a clue.
This is totally
as to what's
dodging.
going on, and it's an indication of how your reasoning is fallacious.
How is it fallacious? What's the fallacy?
Because
what's the fallacy?
The fallacy is that you are assuming that macroscopic traits like.
I like making my podcast. I don't like making short clips of my podcast. So the AI chooses the best clips.
Appendages or vestibular systems are the things that that natural selection selects against.
No, I said no. It was very clear. From your view, the thing called the vestibular system that does what the vestibular system does comes from a mechanical biological process that's dictated by random mutation, right?
It's not dictated by random mutation.
Random mutation occurs and it's caused by these mutations. It's caused.
So your exact words here: random mutation occurs and it's caused by random mutation.
No.
That's
no.
literally the words you just
That's
said.
not what I
and they're
said. You're a liar. I just said the vestibular system is the product of random mutation. Yes or no?
That is no. It is a
It's not. The vestibular system wasn't produced mechanistically through random mutations over time.
It was produced by random mutation.
What was it produced by?
And natural selection.
Before natural selection, I'm going to ask you again, how does nature, the external world, select for traits that don't exist yet?
Okay. This is another one of those questions that doesn't have a short answer.
What a surprise.
Well, I'm sorry, biology is complicated.
Can you give me back the question just so I know you understand what I asked you?
How does nature select for a vestibular system before it exists?
Yeah.
And the answer is it doesn't.
Okay.
Because that is not how the vestibular system arises.
Cool. How does it arise?
Okay, so let's go back to what the theory actually says. The theory says that there are replicators, and they make copies of themselves, and there's random mutation and natural selection that allows the replicators that are better at making copies of themselves to make.
Let's watch it. Let's do it. Already seen this. I don't have time.
Right? If your goal is to reduce suffering and you push the button on the air to reduce suffering as much as possible on the human planet, they would just nuke the whole world and you'd have zero suffering whatsoever. If I want to live a life right now that is the peak of physical preference pleasure, you would just be hooked up to like a heroin needle until you die.
That would be an example of a moral wall that's telling you, no, you know that life is about more than that. You know that. Don't do that. That's not right.
Well, now I'm curious because I hate Jordan Peterson, and it seems like you had some admiration or respect for his belief system. I feel like he reasons his stuff in a horrible way. I think I have to say yes to that based on everything I've said. Yeah. But then I guess that would make me a physical anti-realist. But now I've changed my position completely, so I should have never said physical realism in the first place.
But literally change your mind in the mid-sentence is not a thing that you see in typical debate.
What the heck is that guy?
Does objective morality exist?
The hell is that? That looks like a monster in Resident Evil.
I'm Joshua Fields Milburn from The Minimalist, and today I'm moderating a conversation about morality between two thinkers I deeply admire. Joining me is Stephen Bunnell, better known as Destiny Online. Stephen is a prominent YouTuber and political commentator, widely known for debating controversial topics and for his advocacy of liberal ideas. You can find him online at destiny.gg and on YouTube and social media at Destiny. I'm also joined by my podcast co-host and Netflix co-star, TK Coleman. TK is a minimalist philosopher, a devout Catholic, and as far as I can tell, he is politically homeless. You can find his work at theminimalists.com and on YouTube and social media at The Minimalists. We're recording this conversation at the Minimalist Podcast Studio in West Hollywood. My role today is simple.
A minimalist with a podcast in a podcast studio. That makes sense.
I'm going to stay out of the way. Well, at least step out of the way for a moment here and let these two men have a thoughtful, challenging conversation. I'll jump in only when it helps move things forward. Destiny, let's start with you. Does objective morality exist?
So kind of the boring way to start every philosophy conversation, I feel like, is kind of asking, what do we mean when we say like exist or is real?
Yes.
Unfortunately, yeah. So not to go full Jordan Peterson here now. I heard you bullying him about the Trinity off camera, so I'm guessing we have some Catholic philosophy coming from over here. I was raised as a Catholic. I went to Jesuit high school and everything, so I've heard all the Trinity criticisms and the Mary worshiper insults and everything that they throw at us. So I guess so when I try to think of morality, typically the way that I view morality, some people will say that this is a real form of morality. Some people say this is not a real form of morality in terms of like a real thing or kind of like an anti-real thing. The way that I look at it is I view it as more of a question of like, what are humans? And then morality is a thing that emerges predictably from human behavior. So let's assume that we had a subset of humans, 100 different civilizations, and let's say 99 of them had no morality. Let's say one of them had some type of morality. And when I say morality, what I mean is some set of behaviors that guides them towards some kind of cooperation. I think that 99 of those civilizations would fail because without cooperation, you have people eating each other, killing each other's children, stealing.
Look at that,
whatever, it just
dude,
doesn't
for
work, it falls
real.
apart. Whereas for the people that are more
Rawr.
cooperative, those civilizations survive and then they eventually thrive and they carry on. And I guess those people thousands of years into the future will be wondering, well, is our morality objective? Does it come from some, written code in the universe? Is there some objectively true statements we can make about morality? But the reality is the only people that would have survived that far would have been the ones that would have had some kind of like guiding behavior characteristics regardless. So insofar as that goes, I think that morality is like an intuitive thing that kind of necessarily emerges from humans because without these
It
types
evolves.
of preferential behavior,
We evolved morality to survive, is what he's saying.
you basically just turn into this society that just cannibalizes itself until it ceases to exist. Yeah.
That doesn't necessarily mean that morality is objective, though. It means that groups that have a set of moral codes are able to, I guess, cooperate in ways that a group that doesn't have a moral code might be able to cooperate.
Basically. But I would say that, like, because humans have a very shared biology, like 98% of humans are going to agree on like 98% of moral things. And then we're going to be arguing a lot about kind of
Why is that? Is that a sensus divinitatis?
edge cases. So things like abortion or gay marriage or whatever are going to be kind of like edge cases, but all of us are going to roughly agree that you shouldn't steal things, you shouldn't kill people, stuff like that.
TK, the reason I wanted to have this conversation is last time we had Destiny on the Minimalist podcast, you two debated a bunch of really compelling topics, and there was a moment where we just touched on morality. And I asked you whether or not an objective morality exists, and the thing you said to me that has stuck with me for the last several years is you said, well, we over-moralize a lot of things. And I think we could talk about that, how our culture's become so self-righteous, we tend to moralize everything. But it seems to me that if...
What is this guy? He looks like a lizard.
If there are 5 universal moral truths, then there is some sort of objective morality.
That's right. I mean, my position, you could argue.
That's based Freddy.
Is moral minimalism, that there is at least one moral fact. And if one moral fact exists, then moral realism is true. Now, I'm not actually a moral minimalist. I believe there's more than one moral fact. But for the purpose of this discussion, if we're asking, is moral realism is true, that's all that would be needed to demonstrate the truth of it. Just to kind of clarify my position, I would say that moral realism for me is a subset of realism in general. And we can always get more precise with our definitions, but when it comes to realism, I just advance a common sense notion of it. If I were to say, hey, Josh, there is a pickup truck parked right in front of this building, I take myself to be expressing more than a preference, more than a feeling, more than a view on what I wish were true. But I take myself to be making an actual claim about reality, a claim that can be falsified, a claim that can be verified. And if we go and we look and we see there is no pickup truck parked in front of the building, then that means either I lied or I got it wrong or something changed that I would have to give an account for. And so in everyday life, we speak as if some kind of realism is true. If I say there's a chair there across the room, again, I believe there really is a chair.
That guy does not represent Josh's, okay? I do not accept that guy represents Josh's. This guy represents based Freddy's.
Saying something about the world and not just me. In a similar way, I believe that moral realism is just realism applied to moral values. So to use a classic example, when I say that it is morally wrong to torture innocent babies for spectator sport, I'm not just saying I personally am disgusted with it. I'm not just saying human beings have evolved to feel yucky about that.
It's not a
nor am I
motivism.
just expressing how I want the world
You're
to
saying
be.
it
Those
is
things may be in
absolutely
place,
wrong.
They may not be in place. But what I'm saying is that kind of order, it is incongruent with reality itself. And in the same way that a person can behave irrationally by violating laws of logic and violating moral principles and being incongruent with reality at the level of behavior.
Destiny, I've seen that you've at least been sympathetic to emotivism, which is, I think, different from completely.
It makes me feel yucky. Murder, yucky. Ew, bad. Makes me feel bad. I don't like it. Therefore, it's bad. That's what emotivism is.
really different from TK's perspective here. Maybe you could talk a bit about that and relate to the way that he's describing moral realism.
When you just because I hear everybody use these terms differently, I'm familiar with the term like non-cognitivism, where you're kind of expressing moral propositions and they're really just like preferences. When you say emotivism, can it just be clear what do you mean here?
Yeah, the boo hooray theory.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so,
boo murder.
This is completely off topic.
Boo murder,
but
hooray,
this is why
baby.
I enjoyed our conversation with you when you were here on our show, and this is why I'm so excited about today. I'm in physical pain, so I don't look excited, but people make fun of anyone who says, what do you mean by that? And I think Jordan Peterson is kind of the classic example of it. But whenever I watch debates, I just get tired of them so quickly because people go on for hours without ever taking the time to just define
what do you mean?
And people are so put off by the request. And I thought it was a normal, responsible thing to do. I think it's an essential thing to do. And so whenever I find myself in conversation with someone who isn't scandalized by that or who doesn't have any hesitancy to say, what do you mean by that? And that's okay. I'm like, all right, this is a good conversation. So I appreciate
that, but I hate the way Jordan Peterson does it. But maybe we can do that on our third visit.
Yeah, that'll be a different debate.
So when we speak about things, I think that there is a
what do you mean
to things that we say, and I think that there is.
Sometimes you just have to ask, what do you really mean by that? Because if you haven't found your dragon, how are you going to know about the truth? What do you mean by truth? What is truth? I don't even know. Sometimes I struggle. I look to find the truth, but I don't know it. So I have to ask, what do you mean by truth?
I think that when we say a thing is a thing, I think sometimes we're expressing different things, sometimes without realizing it. So like a lot of language, I would say ordinary human language has a lot of built-in or baked in.
Guys, I can't watch this whole thing. This is 2 hours. This should be a stream in itself. Usually when I do reactions to Destiny streams, we get a lot of, so I have to title it, I have to make a thumbnail, and we get a lot of people in here. So I might have to save this for another day. We'll watch another 10 minutes of it, but I'll have to do a whole thing on this. Maybe this coming Friday or I don't know.
Assumptions to it.
Saturday?
If I were to pop my head in and if I were to say
Saturday is the
anybody
UFC
hungry,
pay-per-view.
and maybe all of you guys say, yeah, and then I were to leave, I think everybody would be kind of confused if 20, 30 minutes later I'm eating in the other room alone. And you would come.
You know what I'll probably do is Saturday, I'll probably watch the fights on stream, and then we'll start a new stream where I react to this and watch the whole thing and actually do some reacting. So right now I'm just watching, but
through and you would ask me a question.
Saturday maybe we'll do that.
And it's okay, well, I thought you were going to get a spoon. It's like, I never said that. And it's like,
that was a Kermit JP hybrid. Dude, that's how I do Jordan Peterson's voice. I just do a Kermit voice with a bit of a, I don't know, like a British Irish accent. What do you mean? It's not easy being green, you know? Miss Piggy, it's not easy being green. It's not the same as the Kermit, but it's a little bit of a Kermit, you know? These young men, what are they doing? They have to find their dragon. That's how I do. I do Kermit when I do Jordan Peterson.
Well, you know, when you ask somebody, you know, like, are they hungry? There's a whole bunch of baked in stuff there in terms of, would you like me to get you food? I can get you, right? There's just so many different things.
What do you mean by green?
I've heard this expressed as like the 4 maxims of like conversation or whatever. Like, if I were to text you this morning and say, hey, I'm outside, and you go outside and I'm not there, and I was like, oh, I'm outside my house in Miami. I'm like, okay, well, that you're not conveying like the appropriate level of information. When you said outside, I assume you meant right outside my building right now at this point in time, right? But we don't say all these things. I think when we talk about different types of facts, I think that there are words that we use, so words like is, these types of verbs that we use, but I think we're kind of saying different things. So one thing that you brought up, and I'll simplify the truck example to like, there is a chair in the room. So when we say like there is a chair, like we're agreeing that there's some collection of matter that we've applied the principle of chair to it, and we say it's here, and we would say that's kind of a fact because it reduces to something hopefully in an objectively true reality that our sense of perceiving, et cetera, et cetera. But here's a question I guess I would have. If I were to say there is a chair in this room. Is that the same type of statement as saying there there is a bed underneath the stairs in the Dursleys' house in Harry Potter? That there's like there's a bedroom underneath. I'm trying to think of a specific fact in Harry Potter, but if I would say like
Dursleys,
there's a mirror in Harry Potter's room. Is that the same type of statement as saying there is a chair in this room?
In one sense,
one's fictional. It's not reality, but is there. Does that Harry Potter's room under the staircase actually exist? No. This is like the is Superman Clark Kent? Well, Superman's not real. Clark Kent's not real. So that's what he's asking. And is it the same thing? No, it's not the same thing. Is this table here if I say this table is in front of me, is not the same as I say Superman is Clark Kent.
In one sense, yes. In one sense, no.
Right.
So if you were to ask me that as part of a normal conversation, I would take you to mean something like, hey, within the world that is the Harry Potter story, is this something that is deemed to be a fact? And so in that sense, yes. But it's a different kind of statement because you're making a statement about two different worlds. One is a world that we both agree on is purely conceptual, and the other is a world that we both agree is actually like physical in nature.
Okay. I think that was a perfect answer. So I'm not sure if we're going to disagree on anything or if it's just going to come down to terms. But when I view morality, I look at it similarly as like math. So if I say like 1 + 1 is 2, we all agree on that given the same set of mathematical axioms, depending on what set theory or whatever you use to build. We all agree on that, generally speaking, that 2 + 2 is 4, 3 + 3 is 6.
You wouldn't say 1 + 1 is 2. You would say 1 + 1 equals 2. 1 + 1 is 1 + 1. 1 + 1 equals 2.
These are things that we're going to agree on. But is 3 + 3 is 6? Is that the same type of truth as I spot, I think, is that a whiteboard or a table or something in the corner?
I guess you could
And
say
then the
equal
answer
and
you gave,
is the
with
same
respect
thing,
to
but then
some system, I would agree that this is true. But does it exist outside of the agreements of that system? This is kind of where I view morality as sitting. Morality is kind of like a statement in math or a statement in Harry Potter, that so long as we all kind of agree on a set of norms governing that, we can make true statements with respect to those norms, but those norms are grounded in a relatively, I don't want to say arbitrary because that's not quite true, because I think biologically all of us are going to have similar norms, similar like core guiding principles, but I don't know if it's true in the same way that like a table exists or a wall exists. And then kind of the testing question that I would have on that, if you can speak to what I just said, the testing question is, if I were to say there's a truck outside and we were to go outside and we were to look, we could use our senses to kind of figure out, well, is there a truck or is there not a truck? And where there's going to be a right or wrong on that. Whereas if I were to say killing that person is wrong, and then we were to observe somebody killing a person, let's say there's a disagreement there. How do you resolve the disagreement between two people? What do you point to, or what are you looking at objectively to say, well, this person is correct?
murdering, you would say murdering that person is wrong. Killing that person could be right.
That is wrong, or that person incorrect. It isn't wrong.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let me first respond to the example of the Harry Potter, the math facts, physical facts. So I think the Harry Potter example, that is a universe, so to speak, that we both agree is fictional. And we have concrete evidence that a human being created this universe, right? We can point to the person who created that and they can say, yes, here's the date on the calendar where no one talked about Harry Potter. Here's the date where they did talk about it. And it was because
I wouldn't say she created it, but I get where he's going.
Introduced the idea to the world. I think mathematical truths are different from that. And I don't think one needs to be a Platonist on abstract entities in this way. But when we say things like 2 + 2 = 4, yes, we're assuming a base, we're assuming a formal.
Notice how he just said 2 + 2 = 4. That's not what Destiny said. Destiny said 2 + 2 is 4. So now we have to argue semantics. Does is mean equal? No, I don't think so. I don't think 2 + 2 is 4. I think 2 + 2 = 4. But 2 + 2 is 2 + 2. That's what it is. What it equals is something different.
System of logic, but we're also making claims about the nature of reality in this.
That's like me and Re-Exam were arguing about this the other night. Man and woman, we're equal, but we aren't the same. Two things that are equal are not the same thing.
Sense of there being order, there being structure, there being things like coherence and consistency, and I'm a realist on those things. So I think speaking of things like order and structure is very different than speaking of a bed being in a particular room in the Harry Potter story. One of those is fiction, and so I'm an anti-realist on that, and the other is one
reality
that I take to be true, and I'm a realist on that. Your question about the pickup truck versus the moral example, like, is killing wrong? Is there a pickup truck outside? I think this feels compelling and complex on the surface for one reason.
But it's not.
Namely that we are not in the habit of subjecting our beliefs about the physical world to scrutiny in the way that we are inclined to do with more abstract things. And so sometimes when you're dealing with something that's familiar, even if your reasons for believing it are bad, you feel more safe and you feel more comfortable because there's no need to ask questions about it, because there's nothing in my experience that forces me to ask questions about it. A good example of this would be money. You take fiat currency, has all sorts of problems. It is not a perfect system at all. But when you introduce a new form of currency like cryptocurrency, it incentivizes people to start thinking in a way that's really skeptical. And I think the skeptical questions are fair. Well, what is the money based on? Or like, how does this or that work? Those are fair questions, but those same fair questions could also be asked about fiat currency. It's just that we're not inclined to ask them because it's familiar. And so that gives us a false sense of security. So when we talk about the physical world, I do not take for granted that there is a mind-independent physical world. And I think it's a fair philosophical question to ask for any given experience you have of perceiving a physical thing. How do you know you're not hallucinating? How do you know that this is not merely the content of your consciousness? Now, we do not ask these questions at parties if we're trying to make friends, if we're trying to get along in the world. Most people would be annoyed by that. But when we're having philosophical discussions about the nature of justified belief, about having rational belief formation processes, it's a fair question to ask. One of the classical distinctions in philosophy, Bertrand Russell talks about this in Problems of Philosophy, is appearance versus reality. We all have direct experience with seeming to see something, seeming to hear something. We have these sensory impressions, right? And then upon further reflection or examination, we realize we were wrong. There is a stick that appears to be bent because it's in the water, but when I pull it out, I go, oh, it appeared to be bent, but it actually isn't, right? And so we all understand that difference between appearance and reality. So when you have an experience of seeing a tree, seeing a mountain, seeing a pickup truck, the question to ask there is, how do you know that what you see exists independently of the contents of your consciousness? I contend that once you establish the reasons for that, which is really the case for physical realism, you have in that the case for moral realism. I'm happy to make that case, but I want to pause here and just kind of hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I guess my question would be, how do you test any?
And see how this is labeled debate? This is how a philosophical debate works. It's not contentious. It's not, you're an idiot if you don't believe free will exists. This is not how you do philosophy. We're thinking, we're challenging thoughts, we're asking questions, we're being skeptical, and we're questioning each other back and forth, and then we're trying to reason and figure things out. As soon as somebody says, well, that's a stupid position, you're stupid. You don't know how to do philosophy. You should not be doing philosophy. This isn't an argument. This is where we're going to talk this out and figure it out. This is actually, I want to watch all of this. This is deep. Man, we don't have enough of this. Read Plato's Republic. You'll see that it's not what you see on Blood Sports internet debates. Philosophical debates, like, you got to have some degree of respect for the other person that, like, they're not just, I mean, of course there are idiots, or just, there's your Diogenes, your people who just want to fart and burp and get a laugh. There's your trolls. But but sometimes maybe instead of saying that sounds stupid, listen and hear people out. If they're smart and they can reason it out, you might look at things differently. People don't think for themselves anymore. They just know what they've been told to think. This is pretty good. I'm gonna have to watch more of this. We're gonna have to do a whole breakdown of this, but I like it. Anyway, I'm gonna head out, guys. I'm not gonna be going all day. Church is an hour, so I'm gonna dip, and we'll be back Monday night. Dreaded Conservative show. I'm gonna talk about some stuff that since my stream got shut down this past week, I'm gonna talk about some stuff from like the Mexico stuff. We killed a cartel leader and what's going on in Mexico. That's old news by now, because now it's the main story, of course, is going to be Iran. But I want to touch on some things that I didn't get to talk about last week because the stream got shut down. So we will look at the Mexico stuff. We'll talk about Gavin Newsom being low IQ and trying to placate black people by saying he doesn't know how to read. And hopefully eventually we'll get to the presentism thing. If we have time, we'll talk about presentism versus eternalism. But that's the plan. After I go to work tonight, come home, I'm going to finish writing this opening for this debate. We have a debate coming up on Wednesday the 4th. So 3 days away. I'm all prepped. I just have to write my opening. I finished writing my opening. I got about half of it written. I got to finish writing that, and basically the debate is, should we abolish ICE? And I'm saying no. So that'll happen with Wrath of Reason on Wednesday, and Monday, Dreaded Conservative show, and next weekend, big UFC fight card. Somebody asked me in December, what fights are you most excited about in 2026? And I said Oliveira and Holloway. We have Max Holloway and Charles Oliveira. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh man, this coming Saturday fight night is going to be fire. A lot of good fights. So we got that coming up on Saturday. That's the plan. Who can I raid you guys over to? Emmett's streaming still, right? Emmett. If I can find the redirect. Yeah, we'll go to Emmett. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out. God bless you. Yeah, come by the Dreaded Conservative show on Monday. If you're not subscribed, make sure you subscribe, all that good stuff. And then this, I'm going to probably maybe Saturday, what we'll do is Saturday, I'll watch the fights. We'll hang out in Discord. We'll watch the fights. And then I'll end that stream, raid everybody over to a new stream, jump out of the Discord, and I'll do a full review of this. Because whenever I do a Destiny review, it gets a lot of new people. It gets a lot of liberals coming over. And so we're going to have to do a full breakdown of this. This is so far I'm liking where this is going. So we'll have to check this out Saturday night. But thank you guys for hanging out. Marilyn, what's up? Anyway, God bless everybody. I'm heading out. Peace. Wish me luck in the Ward War stuff. Later.